Chapter 1378 that MASOCHIST in the first level. 1378 that MASOCHIST in the first level Wu Meng capital city already did not have divine Lord Realm powerhouses appearing for over 100,000 years. Qin Tian was the one with the greatest likelihood. No wonder someone as proud as Qin Shao would be so respectful toward this big brother too. In Yi Yuan's impression, Qin Shao was a very prideful person. Such a person, even if that person was his big brother, he absolutely would not behave so humbly too. It turned out that Qin Tian actually had such high status in Wu Meng capital city. Why, you saw Qin Tian? Quickly tell me, he's my idol. Xie Jingyi said excitedly. Qin Tian was not just Xie Jingyi's idol, he was also Wu Meng capital city's countless young talents' idol. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, I've seen him, but this encounter wasn't pleasant. Xie Jingyi's expression changed, and he said, no way, right? How did you provoke Qin Tian? Yi Yuan said helplessly, not that I provoked him, it was him who provoked me. He recounted the situation of meeting Qin Tian today as well as the incident of slapping Qin Piyu back then. Xie Jingyi's expression became increasingly uglier. He let out a long sigh and said, Oh, you were also too eager. I know that La SS. She's Qin Tian's biological sister. In Wu Meng capital city, no one dares to provoke. So what did you provoke her for? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, Why? Are you regretting walking together with me now? You can still make it if you draw a clear line with me right now. The moment Xie Jingyi heard these words, he immediately jumped out and shouted, Yi Yuan, what do you take me, Xie Jingyi, as? Xie Jingyi, am a person who repays debts of gratitude. You're my brother, so your enemy is my enemy. Starting from today, Xie Jingyi, am irreconcilable with the Qin family. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, Hoo-hoo, cracking a joke, so agitated for what? It hasn't reached the point of a life-and-death struggle. Only seeing Yi Yuan so did Xie Jingyi's expression become a little better. He said unhappily, Although Xie Jingyi am somewhat not serious, I never make this kind of joke. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Haha, got it. I was wrong, okay. But you have got to work hard on cultivating too. Jia Chong isn't to be trifled with. If you don't have some capability, you'll be screwed very badly by him in the future. The moment this joke was made, the atmosphere appeared rather awkward. The two people chatted for a while more, and Xie Jingyi took his leave. You did it on purpose. The moment Xie Jingyi left, Dustless's voice sounded out. Amen. I understand too little about him and don't have a life-and-death relations. I plus P, placing such a person by my side is equivalent to installing a ticking time bomb. Yi Yuan admitted it very shamelessly, although he helped Xie Jingyi before his relations. I plus P with Xie Jingyi was very shallow. During the test, he only felt that this little fatty was rather interesting and also very kind-looking. That was why he would make a move to help. As for very deep friends, I plus P, there wasn't any in Yi Yuan's heart. In his previous life, Ji Kanglin's betrayal made Yi Yuan especially careful when making friends. Unless it was like Luo Jian with a life-and-death relations. I plus P with Yi Yuan, then he would lay his heart bare to the other party. Since Xie Jingyi expressed good feelings toward the Qin family, Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to put a time bomb by his side. Amen, we may know a man's exterior, but not his heart. You doing so is not wrong either. Dustless said. Half a month later, Yi Yuan showed up in the sword tomb once more. What surprised him was that Qin Shao still came. Yi Yuan lightly swept him a glance and directly entered the sword tomb. Qin Tian's attitude already ascertained that he and Qin Shao could only be enemies. In the sword tomb's first level, Yi Yuan continued his MASOCHIST tick cultivation. Qin Shao's brows furrowed slightly. After looking for a while, he entered too. This time, Qin Shao's strength was clearly more than a level stronger than the last time. Facing the all-pervasive sword Dao laws, Qin Shao dealt with them much easier. For 30 days' time, he held on effortlessly. On the contrary, Yi Yuan was covered all over with wounds and scars by sword Dao laws once again. When Yi Yuan returned this time, little fatty Xie Jingyi indeed did not come over to see him. Regarding this, Yi Yuan just dismissed it with a smile. Ever since then, inside the Sword Tomb's first level, there was an additional M-A-S-O-C-H-I-S tick lunatic. Every time he came out of the Sword Tomb, he was dripping with fresh blood. In a blink, a year's time almost passed, said during this time a major incident happened in the Sword Tomb. Senior apprentice Brother Qin Tian cleared the 11th level. My God! How many years has it been since someone cleared the 11th level in the Wu Meng Academy? The last one to clear the 11th level is still Senior Zhuang Hao, right? He was the previous powerhouse who broke through to the Divine Lord Realm. Looks like Senior Apprentice Brother Qin Tian breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm is a sure bet. Yeah, the things that happened for so many years, not one did not foreshadow that he's going to step into the Divine Lord Realm. At this time, the lobby outside the Sword Tomb was already packed with people. From the lobby's light screen, they could clearly see everything that happened in the Sword Tomb. Yi Yuan did not have an accurate understanding of the Sword Tomb's 11th level. Those able to make it to the 11th level were all geniuses among geniuses. After Qin Tian, there was a large batch of people at the 10th level, but the 11th level only had 3 people. Now, Qin Tian made it past the 11th level and entered the 12th level. He already shook the rest far behind him. More importantly, it had already been 100,000 years since anyone cleared the 11th level. Zhuang Hao's final result was the 13th level. Qin Tian was already very close to this level. At this instant, Qin Tian became the D in everyone's hearts and eyes. Zhao Qin, who's that kid, so pitiful? Suddenly, someone noticed the Yi Yuan who was currently getting abused in the first level and asked Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin gave a look. Discovering that it was Yi Yuan, his face revealed a disdainful smile and said, "Him? Just a fool. Already soaked in the first level for a year. Each time he comes, he's abused brutally without any improvement at all." This season's top dog, Qin Shao, who came in together with him, had long entered the 2nd level half a year ago. Dear me, this is also too wretched. Being hit by so much sword energy, and actually still not dead, it's also considered a kind of ability, said the person. Zhao Qin smiled and said, "Haha, true. I suspect that he's training ASOCHIS tick skill. This guy, it's really not easy if you want to kill him." Zhao Qin's words made everyone roar with laughter. Suddenly, someone gave a shout. You guys look? What is that kid doing?" Everyone looked and discovered that Yi Yuan actually sat down and casually pulled up a sword that was buried straight in the ground, muttering something under his breath. This scene made everyone in the lobby quieten down, their eyes showing disbelief. How did he do it? Why didn't those swords react? Is my eyesight failing? There's actually someone who touched a sword and can still stand there safe and sound? At the Sword Tomb's first level, Yi Yuan lightly caressed the sword. He said with vicissitudes of emotion, "I know that you all have unwillingness in your hearts, and that's why you would bury your swords here. You all rest assured. I, Yi Yuan, will bring your thoughts and seek the great Tao." Chapter 1379, Made Friends. 1379, Made Friends. What's happening? In the crowd, an authoritative voice suddenly sounded out. Everyone gave a sidelong glance. It was actually Qin Tian. They were all shocked by Yi Yuan, but did not realize that the Qin Tian, who had just completed a grand feat, already exited the Sword Tomb who knows when. When he successfully cleared the 11th level, he knew that the entire academy would be shocked because of it. However, Qin Tian was already used to this kind of surprise and astonishment long ago. To a true genius, Enjoying these was natural and right. It was just that after he came out, he discovered that things were not as he expected. Everyone was indeed in shock, but the way of shock was somewhat different. Logically speaking, he was everyone's focal point. When he came out, everyone should immediately react to it, then shout and jump with jubilant cheers, with all kinds of felicitations. But after he came out, he discovered that not a single person was paying attention to him. Ah, it's Senior Apprentice Brother Chin Tian. Senior Apprentice Brother Chin Tian. You look at that guy on the light screen. Chin Tian's brows furrowed, looking towards the light screen rather curiously. He was very curious about what thing could overshadow the light of him clearing the 11th level. Chin Tian was not someone who fished for fame. It was just that he was used to the light halo of the main character and used to being marveled at by everyone. Now these exclamations were gone. He was not quite used to it, and it was not very comfortable. When Yi Yuan's figure came into his view, Chin Tian's gaze suddenly turned intent. How long has it been? Chin Tian said solemnly. Zhao Qin said cautiously, already been an hour. Senior Apprentice Brother Chin Tian, what to do here? What else can you do? Report to the academy and invite a teacher over. Yi Yuan wrecked the sword tomb and should be punished for this crime. Chin Tian said solemnly. Zhao Qin gave an ah and hurriedly said, I'll invite Teacher Fan over right now. Finished talking, Zhao Qin took out a talisman and directly transmitted the sudden turn of events here over. In Wu Meng Academy, any sword in the sword tomb could not be pulled out. Otherwise, the consequences would be very severe. As long as someone pulled out a sword, all of the swords in the entire level would unleash an attack at him. This attack was on a completely different level from those law fragment attacks. Even with Chin Tian's present strength, after pulling out a sword in the first level, it's also certain death. In Wu Meng Academy's history, there were quite a number of people who pulled out a sword in the heat of the moment, but no one was able to survive. And wanting to succeed in clearing the round, one had to burst past the blockade of 100 flying swords. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan's actions would arouse such a huge reaction, resulting in everyone throwing the matter of Chin Tian clearing the 11th round to the back of their minds. If it were someone else, Chin Tian would not be to the extent of being so furious either. But that person was Yi Yuan, a person already sentenced to death by him. Before long, Teacher Fan came to the sword tomb. Seeing Yi Yuan on the light screen, his expression could not help changing, and he said, How did he do it? Could it be that something went wrong with the sword tomb's first level? Chin Tian went forward and said, Teacher Fan, it said that this sword tomb has already existed for as long as 1,000,000 years. This kind of abnormality has never appeared before. Currently, Yi Yuan probably ruined the sword tomb's first level's order with some kind of method. That's why it would be like this. Teacher Fan nodded and said, What Chin Tian said makes sense. I'll go in and take a look at the situation first. If he really wrecked the first level's order, I'll definitely behead without mercy. Finished talking, Teacher Fan turned right around and entered the sword tomb's first level. You're called Yi Yuan? What in the world did you do to make this first level's sword all lose control? Teacher Fan questioned. However, Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear it at all and was still minding himself and saying things to the sword in his hand, just like old friends of many years. Teacher Fan's face fell and he gave a cold snort. His figure moved and swept into the sword tomb. However, right at the instant, his body just entered the boundary of the sword tomb. All of the first level's swords emitted a series of light humming. Hum! All of the swords were trembling incessantly, about to pull out of the ground. In virtually an instant, Teacher Fan's expression changed drastically. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Clank, clank. All of the swords pulled out of the ground and charged over toward Teacher Fan. Teacher Fan was an origin deity powerhouse, and his strength was formidable. Seeing that he could not withdraw in time, A powerful surge of aura gushed out and welcomed those long swords. Boom! An enormous boom. Teacher Fan's figure retreated out of the sword burial grounds, radius stumblingly, repelling Teacher Fan. Countless long swords danced in the air for a moment, and then all returned to their original places. Teacher Fan had a look of alarm regarding that scene just now. He still had lingering fear in his heart. His gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes full of disbelief. These swords did not lose control. Just now, if he went in a little deeper, it probably would not be that easy to come out. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious to the events that happened just now and still mumbled to himself. It was as if he was possessed. In the lobby, a commotion burst out long ago. The first level's swords did not lose control. Teacher Fan nearly suck. You in bed too? My G. Oh D. What in the world is going on? How can that kid be safe and sound inside? Why do I feel that those swords are all controlled by that kid? This isn't possible, right? Qin Tian looked at the light screen. His usually expressionless face had a rare display of a startled look. His feeling was the same as those guys, like, Yi Yuan controlled all of the swords in the first level. How in the world did this guy do it? Qin Tian was incomparably shocked in his heart. These several hundred years, as long as he had spare time, he would come to the sword tomb to comprehend the sword. However, he had never thought that one could control all of the first-level swords. These swords were all left behind by Wu Meng Academy's predecessors. Among them, some people's strengths later on were unimaginable. All of the sword's power added together was not what an individual's strength could resist at all. But Yi Yuan actually controlled all of the swords. No idea since when Qin Shao was already among the crowd. He finally understood just what Yi Yuan's 1 year of crazed abuse was for. He was comprehending the sword. Except this comprehension ability was a little too fearsome, right? Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan slowly got up, stuck that sword in his hand back in place, and walked out of the sword tomb. Seeing Teacher Fan, Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied and said with a bow, "Disciple Yi Yuan has seen Teacher." Teacher Fan's expression was very odd. Yi Yuan also detected his peculiarity and was somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan? You. What in the world did you do just now? Teacher Fan said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, "Do what? Didn't Teacher saw it too? I was comprehending the sword." Comprehending the sword? Yi Yuan, don't act dumb anymore. You pulled out a sword just now. Teacher Fan said unhappily. Pulled out a sword? Yeah, I pulled out a sword earlier. Why, could it be that the swords inside the sword tomb can't be pulled? Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. He really did not know. Teacher Fan could not help choking up and said solemnly, "Those who pull a sword are bound to be attacked by all of the swords. Body has been able to survive. But why didn't these swords attack you?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Maybe it's because I made friends with them?" Chapter 1380 Mad Little Fatty. 1380 Mad Little Fatty. Hearing it sounded very perfunctory, but what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Teacher Fan naturally did not believe. It was just that when he entered the first level once more to investigate, he did not find anything either. Everything was normal, although it felt very inconceivable. This matter could only be concluded without a conclusion. Yi Yuan carried on with his life, resting for roughly 10 days or so. Yi Yuan planned on entering the sword tomb once more after that. When he just stepped out of the door, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the academy was bubbling with excitement. Everyone was running out of the academy. I really didn't expect it. There's actually still someone who dares to stroke the Qin family's whiskers in this Wu Meng capital city. Is he tired of living? Kidnapping Qin Peiyu, that demoness, to think this guy can really think of that. How great an enmity does this punk have with the Qin family? If he kidnapped, then kidnapped. But to actually still want to drag her to Wu Meng Plaza to hang up and bet. Isn't it offending the Qin family to the bitter end? Oh, right, what's that punk called? Seems to be this season's newbie, right? Amen, they say he's called Xiejingi. A grown man actually has such a girly name. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's footsteps abruptly stopped, his scalp tingling. 1 year plus went by in a twinkle. Yi Yuan devoted his heart and soul into comprehending Sword Dao laws and virtually already forgot this name. But now, this name entered his life once again, but it was in such a manner. What the L did this little fatty do? Yi Yuan understood very quickly. He was doing it for him to see. This guy wanted to express his true feelings to Yi Yuan through this matter, proving that he and Yi Yuan were standing on the same thread. It was just that this way of doing things was a little too overboard, right? Smacking the Qin family's face in front of everyone in the city. This was simply courting death. This aggro point was absolutely maxed out. Yi Yuan did not dare to dawdle. His figure could be seen speeding swiftly, heading outside the academy. Along the way, Yi Yuan thought about a lot. In this 1 year plus, little fatty probably did nothing at all and put all his energy into tracking Qin Peiyu. With the Qin family strength, after Yi Yuan slapped Qin Peiyu into a pig's head last time, the Qin family would definitely send an even stronger guard to protect her. Little fatty's strength was not high. Wanting to kidnap Qin Peiyu under the Qin family's house guard's eyelids. This difficulty could be imagined. He did not expect that he actually succeeded. Yi Yuan was somewhat self-reproaching at this time. Back then he made wild conjectures. He did not expect that it pushed little fatty to such a perilous position. Furthermore, after little fatty kidnapped Qin Peiyu, he did not take care of her in private, but kidnapped her to the Wu Meng Plaza. This was having completely no leeway with the Qin family anymore. The reason why little fatty did this was probably afraid that Yi Yuan still could not set his mind at ease, thinking that he and the Qin family were intentionally acting out a show for Yi Yuan to see. Stirring the matter up so big was intentional on little fatty's part. It was to not save himself a path of retreat. Yi Yuan really did not know what to say. Little fatty had a profligate, juvenile appearance all day long, but when doing things he was as timid as a mouse. Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually had such a staunch and moral side in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure was like lightning, speeding in the direction of the Wu Meng Plaza. This matter caused a stir in the entire city. On the streets were all traffic flow heading in that direction. In Yi Yuan's impatience, he chose some small alleys to pass through. Suddenly, a figure flashed out ahead, blocking Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan, you didn't expect it, right? I've already waited very long for this day. I even thought that you can hide in the academy all your life. Jia Chong said with a cold smile. He kept staring at Yi Yuan's movements. When Yi Yuan went out of the academy, he immediately caught up. Private fights were forbidden in Wu Meng Academy, prohibiting students from killing each other. But this rule was only limited to within the academy. Leaving the academy, life and death were one's own responsibility. Ever since the entrance examination, Jia Chong's days have been arduous. The 0 points him found it hard to take a single step in the academy. Clearing challenges required expending points, but he did not even have 1 point. Challenging others were not fools either and would not accept the challenge. In this 1 year, Jia Chong virtually spent it in the midst of performing missions. Doing missions needed time and energy. With his realm and strength, he could not accept any high-difficulty missions at all. ACCU, mulating for a year's time. Jia Chong finally said 60 to 70 points. This 1 year plus could virtually be said to be wasted. Looking at Su Yuetsong, Xiang Zhuang, those people all caught up from behind. He was really burning with anxiety. All this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Hence, he had always been paying attention to Yi Yuan's movements. Today, he finally got the chance. Seeing Jia Chong, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "If you don't wish to seek death, scram." Jia Chong was tickled the moment he heard and said mockingly, "Your bit of strength also dare to be arrogant in front of me?" Do you think that today is still taking the test? Right now, are you in a hurry to go and save that D? And Fatty? Haha, don't need to go anymore. He dared to provoke the Qin family, so he's dead for sure. And you? Yi Yuan, the humiliation that you brought to me, I'm going to claim it back with interest today. You'll likewise die without a doubt today. You and that D.A.M. and Fatty can have company on the road to H.E.L.L. Yi Yuan was worried about little Fatty and nervous with worry in the first place. Yet this Jia Chong ran over to slam onto the spearhead. He smiled coldly and said, "Fool, you don't even understand your enemy and dare to run over to kill people? Since you're seeking death yourself, then I don't mind sending you off too." Jia Chong's expression changed. Suddenly, a gust of Yin wind blew past. He had not drawn his sword yet, and his entire person was frozen. Gui Yin's figure appeared before his eyes. Jia Chong's eyes stared at Gui Yin like wide saucers. Jia Chong never thought that a late-stage 2-star evil spirit actually followed by Yi Yuan's side. He suddenly felt that he was simply foolish to the extreme. It was really as Yi Yuan said, he did not even figure out how many trump cards his enemy had and came over to kill people without due consideration. If this was not dumb, what was it then? But right at this time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Gui Yin's expression changed, his figure retreating explosively. 2 figures flashed out and blocked in front of Jia Chong. "Yi Yuan, he doesn't know your ins and outs, but I know. So this time I invited a helper over." The one talking was none other than precisely Yi Yuan's sworn enemy W.A.N.G. Song. By his side, he even brought along a grand completion, Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. "You're Yi Yuan? I've already prepared for a full year in order to wait for you. Today, I can finally complete the mission," said that grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. Ever since that time, Qin Nantian sent a grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouse for W.A.N.G. Song's dispatch. The objective was naturally in order to finish off Yi Yuan. With him dealing with Gui Yin, Yi Yuan was dead beyond a doubt. When Jia Chong saw this, he could not resist laughing and said, "Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, the people that you offended are really not few. You, this kind of person, even if I don't kill you, you're hard-pressed to escape the calamity too." Yi Yuan looked at Jia Chong as if looking at a fool, and said with a cold sneer, "Fool, the people that I offended are quite a few, but my friends are not few either. Just the likes of a fool like you also wish to kill me?" Yi Yuan suddenly shouted, "Come on out! Could it be that you'll only come out after I'm killed by them?" Chapter 1381 Counting Charges in Datai. 1381 Counting Charges in Datai. In a blind angle of the alley, a figure slowly appeared. This was a middle-aged man, his bearing extraordinary. It was clear that he was an expert at a glance. Yi Yuan did not recognize him either. But this person had been following close to him all along, starting from when he entered the Wu Meng Academy. This person did not have ill intentions. Yi Yuan guessed that the other party might have been sent by the Myriad Treasure Tower to protect him. When W.A.N.G. Song saw this middle-aged man, his expression could not help changing drastically. Teacher Chi, why are you here?" W.A.N.G. Song never thought that the Myriad Treasure Tower would actually deploy an origin deity powerhouse to come and protect Yi Yuan. Just what origins did this Yi Yuan have? The middle-aged man came to Yi Yuan's side and gave a self-introduction. "I'm called Qi Feng, a teacher of the academy. But I'm very surprised you could actually discover my existence. When did you discover it?" Yi Yuan said coolly right from the start. Qi Feng concealed himself very well, but how could he hide from Dustless's eyes and ears? Qi Feng's expression turned stiff when he heard that. He was confident that he concealed his being very well, so he did not think that Yi Yuan had long discovered him. Now, he finally had some understanding of why Tower Lord made him come and protect Yi Yuan. "All right, leave them to me, you go," Qi Feng said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Many thanks. I'll also request Teacher Qi to inform Tower Lord. Ask him to come forward and mediate this matter. Just say that this Yi owes him a favor. Qi Fang's gaze turned intent, and he said with a nod, You can rest assured. I'll definitely pass on the message. Wu Meng Academy was naturally the city, Lord's Wu Meng Academy. But it was naturally impossible for the city, Lord, to manage the academy and the capital city by himself. Therefore, the city Lord also had many things that needed to rely on these major families. Among them also included the Myriad Treasure Tower. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was an outside force, this force could not be underestimated either. In this Wu Meng Academy, there was naturally the Myriad Treasure Tower's share too. Get lost! Yi Yuan came in front of W.A.N. Jisong and said in a cold voice, This bunch of trash already delayed a lot of his time. He was very annoyed. W.A.N. Jisong's expression flickered incessantly. He finally managed to seize this opportunity. Did not expect that it was actually this result. Amen? Could it be that you still want me to personally take action? Qi Fang's voice turned grim. The pressure of an origin deity realm instantly spread out. Cruce. H.I. Plussing everyone until they could not catch their breath. Especially Jia Chong, because he was only at the grotto profound realm. How could he withstand such pressure? He actually knelt down with a thud. He was currently facing Yi Yuan, looking just like he was kneeling down to Yi Yuan. Although extremely unwilling, W.A.N. Jisong still moved half a position away. Yi Yuan did not have time to be long-winded with them. His figure moved, directly speeding away. The moment Yi Yuan left, Qi Fang's cultivation realm oppression instantly dissipated into nothing. W.A.N. Jisong's face fell, and he said, Teacher Qi, it's against the rules for you to be like this. I will report this matter to Uncle Qin. Qi Fang said coolly, By all means. But you should also be grateful that I have this item. 1. Tie of the Academy's teacher. Otherwise, you'd already been dead now. W.A.N. Jisong's expression turned fearful. Qi Fang's figure moved and disappeared. The dignity of an origin deity powerhouse could not be profaned, just based on W.A.N. Jisong's this one sentence. Qi Fang already had sufficient reason to kill him. Although W.A.N. Jisong was considered half of the Qin family's son-in-law, killing such a person with Qi Fang's ident. 1. Tai, it could not stir up much of a wave either. However, Qi Fang was still a teacher at the academy. If he made a move against his own student, it would be hard to explain. At that time, who he offended would not just be the Qin family, but Wu Meng City Lord. Wu Meng Plaza was the largest plaza in Wu Meng capital city. Currently, it was surrounded until water could not seep through. There was a high platform in the middle of the plaza. The two figures on the platform were very conspicuous. Yi Yuan divided the crowd and finally managed to squeeze to the front. Not seeing for a year, Little Fatty seemed to have become fatter, but currently Little Fatty was dressed in ragged clothing, looking like a beggar. On his face and body, whip marks were distinct and clear, deep until the flesh was visible. But Xie Jingyi did not mind at all, as he said in a clear voice, I believe everyone isn't a stranger to this warehouse O.R.E. She's the Qin family's young lady, Qin Peiyu, known as Demoness. The sins that she has committed doesn't need me to say. I believe everyone would also have heard of it, or even experienced it personally before. Everyone is afraid of her ident. 1. Tai and doesn't dare to do anything to her. But Lord Fatty, I don't believe in heresy. Lord Fatty, I am going to carry out justice on heaven's behalf today. All right. Xie Jingyi's words immediately incurred an earth-shaking response. Qin Nantian spoiled this daughter terribly, resulting in her becoming infamous as a tyrant in the entire capital city. It was just that everyone normally dared to get angry, but no one dared to speak. Now, with someone bearing the brunt of the attack, their constantly suppressed emotions immediately erupted. Slap, slap, slap. Xie Jingyi directly gave a few slaps, arousing a series of applause once more. Qin Peiyu's eyes were spitting fire, and she said in extreme rage, D-A-M-N Fatty, you're dead for sure. The things that you've done to this young lady today, I'll definitely repay it 100-fold to you. Xie Jingyi looked at her with a smirk and did not say anything. Reaching his hand out, it was another few slaps. Speak, what else is there? Say it all. Xie Jingyi said with a laugh. With this, Qin Peiyu completely lost her wits to show any temper. She did not dare to say any more harsh words and could only glare at Xie Jingyi. That's more like it. Xie Jingyi laughed lightly, turned around, and said to the plaza in a clear voice, 50 years ago this warehouse ORE was 8 years old. She N.A. Tissy had the foot in the hands of a child surnamed Rong on the streets and got into a conflict with the child and made people exterminate the entire Rong family. Slap, slap, slap. Finished talking. Xie Jingyi casually gave a few slaps. Qin Peiyu's pretty face swelled up very quickly. 47 years ago, this warehouse ORE gave free rein to her horse on elegant Water Street and trampled a little girl under 3 years old to death. Slap, slap, slap. Finished talking, he flung his hand, and it was another few slaps. Just like this, Xie Jingyi carefully detailed Qin Peiyu's these few years of crimes that had utter disregard for human life one by one. Each time he said finish one, he would throw a few slaps. Very soon, Qin Peiyu was slapped into a pig's head once more. At the start, everyone was still hooting and cheering. But later on, the expressions on their faces all became rage. The crimes that this demoness committed were simply too numerous to be recorded. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard. At the start, he only thought that this little girl was unruly and willful. He did not expect that Qin Peiyu, such a young girl, was actually cruel and cold-hearted to this extent. At the same time, Yi Yuan also viewed Xie Jingyi in a different light. This little fatty normally looked very frivolous when doing things. Did not expect that once he took something seriously, he actually did it so beautifully and meticulously. This 1 year's time, little fatty practically dug this Qin Peiyu inside out. Yi Yuan originally thought that little fatty was just acting on impulse. Did not expect that his preparations were actually so ample. This play today looked reckless, but in reality, it was somewhat refined in its crude ways. He made the commotion blow up so big, attracting the attention of everyone in the city. Then listed Qin Peiyu's crimes one by one for everyone to hear. Not only did this make the Qin family cautious in taking action for fear of damages and not dare to act rashly without careful thought, it even occupied the commanding ground on morals. Even if the Qin family wanted to make trouble, they also did not dare to talk about little fatty's fault in front of so many people's faces. Chapter 1382, Stepping Forward Bravely. 1382, Stepping Forward Bravely. Kill her! Kill her! Execute justice on heaven's behalf! Rid the people of a scourge! For a moment, sentiments ran high. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, it did not mean that there were no constraints of ethics and morality. Especially to a large family clan like the Qin family, they could do many nasty things in private, but did not dare to put it on the table. This slapping of little fatties today was really done too viciously. However, Yi Yuan was rather uneasy in his heart. The Qin family was too quiet. Little fatty caused trouble for the greater part of a day. The Qin family actually did not have one person come forward to refute. This indicated that the Qin family was definitely brewing some big moves. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the crowd and directly landed on the platform. Xie Jingyi was startled and hurriedly clutched Qin Peiyu's life-gate acupoint, protecting his whole body. He knew that his strength was lacking. His only reliance was Qin Peiyu. But when he saw the arrival clearly, his expression could not help changing drastically as he exclaimed, "Third uncle! Why did you come?" third uncle. Seeing that middle-aged man dressed in military attire, Yi Yuan had a foreboding premonition in his heart. Most likely, the Qin family's backup plan had arrived. The middle-aged man's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "If I still don't come, you'll even poke a hole in the sky. Brat, you've really become capable." Xie Jingyi's brows furrowed, and he said, "Third uncle, I didn't poke a hole in the sky. Me doing so is just because I couldn't bear the sight of this girl's actions. It has nothing to do with the family." The middle-aged man gave a cold snort and said, "Tell me you deliberately ruined the Qin family's reputation and framed our Xie family as being disloyal. Just who is it instigated by?" Xie Jingyi's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Does the Qin family's reputation still need me to go and ruin? Heaven can uphold justice. This warehouse, our Yi's actions and conduct. Dying 100 times isn't even sufficient." The middle-aged man's face fell, and he said, "Is that so? Then I ask you, you said this whole bunch. Is there proof?" Xie Jingyi's face turned stiff. The Qin family's people did things very cleanly. He really did not catch much evidence. The things that Qin Peiyu did, he had inquired about them. The middle-aged man laughed coldly and said, "If you're out to condemn someone, you can always trump up a charge. Qin Peiyu this la s. S is a little unruly and willful. But that's also just the temperament of a young lady. Pray tell, among this capital city's large families, which family's missus isn't unruly or willful? You put so many crimes onto a little girl. How can you bear it?" Brilliant Peace City was one of the top major counties of Wumeng capital city. The Xie family was a large family clan of Brilliant Peace City, their strength second only to the Jiao family. Such a large family, there were naturally quite a number of people holding appointments in the capital city. This middle-aged man was Xie Jingyi's third uncle, Xie Zhaoyan. Presently, he was a high-level commander of the city guards, his strength uncommon. With his status, coming forward to question his own nephew would not be more appropriate. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Qin family actually pulled out this major killing tool. Little Fatty was probably going to be overwhelmed. Sure enough, Xie Zhaoyun's words made Little Fatty at a loss for words. Although he clearly knew that Xie Zhaoyun was turning black into white without sufficient proof, what would he use to refute? If it was the Qin family's people, he could spit back. But this one in front of him was his elder, his third uncle. Xie Zhaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Also, what kind of person you are, I'm all too clear. With your strength, it's totally impossible to pass the Wumeng Academy's entrance examination. Just how did you deceive everybody and become a student? I'm very curious." Talking until here, Xie Zhaoyan let out a sigh again and said sincerely in a grave tone, "Oh, Jingyu, I know that your nature is pure. You must have been hoodwinked by bad guys. That's why you would commit such a grave error. All right, this farce ends here. Pay you this la s. S is indeed rather overboard when doing things normally. You hand her to me. I'll have Qin Nantian discipline her properly. As for you, you rest assured with me around. The Qin family won't do anything to you." While Xie Jingyi was smart, he had not seen such a grand line-up before in the end. He was very tensed up to begin with. Now, under Xie Zhaoyun's systematic guidance, this tightly wound nerve finally slowly loosened up. In addition, Xie Zhaoyan was his third uncle. This made him have a natural closeness. Gradually, he lowered his guard. Right at this time, a cold glint flashed in Xie Zhaoyun's gaze, and he was about to make a move and sage her. A figure floated up and blocked in front of him. Although Yi Yuan's strength was far from Xie Zhaoyun's, the timing that he appeared was just right, which just happened to interrupt the other party's ACCU, mulation of momentum. Xie Zhaoyan also did not expect for someone to throw a wrench in the works. In a moment of oversight, he almost stifled out internal injuries. "Who are you?" Xie Zhaoyan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan gave him a nonchalant glance and said, "Didn't you say that there's someone instigating him behind the scenes? That's me." Xianyun's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, sowing discord with my Xie family and the Qin family's relations. I plus P. Just what wicked intentions do you have? Seeing Yi Yuan appear, Xie Jingyi's expression was rather complicated. Seeing Xie Zhaoyun questioned it at this time, he hurriedly said, "This is my own idea. It has nothing to do with Yi Yuan. He doesn't know anything at all." Xie Zhaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Unrelated? Ha! Do you think that I'd believe? I was still wondering, with your courage, how could you dare to do this kind of thing?" Now, the main culprit finally came out. Yi Yuan patted Xie Jingyi's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Carrying out justice on heaven's behalf is a good thing. Why are you in a hurry to shake off relations with me? Why, this kind of good thing. Don't want to let me have a share?" Xie Jingyi opened his mouth, but did not know what he should say. He purely had blood rushed to his head previously and did such an earth-shattering major thing. Yi Yuan's questioning made him step into a dead end, only wanting to prove himself, but did not think how to clean up the mess after this matter was done. Actually, standing on this platform, Xie Jingyi knew that he got into big trouble. Hence, he did not wish to involve Yi Yuan in it. This matter was indeed done by him alone. Yi Yuan did not know about it at all. He did not expect that this matter finally still startled Yi Yuan. Furthermore, what Xie Jingyi did not expect was that Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to come forward to admit that this matter was instigated by him at the back. The flesh on Xie Jingyi's face was convulsing, tears already welling up in his eyes. He was too touched. He understood Yi Yuan's meaning. Yi Yuan was going to wipe his ass here. Except this matter already became the talk of the town. Yi Yuan was all on his own, so how would he clean up this mess for him? Carry out justice on heaven's behalf? Ignorant child, what qualifications do you have to carry out justice on heaven's behalf? It's still that sentence. Bring out the proof. Xie Zhaoyun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Finding me for proof, is it? Then I'll show you." Pooh work. Yi Yuan's finger already arrived on Qin Peiyu's forehead. No idea since when. Divine essence spitting. It directly destroyed all of Qin Peiyu's vitality. Immediately, the entire Wu Meng Plaza became dead silent. Xie Zhaoyun's eyes, S were almost popping out, looking at the scene in disbelief. You really dared to do it. 1. An acupoint located at the lower back. Basically using her as a human S. HI plus ELD. Chapter 1383, you probably can be human anymore today. 1383, you probably can be human anymore today. Not a single person expected it, other than Yi Yuan. Everyone did not expect it. Yi Yuan killed her, just like this. The whole place was quiet for several breaths, their heads not quite able to wrap itself around it. Even little fatty Xie Jingyi was utterly dumbfounded. Although this year of investigation shocked and appalled him, the original intention of him doing so was also merely expressing an attitude. Although he also felt that Qin Peiyu deserved death, he had never thought of really sentencing her to death. He just wanted to teach her a lesson. With this, Yi Yuan really poked a hole in the sky. Why wouldn't I dare to do it? Her crimes are sufficient to die 100 times already, Yi Yuan said coolly as he did not feel that there was anything wrong with his way of doing things. Why you? Where's the proof? Where? Xie Zhaoyun suddenly roared. Killed, then killed. Need what proof? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Well killed. Well killed. This demonist deserved death long ago. The reactions of the onlooking people seemed to be half a beat slower, only coming to a realization at this time, calling out tumultuously. The crowd was virtually unanimous. This Qin Peiyu deserved death. Yi Yuan looked at Xie Zhaoyun and said coolly, You saw it. This is the will of the people. This warehouse has long incurred the wrath of G, ODS and men already. Well killed. This warehouse, E's death isn't regrettable. Xie Jingyi suddenly came forward and said in a clear voice, "The Qin family's people, listen up. This matter started because of me. So whatever means there are, feel free to aim at me. Lord Fatty, I will take it all." Little Fatty's voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura locked onto him at once. A figure leaped up, raising his hand and smacking a palm over towards him and Yi Yuan. This palm could topple mountains and overturn the seas, and actually had the might of heaven and earth. This person was none other than precisely Qin Nantian. "Yi Yuan punk. Today, if I, Qin Nantian, don't exterminate you, I vow to not be human." How could the palm of an origin deity powerhouse be what Yi Yuan and Xie Jingyi, just grotto profound martial artists, could resist? Except Yi Yuan did not have the intention of resisting at all. He just stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Then you probably can't be human anymore today." Right then, another formidable and unparalleled palm force rushed out from the side. Bang! The air billows, formed by the clash of two mighty origin deity powerhouses' palms, directly sent the slightly weaker martial artists below the platform flying. Qin Nantian's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Qi Fang, what's the meaning of this? Don't forget where this place is. Wu Meng capital city's affairs aren't your myriad treasure towers turned to come and intervene." This person was precisely Qi Fang. Qi Fang gave Yi Yuan a glance and had a helpless look too. He did not think that this guy was so decisive, killing at the drop of a hat. But this kind of situation at present he was unable to sit by idly and remain indifferent to. He could only come forward. Qin family head is too serious. The myriad treasure tower under City Lord, His Excellency's jurisdiction, is similarly a part of Wu Meng capital city. This point Qi Fang dare not forget. Qi Fang said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Qin Nantian's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, "In that case, your myriad treasure tower is going to protect this brat and completely go to war with the Qin family?" Qi Fang smiled and said, "Qin family head is truly somewhat irrational when speaking in a violent rage. Yi Yuan is my myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist, and he is also Wu Meng Academy student. Qin family head killing people on the streets is a bit too overboard, right?" The moment Qi Fang's words came out, everyone's faces visibly changed. Even Qin Nantian was secretly alarmed too, his furious state of mind also calming down slightly. What? This young man is actually the myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist at such a young age? The myriad treasure tower's one-star alchemy DS are as plentiful as oxen hair. Why would they take in such a kid who's still wet behind his ears to be a guest alchemist? No wonder this brat is so confident. It turns out that he actually had such a reliance. Everyone all knew that the myriad treasure tower did not lack alchemists. Guest alchemists, they absolutely would not casually find a person to make up the numbers, especially a one-star alchemy In Wu Meng capital city's myriad treasure tower, one-star alchemy DS were as plentiful as oxen hair. Two-star alchemy DS were not few as well. If Yi Yuan did not have aspects that Serpa said people, the myriad treasure tower absolutely would not hire him to be a guest alchemist. Qi Fang, you saw it too. This boy killed my daughter under the circumstances where there was completely no evidence. Could my Qin family be so easy to need? Today he must die. Qin Nantian said in a cold voice. The moment Qin Nantian's voice faded, another two figures dashed up the platform, surrounding Qi Fang, three people in the center. These three people were actually all origin deity, realm mighty experts. No matter how powerful Qi Fang was, he was also unable to fight three people alone. Tomorrow morning, the proof will be placed on Commander Zhao's desk. At this time, a dignified voice suddenly sounded out. A figure descended from the sky, causing an uproar. Flying through the air. Could it be City Lord, His Excellency, descending? Pooh! Inexperienced fellow. In this Wu Meng capital city, the ones who can fly are not just City Lord, His Excellency alone. That's the myriad treasure tower's tower lord, Han Tian, a half-step divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Han Tian looked at Qi Nantian and said, Family head Nantian is eager because you cherish your daughter, it's understandable. But your daughter has indeed done quite a number of things that enrage both DS and men. It's just that everybody dared to be indignant, but dare not speak because of the Qin family's power. Since this matter involves my myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist, this Han can't sit by idly and remain indifferent either. This matter will be handed over to Commander Zhao to make a verdict. I wonder what family head Nantian's opinion is. Han Tian's appearance caught Qi Nantian by surprise. What kind of figure was Han Tian? That was a figure on the same level as his father, the Qin family's grand elder. One could say that this Wu Meng capital city, apart from City Lord, His Excellency, it was Han Tian, this level of a powerhouse. Him, coming forward. The weight of his words was completely different. Qi Nantian never dreamed that a puny little Yi Yuan could actually make such a big shot come forward in person. The Qin family had long investigated Yi Yuan inside out and knew that Yi Yuan did not have any backing at all. To talk about his greatest reliance, it was probably the essence cultivating pill. It was just that a mere middle-grade tier 1 divine pill could make Han Tian, this kind of character, come forward. The Qin family and myriad treasure towers relations. HI plus P was not considered good, but not considered bad either. Han Tian actually utterly fell out with the Qin family for such an insignificant brat. This did not look like a good deal no matter what. Qi Nantian's expression was incomparably ugly. Han Tian's words were already said until like this. What could he do? The matters in the city naturally needed the city Lord Manor to make a ruling. Commander Zhao, from Han Tian's words, was called Zhao Yi, the city guard's head commander. Wu Meng City, Lord normally did not run things. The matters in the city were normally all handed to Zhao Yi to handle, unless it involved Han Tian, this level of a powerhouse. Otherwise, it was sufficient for Zhao Yi to handle. This matter got into such a mess, it naturally needed a conclusion. Zhao Yi to handle was naturally the most suitable. Since Tower Lord Han personally came forward, Nantian naturally dare not say anything. I want to see just what proof your myriad treasure tower can take out. If the proof is insufficient, Nantian still has to personally put this kid to death. Han Tian said coolly, if Yi Yuan mistakenly killed a good person, this Han naturally canis. HI plus ELD him either. Chapter 1384 Favor. 1384 Favor. Inside a study room in the myriad treasure tower, the atmosphere seemed somewhat oppressive. Han Tian took his time to brew immortal tea. This process was very long, but he did not speak all along. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either, and just silently watched Han Tian just like this. Finally, Han Tian brewed a cup of immortal tea, and Pa-S said in front of Yi Yuan, You, kid, are really shrewd. A favor made the myriad treasure tower and Qin family turn against each other. Han Tian said with a smile. Yi Yuan got up to receive the teacup and similarly smiled and said, Since Tower Lord made a move, you naturally think that Yi Yuan's favor is worth this price. Han Tian chortled with laughter when he heard that and said, For a mere grotto profound realm to dare speak like this in front of this Tower Lord, you are the first. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Powerhouses also walk over from weaklings, step by step. This Yi Yuan has no need to look down on himself. Han Tian nodded his head as he smiled and said, Well said. But people with the qualifications to say these words are not many. I admit that you're one of them. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Many thanks for Tower Lord's praise. What a joke. Xiao Feng took a trip to Jewel Hill City and interacted with Yi Yuan for a bit and touched that threshold. A puny little middle-stage grotto, profound, could have such magical power. If he did not have the qualifications to say these words, who was qualified? It was just too bad that his Tao was completely different from Xiaofeng's. Finding Yi Yuan was no use either. Otherwise, how could he let go of this opportunity? One had to know that Wu Meng capital city already had not produced a single divine Lord Realm powerhouse in 100,000 years. Yi Yuan, this kid, was too fiendous. Plus, it was just at this point, if Han Tian did not say, it was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know. Even if Xiao Feng broke through his realm, no one would believe that his breakthrough had anything to do with Yi Yuan either. Of course, apart from Han Tian. If not for Xiao Feng admitting it personally, he absolutely would not believe it either. It was true that the essence cultivating pill's profits were great, but it was just a middle-grade tier, one divine pill after all. If not because of this point, how could Han Tian possibly make a move? However, you were still too rash today. Qin Nantian dotes on that lias as the most. You doing so, there's no more leeway to turn things around with the Qin family, Han Tian said. Hoo-hoo, his Qin family already sentenced me to death. Even if I don't make a move today, would they let me off? Yi Yuan recounted Qin Tian's attitude. Han Tian was also secretly alarmed when he heard it. If it were others, even if the Qin family really had this kind of attitude, they would also think of ways to mitigate it. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, held this mindset. You are ruthless. I'm even more ruthless than you. The moment he made his move, he directly killed Qin Peiyu. But my myriad treasure tower is an outside force in the end. How would you know that me coming forward will settle the Qin family? Heavenly Tao said, rather interestedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's precisely because the myriad treasure tower is an outside force. Hence, you all understand about keeping out of harm through discretion even more. The Qin family's scandalous materials, the myriad treasure tower definitely won't lack any. That girl caused the entire capital city to have a foul atmosphere, so how could you guys possibly not have her evidence in your hands? Han Tian was really quite surprised this time. He originally thought that Yi Yuan just randomly stumbled upon it under impulse. He did not expect that Yi Yuan had long had a well-thought-out plan. That little fatty had some intelligence in trivial matters. But compared to Yi Yuan's level-headedness and farsightedness, the gap was too far away. Yi Yuan seemed reckless, but in reality, everything was already calculated, especially under this kind of sudden outbreak situation. For Yi Yuan to still be able to maintain such a calm head, it was truly hard to come by. Han Tian examined his own self in his heart. Even if he was in Yi Yuan's position, he could not do better than him too. Hoo-hoo, since that's the case, how do you plan on returning this favor of mine? Han Tian said with a laugh. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, Wait until after I break through. There is a pill formula that I still haven't comprehended thoroughly. After breaking through, it should be almost there. Han Tian's eyes lit up, and he said, The same kind of medicinal pill as the essence cultivating pill? Yi Yuan nodded his head. Ha! You punk, not putting your thoughts on alchemy is simply a waste. Han Tian said rather excitedly, An essence cultivating pill brought such immense profits to the myriad treasure tower. Another even higher level medicinal pill, the myriad treasure tower would really make a killing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How does Tower Lord know that this Yi doesn't have achievements in martial Tao? Han Tian could not help choking up when he heard that. Honestly, he really did not discern that Yi Yuan had any saving grace in martial Tao. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xie Jingyi had an embarrass. Said, Look, Yi Yuan, hoo-hoo that warehouse, I've long been set off at her. Your play today is to the satisfaction of the ma. Yes. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, easing little fatty's embarrass. Meant. After this incident, Yi Yuan's vigilance towards Xie Jingyi was also completely dispelled. Little fatty, also did not expect that he would cause such a big problem for Yi Yuan. Even more so, he did not expect that Yi Yuan's backing was actually so strong. Although the myriad treasure tower was an outside force, Han Tian's strength was placed there, and, Body dared to underestimate him. Haha, Lord Fatty, I have finally done an earth-shattering major thing. Hiss! When little Fatty saw Yi Yuan's atti toot, he knew that he did not blame him. On the contrary, because of this matter, Yi Yuan already completely accepted him. This made a large rock in his chest finally land on the ground. It was just that talking pulled at the wounds, hurting until he twitched. The leather whip in Qin Peiyu's hands was a divine artifact. Even when not employing divine essence to lash on people's bodies, the outcome was seeing the flesh with each whip. Furthermore, it was very hard to use divine essence to treat, resulting in, until now, the injuries on little Fatty's body did not improve much either. Yi Yuan threw him an exterior injury medicinal pill and said curiously, "How in the world did you catch that girl? How did you get yourself hurt all over?" Little Fatty ate the medicinal pill. The whip marks and bruises on his body were currently getting better before he briefly recounted the process of him capturing Qin Peiyu. It turned out that this Fatty had long inquired thoroughly about Qin Peiyu's travel route and deliberately dressed as a defenseless beggar, accidentally be yumping into Qin Peiyu. Qin Peiyu was surrounded by experts. Little Fatty naturally could not get close. But when Qin Peiyu saw that Fatty was round like a meatball, her interest was stoked in an instant, using her whip to lash little Fatty until he rolled around on the ground, like playing a spinning top, looking very interesting. It was just that Qin Peiyu was entertained, but Fatty suffered. A divine artifact loss. Plussing on the body was not some fun thing. But it was also precisely because of this that expert relaxed his vigilance. Fatty saw a gap and restrained Qin Peiyu with one shot. That expert held back for fear of hurting Qin Peiyu. Naturally, the expert did not dare to approach either. Little Fatty sealed Qin Peiyu's divine Si before dragging her onto Wu Meng Plaza. Yi Yuan gave him a glance. Feeling guilt in his heart, he said with a sigh, "Why did you do this? This matter was my fault. I shouldn't have made wild guesses. You'll lose your life like this." Little Fatty chuckled and said, "You Yi Yuan are clever. Little Fatty, I'm not dumb either. You're a warm-hearted person, lending a helping hand when we met by chance. There must be a reason that you had some suspicions toward me." Yi Yuan was stunned, not expecting that this guy's heart was clear. Little Fatty suddenly changed his expression again and said very carefully, "Yi Yuan, is it really okay?" That Qin Nantian left ruthless words before leaving. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He's merely giving himself a way out. The things that the Qin family themselves did, he's even clearer than us. This incident, he can only swallow the broken teeth into his stomach." Chapter 1385, 3 Years Arranged Battle. 1385, 3 Years Arranged Battle. Sword Tomb 2nd Level 1 month. I'll have to trouble Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao. Yi Yuan came to the lobby outside the Sword Tomb and handed Zhao Qin his academy token. Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with a complicated look. Sword Tomb 2nd Level, 40 points have to be deducted each time, Zhao Qin said. Amen, I know. I'll have to trouble Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao, Yi Yuan said courteously. Zhao Qin nodded his head and helped Yi Yuan deduct the points. Yi Yuan received the token and directly entered the Sword Tomb. "Ha! Zhao Qin, what's with your expression? Who's that kid?" At this time, an inner court disciple entered the lobby. Seeing the strange expression on Zhao Qin's face, he could not resist asking. Zhao Qin did a shush hand gesture and lowered his voice to say, "Hush, Maji, be softer. You don't even recognize him? Are you really someone from our Wu Meng Academy?" Ma Chi smiled and said, "A middle-stage grotto, profound rookie. I know him for what?" Zhao Qin said with a disdainful look, "I ask you, Who's the most talked about person in the academy these few days? Ma Ji was stunned, his face immediately revealing a shocked look as he lowered his voice and said, "You're saying that he's Yi Yuan?" Zhao Qin said, "Otherwise, who else can he be?" Heard that the verdict on Commander Zhao, that side, already came down, judging Yi Yuan as not guilty. He killed the Qin family's direct lineage descendant without even batting an eyelid. Furthermore, he can even enter the sword tomb, perfectly safe and sound to comprehend the sword now. So what expression do you think I should show? Ma Ji drew a cold breath and said, "It's a pity. I was in close seclusion that day and didn't feast my eyes on it. Qin Peiyu, that little fiend, and, body could control her in the entire Wumeng capital city. She also never dreamed that she'd be, imped into a great fiend's hands this time. That day, Zhao Qin was present too. He originally just went to join in the fun and take a look at how little Fatty would be abused. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan charged out halfway, directly killing Qin Peiyu. At that time, his entire person was dumbfounded. He even thought that he saw things wrongly. Hearing Ma Ji mentioned it, Zhao Qin still had lingering fear currently and said, "You aren't aware, but at that time he just pointed and Qin Peiyu kicked the bucket. He didn't even bat an eyelid, just like killing a chicken. At that time, I even thought that this guy's head was spoiled. But then, I didn't expect that it actually startled Tower Lord Han Tian to personally come forward." Ma Ji smiled and said, "This guy's guts are really fat. But starting from now, senior apprentice Brother Qin Tian probably won't let him off, right?" Zhao Qin chuckled and said, "What the hell do you know? Senior apprentice Brother Qin Tian has long clashed with him already. The last time, he said to Yi Yuan's face that Yi Yuan was already a dead man. In the end, Yi Yuan didn't die, but his biological sister died." Ma Ji's face turned stiff, and he said, "There's still such a thing." Zhao Qin said, "Bluff you for what? They were talking here, I was right beside." Ma Ji said, "What capabilities does this boy have to actually be able to startle Tower Lord Han Tian?" Zhao Qin said meaningfully, "The Wumeng Plaza incident is stirred up too big, resulting in many people in the academy to all not pay attention to another matter. Actually, before that, Yi Yuan still did another earth-shattering major thing." Zhao Qin recounted the events of Yi Yuan pulling the sword that day, making Ma Ji's eye go wide. There's still such a thing?" Ma Ji said with a disbelieving look. Zhao Qin had a smug look and was just about to show off when another person entered the lobby. Yi Yuan went in. Qin Shao asked. Zhao Qin's face became stifled, and he said with a nod, "Yes, just went in." Qin Shao's expression turned sullen. "Pass." Sing the token to Zhao Qin, he said in a solemn voice. "Sword tomb 2nd level, 1 month." When Qin Shao entered the sword tomb, he discovered that Yi Yuan already entered the 2nd level. The 2nd level's number of people around were clearly more than the 1st level's. But Qin Shao still recognized Yi Yuan with one glance, because he was too conspicuous in the land of sword burials. Yi Yuan was using that kind of self-mutilating method to cultivate again. The 2nd level's difficulty was much greater than the 1st level. Qin Shao only used 3 tries of points to clear the 1st level, which was also 3 months. But the 2nd level he already trained for almost a year and was still unable to succeed in getting through. Each level, the deeper one went, the more powerful the sword intent. Want to succeed in clearing it, there had to be a gradual process in a proper sequence. Of course, Yi Yuan was completely an exception. Clearing rounds in the sword tomb had nothing to do with strength. It was just looking at concept. The more profound the comprehension toward sword Dao laws, the more thorough when clearing the levels. Of course, if one's strength was powerful, by relying on powerful strength, one could similarly get through. With Qin Shao's strength, if forcefully clearing the 3rd level was no issue. But he wanted to comprehend sword Dao laws. That was why he intentionally slowed down and increased law comprehensions. This sword tomb, Each level had countless sword Dao law fragments. How much one could comprehend depended on their own comprehension ability. As for Yi Yuan like this, according to strength, it was impossible to get through the first level. Yet he said. Furthermore, it was clearing with a very bizarre method. Now, this guy was self-mutilating again. It was just that Yi Yuan's method, no one could do it at all. Once they loosened up somewhat, they would be shredded into pieces by the all-pervasive sword Dao laws. Qin Shao's face fell, and he entered the sword tomb. A month later, when Yi Yuan dragged his injury-laden body and walked out, he discovered that Qin Shao was already waiting for him. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "If you're here to say fierce words to me, don't waste your breath." Qin Shao said, "Qin Peiyu's crimes deserve death. She isn't worthy of me saying fierce words." Qin Shao's words made Yi Yuan feel rather surprised, and he said, "She was your younger sister. You're also a bit too cold-blooded, right?" Qin Shao said coldly, "In large families, how is there the warm-heartedness you speak of? Since young, she has never regarded me as an elder brother." Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. Qin Shao's words were said lightly, but there were probably quite a few undisclosed stories behind it. "Then what are you specifically waiting for me for?" Yi Yuan said curiously, "I want to carry out a life-and-death battle with you." When he said this, Qin Shao's words carried some agitation. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said with a cold smile, "You said that her crimes deserved death just now." Qin Shao seemed to have long expected Yi Yuan's ATTI, tooed and said, "After that day, the family head came to find me. He proposed it, making me arrange a battle with you, because only this way can kill you." Within the academy, they advocated compet. One Tian, but they forbade students from killing each other in private. But life-and-death battles were the only avenue to settle things. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ha! It looks like you're merely a tool in the eyes of the Qin family's people. Your talent is so good. You're willing to be reduced to a tool?" Qin Shao's face fell slightly, and he said, "I have no choice. Furthermore, I long to have a fight with you." Qin Shao paused for a bit and said again, "Furthermore, I know that you'll definitely agree, because your growth can't avoid me." Yi Yuan gave Qin Shao a glance, rather surprisedly, and said, "You're different from the rest of the Qin family. Fine, I promise you. But I'm not your match right now. Give me 3 years' time. You and I will have a fight." Chapter 1386. Each preparing for battle. 1386. Each preparing for battle. In the Qin family's hall, Qin Nantian father and son were seated on the right-hand side, Qin Shao standing on the left. "How was it? Did he agree?" Qin Nantian asked in a solemn voice. He did not have much courteousness towards this branch nephew who obtained the golden sword token. The high and mighty ATTI. Tude was clear at a glance. Qin Nantian could not be blamed either. The Qin family's geniuses were seriously too many, especially under the cover of Qin Tian's light. Qin Shao's achievements were not so dazzling. "He and I made a 3 years agreement," Qin Shao said. Qin Nantian was first a little surprised, then furrowed his brows and said unhappily, "Why is it 3 years? In 3 years' time, the variables are too great." Qin Shao was unhappy in his heart, but in front of Qin Nantian he still did not dare to be insolent and could only patiently say, "Agreeing to a life-and-death battle must be of both parties' own accord. He is currently only middle-stage Grotto Profound. Immediately undergoing a life-and-death battle can only be delivering himself to death. He won't agree to it." Qin Nantian frowned and said, 3 years? Could it be that his strength is able to advance by leaps and bounds in these 3 years and reach an extent where he can contend with you? Qin Shao's strength, he was very clear. It was rare to have rivals among those in the same generation. Yi Yuan's performance, they had also all learned about it. In combat strength, he was absolutely far inferior to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was 2 minor realms higher than him. Furthermore, his concepts' comprehensions were extremely high. This was virtually an insurmountable gap in deity realm. 3 years' time was merely a snap of a finger to deity realm powerhouses. What could Yi Yuan do? Qin Shao thought about it and said, I guess that he should be comprehending a kind of martial technique. He's confident in successfully comprehending it within 3 years. This should be his reliance. Qin Nantian fell into contemplation. Suddenly he said, Then do you have assurance in killing him after 3 years? Qin Shao said with a firm gaze, Family head, rest assured. These 3 years, Qin Shao will definitely go all out and salt the sword tomb's 4th level. After 3 years, I'll definitely cut him down beneath my sword. Qin Nantian nodded his head and said to Qin Shao, Good. If you need any resources in these 3 years, feel free to ask from the family, but this battle must be won. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said, Yes, family head. All right, go back home and take a look at your parents. Qin Nantian waved his hands and let Qin Shao leave. After Qin Shao left, Qin Nantian said to Qin Tian, In your view, how great are Qin Shao's chances of winning? Qin Tian said, If it were others with younger brother Shao's strength, there's no suspense at all. But if the opponent is Yi Yuan, his chances of winning will probably be discounted. Qin Nantian's face fell, and he said, How so? Qin Tian smiled and said, Father, there is no need to worry. With younger brother Shao's strength, as long as he can pass through the 4th level within 3 years, the chances of victory are at least above 80%. I'm worried about that Yi Yuan, mainly because he's somewhat unpredictable. Qin Nantian frowned and said, You're talking about the incident that happened in the sword tomb's 1st level. Qin Tian said, Yes. My view is the same as younger brother Shao's. Yi Yuan should be comprehending some kind of powerful martial technique. For him to dare leap realms to challenge, it must be this as the reliance. It's just that he probably never thought that younger brother Shao's talent is also exceedingly outstanding. 3 years' time is sufficient to let him improve greatly. Presumably, younger brother Shao's dread towards Yi Yuan is even deeper than mine. So these 3 years' time, it shall be younger brother Shao's 3 years of transformation. Only after hearing Qin Tian's lysis did Qin Nantian's expression ease up slightly. Qin Shao's personality, they were very clear with it. He was very eager to outdo others. Under the stimulation of Yi Yuan's 3 years agreement, Qin Shao might burst forth with potential that would make everyone give a sidelong glance. Even if Qin Shao's talent was inferior to Yi Yuan's, a mere 3 years' time, he absolutely would not be pulled apart too much. After all, Qin Shao was 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. This disparity was absolutely not what 3 years' time could make up for. In Wumeng Academy, Yi Yuan and Qin Shao's 3 years agreement already spread out like the wind. When Xie Jingyi heard this news, he went to find Yi Yuan straight away. Yi Yuan, did you make a mistake? You clearly know that Qin Shao is this season's top dog. You still dare to agree to his life and death battle? Xie Jingyi said in exasperation upon seeing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I dared to agree naturally because I have some assurance. Some? Are you soft in the head? Xie Jingyi said angrily, Hoo, just as Qin Shao said, if I want to rise up, I must get past him this hurdle. Furthermore, I've already not experienced such a battle for very long. His challenge makes me seethe with fighting intent. Yi Yuan said excitedly, ever since coming to the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan had always shown people an image of a weakling. On his side, he always needed other people's protection. These several dozen years' time, Yi Yuan virtually had not fought before in the real sense. Now he comprehended an extremely profound cultivation method and was also currently comprehending an extremely powerful martial technique. Qin Shao's arranged battle ignited Yi Yuan's desire to fight. But you can't treat your own life as a joke too. If you want to fight, why must you find Qin Shao? He is about to S the second level right away in the sword tomb. 3 years later, his strength will reach no idea what realm. Xie Jingyi said in anger and disappointment. Yi Yuan looked at Xie Jingyi and said with a smile, "You fatty still have the mind to worry about me? If I didn't guess wrongly, your family probably already took some action, right?" Xie Jingyi's expression involuntarily choked up and he said in Bara, Sedlihao, "How did you know? The family already cut off all of my resources. These bunch of fellows really outrageous. Still need to guess this? You poked such a large hole, so it's already pretty good that they didn't expel you from the family. However, you have to be careful of that third uncle of yours." Yi Yuan said. Xie Jingyi choked up and said, "Third uncle? He shouldn't have ill intentions, right? On that day, the reason he did so should also just be because he wanted to save me." Yi Yuan said, "It's always right to be more careful. There are 5 million low-grade divine essence stones in here. You take it and use first. Come find me again when it's not enough." Little Fatty chuckled and said, "Then Lord Fatty, I won't be courteous. I know that you're back by the Myriad Treasure Tower and are a rich man. Today, I'll live off you, this magnate." Seeing Little Fatty's greedy appearance, Yi Yuan's expression could not help choking up. This punk was also too discourteous. From then on, there were 2 more lunatics in the sword tomb. One self-abused crazily, one trained in the sword crazily. The second time entering the sword tomb after the 3 years agreement, Qin Xiao made it past the second level and entered the third level. And Yi Yuan's cultivation also entered a crazy mode. Each time he entered the sword tomb, he would be covered all over in cuts and bruises before he was willing to come out. In contrast, Qin Xiao's sword Dao laws were also soaring rapidly. Yi Yuan was still the same as before, making himself a ma. S of bruises and wounds each time before exiting the sword tomb, then recuperating for a few days and entering again. Rinse and repeat like this. The sword art failed to be completed for a long time, but Yi Yuan was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the day where water flowed when a channel was formed, being tortured for so long, an elementary form already gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. One day, during the second year, Yi Yuan sat down in the second level again and slowly pulled out a sword. Chapter 1387, He flew over. 1387, he flew over. Sure enough, it's here again. Seeing Yi Yuan pull the sword on the light screen, Zhao Qin revealed a look that said it was as expected. While those students on the sword tomb's second level were all struck senseless at this time. What's going on? Why did those sword Dao laws all cease activities? Is there a mistake? Could it be that the sword tomb's second level broke? Come on, when I was cultivating to the critical point, it was suddenly gone. Don't play like this. Those violent sword Dao laws in the sword tomb's second level became incomparably docile at this time. The students currently cultivating lost their opponents all of a sudden. This put them at a loss. Zhao Qin's expression turned fearful, hastily Russ. Plussing into the sword tomb's second level like an arrow. The second level students listen up. Hurry up and evacuate. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Zhao Qin shouted at the top of his voice. The last time, Teacher Fan went into and witnessed the might of 10,000 swords launching in unison. This second level's power would only be more terrifying. Once these students set off these swords, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Those second-level students were mostly outer court disciples. Hearing Zhao Qin's yell, they did not dare to dawdle, hurriedly withdrawing out. What's wrong, senior apprentice brother Zhao? What in the world happened? After the group of students withdrew out, they immediately surrounded Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Don't ask so much. Today, this second level is closed. Everyone is forbidden from entering inside. I'll go and invite Teacher Fan right away." Teacher Fan rushed over once more after getting the news. Zhao Qin asked Teacher Fan how to handle this. Teacher Fan was already not as shocked as the first time. He could ascertain that Yi Yuan comprehended something in the sword tomb. Teacher Fan thought about it and said, "Forget it, let him be. Seal off the second level for the time being. Others are not to enter. After Yi Yuan comes out, then let people go in." Yes, Teacher Fan. No one would have expected that this closure was a year plus. Qin Shao broke through. He passed, said the fourth level, my G. Oh, D, this Qin Shao's cultivation speed is also too terrifying. This rate of progress doesn't pale in comparison to the Qin Tian back then in the least. Qin Shao's talent is still quite a bit worse than Qin Tian's, but his 3 years of hard work goes even further beyond than Qin Tian. Right on the eve of the 3 years agreement, Qin Shao, who had always been risking his life and cultivating, finally cleared the sword tomb's 4th level. The 4th level was a dividing chasm because the 5th level's sword Dao laws were all sword Dao second layered heaven, which was also the power of laws corresponding to Heaven Glimpse realm. Qin Shao, making it past the 4th level, indicated that his sword Dao laws already completely Serpa S. Said sword Dao, first layered heaven, with his grand completion grotto profound realm plus the power of laws of grand completion, sword Dao first layered heaven. Saying that he swept across those in the same rank was not in the least an exaggeration. So when Qin Shao walked out of the sword tomb, a stir aroused once more. Qin Shao he is already half-step heaven glimpse. This, what's there to compete still? Yeah, this life and death battle. Yi Yuan will die without a doubt. Qin Shao is well deserving of being this season's top dog. Just 5 years' time, and he already touched the threshold of heaven, glimpse deity realm. The disparity between each major realm of divine Tao was too great. For martial artists to want to cross in one step, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Once grand completion realm martial artists produced a trace of enlightenment, it would make the realm loosen up once more, the divine see expand again, reaching half-step heaven glimpse realm from there. Of course, there were also people who borrowed this trace of enlightenment to ascend to the heavens in one step, directly breaking through a major realm. But these people were rare. In these 3 years, Qin Shao bitterly cultivated sword Dao and finally produced a trace of understanding, striding out this crucial step. The 3 years agreement was arriving in a flash. On this day, Wu Meng Academy's martial arena was booming with popularity. On the corridors of the grandstand, it was packed full of people, virtually tightly packed until not even water could seep through. These 2 people were the most eye-catching 2 people among the new season students. One was a peerless genius personally conferred the golden sword token by City Lord, His Excellency becoming an in-name disciple, while the other was the man of the hour who slew the Qin family's lineal descent daughter and could still be safe and sound. Qin Shao's might, everyone was clear. But up till now, no one had seen Yi Yuan make a move before yet. How his strength was body knew. Who do you guys think will live or die in this fight? Is there still a need to say? Qin Shao's strength is top-notch among peers to begin with. These 3 years, his strength improved greatly again. This battle, Yi Yuan is dead for sure. But Yi Yuan isn't a fool either. Since he agreed, could it be that he has confidence? What confidence can there be? I feel that he's too confident, thinking that he can defy the heavens. I heard that he still hasn't broken through to late-stage grotto profound yet. But Qin Shao is already half-step heaven glimpse. Could it be that there's still any suspense to this fight? Many people were all guessing the outcome of this life and death battle, but the vast majority of the people were pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Quite a number of people all went to the Sword Tomb's 2nd level to take a look before. Yi Yuan's realm still stopped at middle stage Grotto Profound. Even if Yi Yuan's trump card was any more heaven-defying, It was also impossible for a middle-stage grotto profound to defeat the half-step heaven-glimpsed Qin Shao. Let alone that Qin Shao's sword Dao laws were already grand completion, first-layered heaven. At this time, several figures slowly walked out on the grandstand. One look, and everyone knew they were extremely powerful people. It's the Qin family's family head, Qin Nantian. Didn't expect that he actually came in person. Ha! Yi Yuan killed his daughter. He's here to personally watch Yi Yuan be killed. But to Qin Nantian's side was the Qi Feng whom he had exchanged blows before. Several origin deity realm teachers in the academy all appeared on the grandstand. Qi Feng, you're also here to watch how Yi Yuan dies? When Qin Nantian saw Qi Feng, he could not resist poking fun. Qi Feng laughed when he heard that and said, Qin Shao is really confident. How do you know that the one who dies isn't Qin Shao? Qin Nantian laughed loudly and said, within Grotto Profound Realm, is there still someone capable of winning Qin Shao? If I believe this, do you Qi Feng believe it? Qi Feng gave a cold snort and stopped talking. He very much wanted to say he did not believe it, but he really could not say it. Qi Feng was really unable to understand why Yi Yuan would agree to such an unfair life and death battle. Could it be that this brat was really tired of living? He already confirmed that Yi Yuan did not break through to late-stage Grotto Profound. This battle had no suspense at all. Qin Nantian smiled coldly and said, the hour is almost arriving. That punk keeps failing to show up. I'm afraid he fled in the face of danger, right? Elder Tong, you're this match's judge. You'll have to judge him as losing. Your law enforcement hall shouldn't be biased, right? Elder Tong's name was Tong Shou. He was one of the key people at the law enforcement hall. This life and death battle today was managed by him. According to the rules, once the hour had arrived and one party of the life and death battle did not arrive, it was regarded as automatically admitting defeat. Their law enforcement hall must carry out the death penalty on the losing party. Tong Shou looked at the time and said, there are still 7.5 minutes. If Yi Yuan still doesn't come, it will be regarded as automatically admitting defeat. Right at this time, a wave of commotion occurred in the crowd. Look, what's that? My G. Oh, D. Yi Yuan, he actually flew over. My eyes are failing, right? Chapter 1388, Sundering Stars. 1388, Sundering Stars. The crowd was seething. A small black dot in the horizon was rapidly closing in on this side. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? My G. Oh, D. Could it be that he broke through to Divine Lord Realm? How is he actually able to fly in the sky? Are you F** King stupid? A middle-stage grotto profound breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm in 3 years? If it's Divine Lord Realm, the pressure is a little too small as well. You guys look under his feet. S-sword flight. When the small black dot approached, the people finally clearly saw Yi Yuan in full view. Under his feet, he was stepping on a sword. Yi Yuan was maneuvering a sword and flying. Yi Yuan was approaching extremely rapidly, but the closer he got, the more powerful his aura. This guy is breaking through. Sword maneuvering flight. While breaking through this, the people were utterly fluid. Teared. Yi Yuan's way of coming onto the stage was truly a bit too Estonies. Plussing. In the crowd, little Fatty muttered to himself, saying with displeasure, this guy is also too capable at posturing. This way of coming onto the stage is really freaking sensational. He looked at the besotted appearances of those female students nearby and was envious to the extreme. Yi Yuan's entrance to the playing field was simply too cool. As he flew, he frenziedly devoured heaven and earth's spiritual energy, throwing the surrounding heaven and earth's spiritual energy in the entire martial arena into an upheaval. Whose? Plus Yi Yuan turned into a stream of flowing light and finally stopped opposite Qin Shao. While at this time, Yi Yuan's realm firmly stopped at late-stage Grotto Profound. "Apologies, I made you wait a long time." Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao's face fell. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of dread. There were more than tens of millions of people who cultivated the sword under the heavens. But those able to achieve sword maneuvering flight, there might not be one in a million. Those able to do this, not one did not have an exceedingly profound understanding of sword Dao. Clearly, Yi Yuan's sword Dao attainments were already unfathomable. I didn't wait that long either, so let's get started. Dread was dread, but Yi Yuan's appearance stimulated Qin Shao's powerful fighting intent even more. "Hang on!" Qin Nantian shouted. Tong Shou's brows furrowed, and he said, "Family head Nantian, what's wrong?" Qin Nantian said, "Yi Yuan learned sword maneuvering flight. This battle isn't fair." "Ha! Family head Qin, your words. This Qi doesn't understand. Sword maneuvering flight was comprehended by Yi Yuan. It's not cheating either. How is this fight not fair?" Qi Feng opened his mouth and said at an inappropriate timing, "Indeed, to the heaven-span world's martial artists under Divine Lord Realm, although their combat power was strong, not being able to fly, this weakness greatly limited their combat power. Once martial artists were able to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, there was a tremendous advantage to boundaries of fighting and evading the other party's moves. Now, Yi Yuan was able to fly with his sword. He was virtually in an undefeatable position. No matter how fast Qin Shao's casting speed was, it was also not faster than Yi Yuan's sword maneuvering flight. Qin Nantian also did not expect that Yi Yuan gave him such a big surprise at the 11th hour. This made his previous confidence immediately collapse. Qin Nantian gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan's strength is no good. If he makes use of sword maneuvering flight to keep moving about nonstop, what then? That way, wouldn't this life and death battle have to go on without ceasing? Elder Tong, I request to ban Yi Yuan from using sword maneuvering flight." Qi Feng immediately said, "Life and death battles don't limit any methods in the first place, as long as it's one's true strength and, body can talk behind their backs. Yi Yuan spent 3 years' time to comprehend sword maneuvering flight, but you said that the fight isn't fair. Where's the logic? Moreover, Yi Yuan is far inferior to Qin Shao in cultivation realm to begin with. Why don't you have Yi Yuan stick his head out and directly let Qin Shao chop?" The two people each stuck to their own argument, neither giving in to the other. Elder Tong's side also fell into a dilemma for a while. He thought about it and said, "Sword maneuvering flight has indeed never appeared before in life and death battles. Logically speaking, sword maneuvering flight is indeed Yi Yuan's own strength. There's no logic of placing restrictions. But family head Qin's concerns are also not without reason. How about this? I'll report this matter to the head elder and invite him to decide. No need. I'll only unleash one sword. If he can block it, I'll admit defeat and take my own life." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out. Yi Yuan's words immediately evoked a huge response. Qin Nantian's expression turned intent, and he immediately revealed a look of great joy, while Qi Feng's expression similarly turned intent, but his brows knitted tightly together. No way, right? Yi Yuan is also too arrogant, right? Even if he can fly on a sword, his realm is much worse than Qin Shao's after all. Regardless of whether it is realm or law's comprehension, Qin Shao reached the limits of Grotto Profound Realm. For Yi Yuan to want to win him, wouldn't he need to have Heaven Glimpse realm strength? What kind of joke is this? Even if he comprehended sword maneuvering flight, it's also impossible to reach Heaven Glimpse realm strength, right? In everyone's view, Yi Yuan saying so was simply conceited to the extreme. Qin Shao's strength, everyone was all aware. It could be said to be the strongest under Heaven Glimpse already. Yi Yuan's big talk was also boasted too ridiculously, but Yi Yuan really did not have the intention of posturing. He only comprehended one move. He was very confident in his move. If even this move could not deal with Qin Shao, he could only resign himself to fate. Since that's the case, let's start then. After the surprise, Elder Tong opened his mouth and said, "Only unleashes one sword? It looks like you're really very confident in this sword of yours. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous." His voice had yet to fade when Qin Shao's powerful aura erupted with a loud bang. The realm oppression of half-step heaven glimpse blotted out the skies and covered the earth and crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Clank! The long sword came out of the sheath, cold light radiating everything. Its grand chant sword void. Qin Shao, he has actually been cultivating grand chant sword void all along. What a powerful power of laws. Yi Yuan played it big this time. He probably never dreamed that Qin Shao had actually long cultivated one of the 6 supreme academy skills. Grand chant sword void. Ha! Conceited people naturally have heaven to take in. A mere late-stage grotto profound actually dare tell Qin Shao that he was only unleashed. Plussing one sword. I want to take a look at how he blocks this sword. The moment Qin Shao made his move, everyone immediately understood. The grand chant sword void was the same as the Tai True Dipper Fist, one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 supreme academy skills, its power immense. Judging from his attack, this grand chant sword void was clearly already cultivated to the realm of grand completion, first level. For a moment, the entire martial arena crisscrossed with sword energy. Powerful sword Dao, laws crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Fine sword. It wasn't in vain for me to arrange a battle with you. Qin Shao, you didn't disappoint me. Now, I'll let you see the Chaos Heaven opening sword art that I created in the Sword Tomb. Seeing Qin Shao's powerful strength, Yi Yuan's fighting intent was instantly ignited. Yi Yuan comprehended for 5 years in the Sword Tomb. In these 5 years, he had no idea how many gouges sliced on his body, suffered how severe the injuries, and endured how much agony. Now he finally created a sword Dao martial technique that belonged to him. Yi Yuan named it the Chaos Heaven opening sword art. With evil extermination emerging, Yi Yuan pointed at the sky with his sword. A swift and fierce surged towards the sky. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out 2 words, sundering stars. Chapter 1389, Unexpected. Chapter 1389, Unexpected. What a powerful sword art! T2 strong. Yi Yuan's aura is actually no worse than Qin Shao's. But Yi Yuan just broke through to late-stage grotto profound. How can he possibly display such a powerful sword art? The moment sundering stars emerged, everyone's expression changed. Qin Nantian suddenly stood up. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of horror. The Grand Chant Sword Void is already Wu Meng Academy's pinnacle-most martial technique. Where did this move of his come from? Qin Nantian said fiercely. Qi Feng's surprise was not the least bit lesser than Qin Nantian's. In his view, Yi Yuan was just a stonies. Plussing in alchemy talent. No matter how formidable his own strength was, it also would not be very strong. All along, Yi Yuan had always been under the myriad treasure tower's protection. No one had seen before Yi Yuan actually took action. No one would have thought that the moment he made his move, it was earth-shattering. I seem to have heard Yi Yuan say, just now, this move was his own creation. This move, Sundering Stars, is much stronger than the Grand Chant Sword Void, exclaimed a teacher from the academy. Truly terrifying martial Dao talent to actually be able to comprehend such a terrifying martial technique. His talent is likely even greater than Qin Tian's. Another person said, Qin Tian was also stunned by this sword of Yi Yuan's. He finally understood at this moment what Yi Yuan was doing in the sword tomb back then. This guy's comprehension ability was simply too heaven-defying. The moment Sundering Stars was unleashed, Qin Shao felt tremendous pressure too. He gritted his teeth and urged divine essence frenziedly. This sword did not allow him to hold back in the slightest. Grand chant sword void. Kill. An enormous long sword phantom condensed and stabbed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The evil extermination sword chopped down following the momentum. A power that forcefully cleaved Mount Hua One. This chop was daunting to the extreme. The powerful sword Dao laws condensed and did not dissipate, virtually dividing the entire SPAC into two. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. Boom! Too powerful to the extreme power of laws collided together, shaking the protective grand array until it rocked. The students on the grandstand could hardly stay on their feet. No one could have thought that the exchange of two Grotto Profound Realm students would actually produce such terrifying might. Suddenly, Qin Shao's expression changed. A mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spewed out wildly. That long sword phantom did not last long under the swiftness and ferociousness of sundering stars before dividing into two, then thoroughly dissipating. Sundering stars' residual power still remained, cleaving toward Qin Shao. Qin Shao is finished. This move of Yi Yuan's is too powerful. Sundering stars. This move is domineering. The crowd on the grandstand exclaimed in shock, seemingly already seeing the wretched scene of Qin Shao being split into two. But right at this time, Qin Shao's figure suddenly became indistinct. Boom! Sundering stars' remaining power directly chopped on the protective grand array, shocking under everyone on the grandstand swayed once again. It's the G. Oh, D bewildering step. My G. Oh, D. Qin Shao even learned the G. Oh, D bewildering step. Someone cried out in shock. G. Oh, D bewildering step was similarly one of the 6 Supreme Academy skills, an extremely profound movement technique. Everyone did not expect that Qin Shao actually learned 2 Supreme Academy skills. In the instant of imminent danger just now, Qin Shao forcefully deployed the G. Oh, D bewildering step, narrowly avoiding the power of this chop. However, Qin Shao's condition was very bad. His body was currently teetering on his feet, almost unable to stand anymore. Although he avoided vital areas, the power of laws spurred by sundering stars still severely wounded him. Qin Shao already did not have strength to fight again. Crack! 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 On the grandstand, Qin Nanshan's expression suddenly changed, his knuckles cracking. This sword of Yi Yuan's could be said to have broken Wu Meng Academy's 2 Supreme Academy skills. Although it did not kill Qin Shao, there would not be any changes to the conclusion to. Yi Yuan's expenditure was immense, but he still had the strength to fight again, while Qin Shao was no different from waiting for death. This life and death battle, the result was already without the least bit of suspense. Qin Nantian pinned high hopes on Qin Shao to finish off Yi Yuan in this fight, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's skill astounded all, overpowering Qin Shao with sundering stars. 3 years of waiting turned into naught. How could this not enrage him? Humph! Traz! H! Plus, Qin Nantian could not stay anymore. He gave a cold snort and flicked his sleeves and left. He felt that the Qin family's face had been utterly thrown away by Qin Shao. The Qin family was like the noonday sun, but ever since running into Yi Yuan, it seemed like they be imped into walls everywhere. This made him very aggrieved. What a shame! Qin Shao is so talented, but he actually has to fall here. He's really a rare genius. If he really carries on cultivating, his accomplishments might not be worse than Qin Tian's. It's too bad that he ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is really too heaven-defying. He actually self-created a martial technique, overpowering 2 Supreme Academy skills. In Wu Meng Academy's so many years of history, probably no one has ever been able to accomplish it, right? Yi Yuan's sword Dao, first layered heaven laws, don't seem to be at grand completion yet, but he can defeat Qin Shao with sundering stars this move. It can be seen that his understanding of sword Dao is profound. To what kind of extent? Geniuses were respectable, especially Qin Shao, this kind of genius among geniuses. His defeat made the other students feel great pity. However, geniuses were sorrowful too. They must kill each other in order to attain Dao. Alas, Qin Shao ran into Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he could have radiated splendor. Do it. I already don't have strength to fight again. I lose. Qin Shao used the last of his strength to stab the long sword onto the ground, forcefully bracing himself and not falling down. He could lose, but he did not wish to lose in an undignified manner. At least, these 3 years he already did his best. His feeling back then was right. Yi Yuan was indeed his future formidable foe. It was just that Qin Shao never expected that this day arrived so quickly. From the entrance examination until the life and death battle now, a mere 5 years had passed. 5 years were just a snap of a finger, but Yi Yuan already caught up from behind, utterly Serpa. Sing him. The scene of Qin Nantian flicking his sleeves and leaving. Qin Shao took it into his sights. His heart was already akin to dead ash. No matter how hard he worked, he could not obtain any of the Qin family's high regards. Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and said nonchalantly, I won't kill you. You're an opponent worthy of respect. Furthermore, you're different from the other Qin family members. What did he say? I wouldn't have heard wrongly, right? Yi Yuan and the Qin family is long already irreconcilable. How could he let Qin Shao off? Yeah, Qin Shao didn't hold back in the slightest just now and already aimed to kill Yi Yuan. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan actually wants to let him off. Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned. This decision of his exceeded everyone's expectations. The rules of life and death battle were all the way until one party died. But if the victor was willing to spare the other party could naturally survive. Except, normally, both parties who arranged a life and death battle were bound to have deep-seated hatred. Wisconsin H. Plussing to kill the other party and then be gratified. Situations like Yi Yuan and Qin Shao were exceedingly rare. Hahaha, are you pitying me? Qin Shao don't need people to pity. Qin Shao looked up at the sky and howled, suddenly raising his sword and stabbing down towards his own sea of consciousness. One Mount Hua is essentially Mount Tai of wuxia novels. Chapter 1390, Not Yet Complete. Chapter 1390, Not Yet Complete. Clank. Yi Yuan pointed a sword finger out, directly tapping Qin Shao's long sword flying. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this? If I want to die, could it be that you can stop it? Qin Shao roared at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said coolly, can't even suffer this bit of setback? The heaven-span world is so large. Young geniuses stronger than me, and you are more than schools of carps crossing a stream. If everyone is like you, 1,000 lives is also insufficient to die. The martial path is arduous, not reaching the end. Who knows what would happen? Speaking lightly of life and death, that's the action of cowards. I know what you will face in the future. How much vilification you can stand up to is how many commendations you can bear. This you will say until here. Life and death is your own business. Want to live, want to die, you decide yourself. Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Qin Shao's entire body trembled. Clearly, he was currently struggling violently inside. He slowly walked in front of his long sword, gripped the sword handle, but delayed in taking any action. No idea how long had said either. The martial arena was long stark empty already. He finally picked up the long sword and left desolately. A figure blocked his path. You're cowardly. Someone who failed has no reason to live on this earth. Qin Tian's cold voice came over. Qin Shao did not look at him. He just said calmly, to live on requires even more courage. I want to become strong. Weaklings are forever weaklings. The path of a powerhouse is always to never stop advancing, while you have run ash. O-R-E. Qin Tian said. Qin Shao slowly raised his head, met Qin Tian's eyes, and said calmly, "There will come a day where I'll SSU." Qin Tian smiled faintly and said, "This day will never arrive. You conduct yourself well." Seeing Qin Tian off with his eyes, Qin Shao's gaze was a never-before firm. Since young, it was his first time daring to look Qin Tian in the eyes like this. Qin Shao had never been so eager to defeat Qin Tian before. He fought for the Qin family, but what he got was a trash. He wanted to let the Qin family's people see that their choice was wrong. At the Qin family's residence, Qin Nantian was currently in a thundering rage. That trash actually didn't commit suicide. In my view, he colluded with that Yi Yuan. Qin Nantian roared furiously. When W.A. and Jisong heard that, he hurriedly said, "Uncle Qin, there isn't without this possibility. Otherwise, why would they make this 3 years agreement? Likely, they have long planned it out already, and want to embarrass us the Qin family." Qin Shao feels that his talent doesn't lose to brother Qin Tian's, and feels that the family's resource allocation isn't fair. Hence, he harbored hatred in his heart. It's not impossible too. In the eyes of despicable people, other people's mindsets were naturally filthy too. W.A. and Ji-song caught this opportunity and directly dropped a stone down the well. But his words were really convincing, especially the latter half. Qin Nanshan's expression changed, and he was even more livid with rage. He said icily, "Starting from today, immediately cease all resource supply to Qin Shao and banish his parents to Wuxiang City. Living off us while secretly helping others, the Qin family expended so many resources to nurture him in vain." Qin Tian's gaze flickered by the side but did not say anything. W.A. and Ji-song continued talking. "Uncle Qin, this Yi Yuan is really a troublesome character. If we allow him to grow unchecked, there will probably be no one capable of restraining him in the future." Qin Nantian nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. Regardless of whether or not Qin Shao lived off them while secretly helping others, that sundering stars move of Yi Yuan's really astounded everyone. Among them included him, Qin Nantian. Before today, Wu Meng capital city's number genius was his son, Qin Tian. But after today, this Tli of number 1 genius will likely have to change owners. Qin Nantian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "This Yi Yuan must die." W.A. and Ji-song thought about it and said, "Want to kill Yi Yuan, the 100 cities smelting trial is the best chance. Otherwise, we can only wait for him to ascend to the inner court and take action when he goes out to carry out missions. It's just that at that time, Yi Yuan's strength would have risen to no idea what kind of extent again." Watching finish this battle, Qin Nantian only felt annoyed, but W.A. and Ji-song was scared silly. W.A. and Ji-song and the Qin family walked close together. Qin Shao's strength, he was very clear. Yi Yuan only used 5 years' time and Serpa said Qin Shao in all aspects. Once he broke through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Dealing with him, W.A. and Ji-song was simply capturing with ease. Qin Nanshan's eyes lit up, and he said, "I forgot about it if you didn't mention it. There's still a few years, and it's time for the 100 cities smelting trial again. Want to kill this punk, this is the best timing. However, Yi Yuan's matters will need to be eased up. You all tell the Qin family disciples in the academy not to go find trouble with Yi Yuan these few years. These 2 years, the Qin family and Yi Yuan has become the talk of the town. Want to take any action will definitely be targeted. I'll arrange this matter. You all go." These few years, Yi Yuan could be said to have shot to fame. Defeating Qin Shao this time, Yi Yuan's fame was unparalleled for some time, becoming the man of the hour at the height of his power in Wu Meng Academy. The top dog being pulled down, this sort of thing, It was not that it did not happen before in the past, but as fast as this season, it was still the first time in history. I really didn't expect that not only is this Yi Yuan's background solid, his own strength is actually so powerful too. That Sundering Stars move is simply incredible. At that time, separated by the Grand Array, I could even feel that might of that move. One sword forcefully defeated 2 supreme Academy skills. I say, will this move of his be recruited by the Academy as the 7th supreme Academy skill? Very likely, once it becomes the 7th supreme Academy skill, Yi Yuan will likely be the youngest Hall of Fame member in Wumeng capital city's history. At this time, in front of Yi Yuan was a very sagacious elderly man. This old man was not an ordinary person. He was Wumeng City Lord's right-hand man, Wumeng Academy's actual helmsman Wen Yiyang. Wumeng City Lord was just the Academy's nominal head. Normally, he did not run things. Well, this Wen Yiyang was the figure responsible for the Academy's operations. Yi Yuan, actually, when you were in the entrance examination, I already noticed you. You have great potential. Wen Yiyang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for the Academy head's praise." Wen Yiyang was slightly stunned. He was somewhat surprised by Yi Yuan's indifference to favor and disgrace. If ordinary students obtained such praise from him, they would definitely be excited until they did not know what to say. But Yi Yuan did not appear the least bit excited. When Yiyang discovered that for Yi Yuan to be able to create Sundering Stars, this kind of martial technique, it was indeed not a fluke. Hoo-hoo, that Sundering Stars move was what you comprehended from the Sword Tomb. When Yiyang did not beat around the bush either, asking straight away. That's right. Disciple bitterly comprehended at the Sword Tomb's 1st level and 2nd level for 5 years, finally created this martial technique, naming it Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Art. This Sundering Stars is the first move. However, it's not yet complete. When Yiyang's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "Not yet complete?" 1 sword defeating 2 Supreme Academy skills, and it was actually still an incomplete version. When this move was completed, how great would the power be? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "The Sword Tomb is indeed a superb place to comprehend the sword, extensive and profound." This Yi Yuan bitterly comprehended for 5 years and only reached the 2nd level too. There's still a considerable distance to grand completion, Sword Dao, 1st Layered Heaven. Chapter 1390, Won the Sage Stone. Chapter 1391, the Sage Stone, this move, Sundering Stars, was just Yi Yuan's comprehensions in the Sword Tomb's first 2 levels. At that time, he was comprehending in the 2nd level, finally triggering the Chaos Heaven Span Cannon's reaction, forming the elementary form of a Sword Dao martial technique. Yi Yuan used a year's time to continuously perfect. Only then was there Sundering Stars. However, the first 2 levels' Sword Dao laws were far from the extent of reaching grand completion, Sword Dao, 1st Layered Heaven. For Sundering Stars to have such power, on the one hand, it was because of the strength of the martial technique itself, while on the other hand, it was because of the powerful cultivation method that Yi Yuan trained in. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan, the reason I'm finding you today. You've probably also guessed a bit. Since your martial technique originated from the Sword Tomb, then it should remain in the Wumeng Academy, so as to benefit those who come after. Of course, the Academy will also give considerable compensation. I wonder if you're willing? When Yang slowly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "That is, of course. I've already imprinted Sundering Stars' key secrets and my Sword Dao comprehensions these few years onto these 2 pieces of heavenly star jades." While talking, Yi Yuan retrieved 2 pieces of heavenly star jades and said them to Wen Yiyang. Clearly, Wen Yiyang did not expect that Yi Yuan was so straightforward, and was absent-minded for a while before receiving the heavenly star jades. Past students, making them have over the cultivation method that they comprehended themselves, Most of them cherished their own belongings and were not willing to surrender them. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually even prepared the heavenly star jades. When Yang had observed Yi Yuan for a long time already, but only meeting Yi Yuan today did he know that this youth in front of him was different from the rest. Meticulous thoughts, straight to the point when doing things, without the least bit of hesitation and sloppiness. Even harder to come by was that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was abnormally high. Talent Serpa. Sing others. He was far from those geniuses in the academy could compare to. When Yang sunk his divine sense into the heavenly star jade and briefly skimmed it over, the expression on his face gradually became solemn. Rank 1 martial techniques were all too simple to win Yang. With his realm, even if it was an unfamiliar martial technique, it did not expend much effort for him to use it either. But this sundering stars actually gave him a feeling of obscureness and difficult to understand. For a moment, he was actually unable to pry into its depths. This shock was naturally by no means insignificant. Amen, not bad. Very good. Indeed, a strange and marvelous idea. Yi Yuan, you actually have such comprehension ability at a young age. It's truly hard to come by. When Yang put on an act and praised it, he was a half-step divine, Lord Mighty Expert, after all. How could he be willing to lose face in front of a student and say that he actually did not quite understand? Later, he planned on properly studying this martial technique. A martial technique that even he did not understand had indeed aroused his desire to win. Yi Yuan said respectfully, "Many thanks for Academy Head's praise. Disciple was lucky too." Yi Yuan naturally knew that he was pretending to be like this. Although Sundering Stars was just a Sword Dao first-layered heaven martial technique, it mixed in the Dao ACCU, mutations of the Chaos Heavenspan canon, as well as the crystallization of Wu Meng Academy's countless predecessors' hard work. How could it be that easy to understand? If it was that simple, on what basis could he defeat the half-step Heaven Glimpse Qin Shao with just entered late-stage grotto profound strength? Furthermore, although divine inscriptions could depict heavenly Tao, when portraying it, there were bound to be some losses. The inheritance could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words one could easily understand. Only by truly comprehending the deep meaning in it could one unleash its full power. Hence, Yi Yuan was actually not worried about this skill spreading. He was almost certain that in Wu Meng Academy at present, there was absolutely no one who could truly comprehend this martial technique. Yi Yuan, how about this? Because Sundering Stars isn't complete, after I report to City Lord, His Excellency, later, will temporarily set it as a quasi-supreme academy skill. As for the reward, it will be given to you as the standard of supreme academy skill. 100,000 points. What do you think? Although when Yang spoke in a discussing tone, it actually left no room for doubt already. Furthermore, 100,000 points were really quite a bit in Wu Meng Academy already. With these 100,000 points, he basically locked in as first place on the outer court's points stone already. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Academy Head very much. However, can I trouble Academy Head to help me exchange for some spirit medicines?" When Yang was stupefied and said, "Spirit medicines? Can't you just directly go and exchange for them?" Yi Yuan said, "The quant. 1. tie that I require is relatively large. Furthermore, some spirit medicines are not common. If I go and exchange myself," the moment when Yang heard, he understood and said with a nod, "All right then, later, you get a list for me." Yi Yuan took out another piece of jade slip and said, "I've already prepared it." When Yang froze again and could not refrain from laughing in spite of himself and said, "You punk really advanced gradually and entrench yourself at every step. Looks like you came prepared." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Preparedness averts peril. Academy Head deals with a host of problems daily. How bad would it be to come and trouble you again later?" When Yang nodded and said, "All right, give it to me." 3 days later, All of the students staying in the academy will gather and observe you engraving your name on the sage stone. When Yi Yuan bade farewell and left, when Yang actually had a feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, he, a half-step divine Lord Mighty Expert, actually fell behind Yi Yuan half a beat in all aspects. It was so depressing. This kid really isn't simple. When Yang praised, on the plaza, several thousand people were standing in neat rows. Everyone used an incredibly envious gaze to look at that young profile on the platform. Of course, there were also some very unfriendly gazes, such as W.A. and Ji-song and Qin Tian. Hall of Fame was a supreme honor in Wu Meng Academy. To be able to leave one's name on the sage stone, each one made immense contributions to Wu Meng Academy, leaving behind a brilliant stroke in Wu Meng Academy's history. Invite the sage stone. The moment when Yang's words faded, there was a tremor in the void. A chunk of enormous stone slowly ripped apart S.P.A.C. and appeared in front of everyone. The moment the sage stone appeared, Yi Yuan's expression became stern too. The aura emitting off it made people have an impulse to prostrate in wars. Hi+P. That was a sacred aura. Yi Yuan slightly mustered up the power of the lesser heavenspan mountain before neutralizing this aura. Lifting his head and looking, golden light rippled on the enormous rock, each and every name dazzling the eye. Bow to the sage stone. When Yang took the lead and bowed down toward the sage stone, the several thousand students on the plaza also stooped their bodies and bowed. One could tell that they were all respectful from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Yuan also bowed low. These past sages were worthy of his bow. He knew that the swords in the sword tomb were left behind by these past sages. Finished bowing, when Yang said to the sage stone in a clear voice, "Today there is disciple Yi Yuan, self-created a sword art, sundering stars in the sword tomb, overpowering the 6 supreme academy skills, gifting it to the academy with no greater merit. The Inkyu," bent academy head when Yang cordially invites the sage stone to permit Yi Yuan to engrave words and leave behind his name, entering the Hall of Fame. The moment when Yang's voice faded, the sage stone suddenly shone with a bright light. A ray of golden light shot out, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan's expression became austere, feeling as if his secrets were all being snooped out. But right at this time, a surge of terrifying aura emitted from Yi Yuan's body, suddenly flowing up in reverse, enveloping over toward the sage stone. Rumble. The sage stone seemed to have suffered a tremendous stimulation and started trembling violently in the air. Chapter 1392, 3 Bows. Chapter 1392, 3 Bows. What's wrong with the sage stone? When Yang gave a shocked cry, looking at the sage stone in disbelief. Crack, crack, crack. On the sage stone, cracked fine lines actually appeared. When everyone saw this scene, they all unconsciously became nervous, not understanding what happened. "Senior, what's going on here? Could it be the lesser heaven-span mountain's effect?" Yi Yuan asked dustless. This sage stone is merely a divine lord's profound treasure. To actually dare pry into the lesser heaven-span mountain, isn't this an elderly person eating arsenic seeking death? Dustless said disdainfully. Yi Yuan felt his head swell. If this was broken, the Wu Meng Academy would definitely suspect him. "Senior, can you make the lesser heaven-span mountain pull back or not?" "At this rate, I'll be screwed," Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Dustless smiled and said, "You refine the lesser heaven-span mountain. Why did you come and ask me instead?" Yi Yuan was stunned, hurriedly revolving the chaos heaven-span cannon in secret, attempting to communicate with the lesser heaven-span mountain. Sure enough, that oppression released by the lesser heaven-span mountain gradually restrained itself. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he heaved a sigh in relief too. After the intense tremor, the sage stone finally stabilized. Those cracked fine lines were already slowly repairing itself. Seeing this scene, only then did Wen Yang's expression get a little better. Academy head, what's going on here? Yi Yuan pretended to be frightened and said. Wen Yang was also uncertain and shook his head and said, I don't know either. This kind of situation has never appeared before in the past. Did you have any special feelings just now? Yi Yuan shook his head and said no. Wen Yang frowned and said, then that's strange. I feel the sage stone seems to be afraid of something. But now, it should have recovered to normal. Let's continue the ceremony then. Carve the characters. Yi Yuan nodded his head, leaped up, and soared to the sky. Clank! The evil extermination suddenly moved out, engraving Yi Yuan. 2 big words on the sage stone. Yi Yuan landed. Those 2 large characters immediately became dazzlingly golden, glaring and eye-catching. When everyone saw Yi Yuan's valiantness and heroic bearing, they were all incredibly envious. When Qin Tian looked at this scene for the first time in his life, he felt jealousy, this emotion. All along, he had always been the object of jealousy. In his eyes, there was only the divine Lord Realm. He had no rivals among peers at all. But today, that youth whom he sentenced as a dead man entered the Hall of Fame ahead of him, becoming the youngest Hall of Fame member in Wu Meng Academy's history. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view, a cold light glinting in his eyes. Qin Tian already made up his mind, the 100 cities smelting trial this time. He had to let Yi Yuan die inside. Congratulations to Yi Yuan for immortalizing his name. Respectfully see the sage off into the Hall of Fame. Under Wen Yang's voice, the sage stone concealed into the void once more, disappearing. Starting from today, you all shall receive Yi Yuan's kindness. Bow and pay homage to the sage. Wen Yang said to all of the students, Qin Tian W, A, and Jisong, as well as the Qin family's disciples, all revealed very ugly expressions on their faces. Especially Qin Tian, he actually had to bow down and pay respects to Yi Yuan. This was simply even more awful than killing him. One bow. Several thousand students on the plaza bowed down towards Yi Yuan. W, A, and Jisong's expression changed a few times, finally still bending his waist down unwillingly. On the entire plaza, only Qin Tian alone stood still. Wen Yang's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, Qin Tian, why aren't you moving? Qin Tian's face was livid, the resentment in his head rising to the extreme. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Tian rather interestedly, very much wanting to see what he will do. Yi Yuan also never expected at the beginning that handing over sundering stars actually still had this kind of secondary effect. This Qin Tian did not place him in his sights at all back then, but now he had to bow toward him. He was probably extremely unwilling, right? Qin Tian's expression changed several times, and he said out loud, Lord Academy Head, Qin Tian will never cultivate this sword for life. There's no need to bow to him. Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He did not expect that this guy was still quite resolute. It was then that when Yang gave a cold snort and said, You don't cultivate this sword. But could it be that you're not a student of Wu Meng Academy? You dare to guarantee that your clansmen won't cultivate this sword either? Predecessors plant trees for descendants to enjoy the shade under the tree. The martial techniques and cultivation methods left behind by past sages benefit generation after generation. What right do you have to not bow? Qin Tian's knuckles were clenched until they cracked. Finally, he still lowered his proud head and bowed down toward Yi Yuan. He knew that the outcome of continuing to contradict Wen Yang was being kicked out of Wu Meng Academy. Even the Qin family could not possibly compare foundations with the Wu Meng Academy. Being chased out, he would have nothing worthy of praise. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. This guy still submitted in the end. At this time, Qin Tian just happened to finish bowing. Raising his head and seeing this hint of a smile, that sense of humiliation instantly filled his chest. Second bow. When Yang shouted again, everyone bowed again. Qin Tian felt like he was about to explode, but he had no choice but to bow toward Yi Yuan once more. Third bow. Qin Tian's entire body trembled as he bowed down once more. Ceremony complete. The moment when Yang's voice fell, Qin Tian immediately flicked his sleeves and left. Today was a day of extreme humiliation for him. He and Yi Yuan could not live under the same sky, but he had no choice but to bow towards this enemy. This was truly a tragedy. After everyone dissipated, little fatty Xie Jingyi found Yi Yuan and said with a wild laugh, "Did you see Qin Tian's expression? Ha ha ha. Just now it really killed Lord Fatty me. But I didn't dare to laugh and nearly stifled out internal injuries." Ha ha ha! Little Fatty's laughter was, as if no one was around, drew a series of sidelong glances. The Qin family's disciples all used indignant gazes to look over. Sensing these unfriendly gazes, little Fatty chortled and said, "What? Wanna hit me? Come on, come hit me. Ha ha ha. I just like to see the appearance of you all is set off looking at me and can't kill me off." Yi Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head. Ever since the incident last time, this punk seemed to have become a different person. Although he was still that Joker personality, he was no longer as weak as before, but became incomparably arrogant. Sundering stars becoming a supreme academy skill naturally drew the attention of many students. Its power, everyone had borne witness to it before. Everyone all coveted it immensely. But they only discovered to their dismay after spending points to exchange for it that this martial technique was seriously too profound. Even if Yi Yuan's personal journal was very detailed, their understanding was also very difficult. The more when Yi Yang studied Sundering Stars, the more shocked he got. He discovered to his surprise that with his realm, he actually had many hard-to-understand areas about this martial technique too. But without a doubt, this was a powerful to the extreme martial technique. Yi Yuan did not hold back. On the contrary, he made a lot of notes. It was just that this martial technique had some areas that corresponded with the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Without cultivating this cultivation method before, wanting to thoroughly grasp Sundering Stars was simply as hard as ascending to heaven. When Yi Yang studied with great concentration for a month's time and was actually only able to unleash 50% of Sundering Stars' power to, he wanted to advance another step, but he could not do it no matter what. Chapter 1390, 300 Cities, Smelting Trial. Chapter 1390, 300 Cities, Smelting Trial. Yi Yuan, not good. Things are bad. Teacher Qi? Little Fatty rushed into Yi Yuan's residence, very impatiently. He discovered that Yi Yuan was sitting opposite Qi Fang. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't it just releasing a list? Is there a need to kick up such a fuss?" Little Fatty was stunned and said, "You knew." Yi Yuan said, "Teacher Qi already told me." "Why? You were chosen too." The moment Little Fatty heard, he said gleefully, "That is, of course." This Lord Fatty already made it to the 6th level in Rockwind Cave. That's an absolute elite disciple. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to get a shock. The Rockwind Cave was the same as the Sword Tomb. Both are places to clear challenges. It was just that the Sword Tomb was a place for cultivating Sword Tao, while the Rockwind Cave was a place to cultivate laws of wind. This little Fatty never said it in front of him before all this while. Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually already cleared to the Rockwind Cave's 6th level. One had to know that even Qin Shao was also merely Sword Tomb 6th level strength right now. Little Fatty's talent in the aspect of wind laws was truly seldom seen. 6 years had already said since Yi Yuan entered the Hall of Fame. These 6 years' time, Yi Yuan said it very peacefully. Virtually no one came to find trouble with him. Since then, the Qin family was low profile in front of Yi Yuan to the extreme. No one came to provoke him before. This way, Yi Yuan's 6 years were also devoted to cultivation. He got a large batch of Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines from the Myriad Treasure Tower and Wu Meng Academy in batches to study medicinal properties. Yi Yuan researched for 30 years in the world-suppressing steel and finally thoroughly grasped the medicinal properties of Tier 1 high-grade medicinal pills and created a new batch of medicinal pills. The Myriad Treasure Tower that obtained the pill formulas naturally made a huge fortune again. For this, the Myriad Treasure Tower gave Yi Yuan 50 million low-grade divine essence stones again as a reward. The remainder of the 3 years' time, Yi Yuan continued to endure in the sword tomb to be abused, continuously perfecting sundering stars. A few days ago, Yi Yuan already said through the sword tomb's 3rd level and entered the 4th level. Right at this time, Qi Feng came over, telling him that the 100 Cities smelting trial was about to start, and he was selected as one of the students partic. 1. P. Aiding in the 100 Cities smelting trial. This was originally a very normal thing. The 100 Cities smelting trial in itself was choosing the most outstanding students to go and take part in. Yi Yuan's performance was so eye-catching, there was no reason not to choose him. This had no areas for people to criticize, but among the 2 teachers leading the team this time, one of them was a Qin family's member. These few years, the Qin family has been very quiet. I didn't expect that their goal was actually the 100 Cities smelting trial this time. I went to find the academy head. Even he can't do anything about it either. Yi Yuan, you have to be careful on this trip. Qi Feng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said, I didn't expect that the Qin family's power is so great to actually be able to influence the decision-making of the academy. Qi Feng nodded and said, the Myriad Treasure Tower is an outside force after all. Its influence in the academy is too weak, but the Qin family is different. They have operated in Wumeng capital city for D knows how many generations already. Regardless of whether it is in the academy or in the city lord manor, their power is deeply rooted, their influence tremendous. Although they don't dare to contend with the academy on the surface, pulling some underhanded tricks in secret is really impossible to guard against. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Looks like the Qin family still doesn't know how the word pain is written. Then I'll have to teach them well. Qi Feng gave a sigh and said, Yi Yuan, this time it's Qin Tian personally taking action. The 100 Cities smelting trial this time. You don't think about scoring any achievements anymore. After entering the mystic realm, best to find a place to hide and come out again when the trial ends. I've also arranged for an inner court disciple this time. At that time, he'll take care of you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks, Teacher Qi. The 100 Cities smelting trial was a joint trial carried out by 100 capital cities in order to train the disciples under them. Those taking part in this trial were all the pinnacle-most disciples of the various major capital cities. Hence, Yi Yuan being selected was also something within reason. It was just that Yi Yuan got to know from Qi Feng that the Qin family's descendants during this trip were as many as 3 people. The Qin family did not only have Qin Tian one single genius. It was just that his light was too dazzling, making others seem rather mediocre. Apart from Qin Tian, the Qin family disciples partic. 1. P. Aiding in the 100 Cities smelting trial this time also had Qin Pei and Qin Zheng, 2 Heaven Camp geniuses. These 2 were also grand completion, Heaven Glimpse, realm powerhouses, while outer court disciples still had Qin Shao as well as 2 other Qin family disciples. The trial this time only selected a total of 30 disciples to take part. The Qin family occupied 6 spots. The might of the Qin family could be seen at a glance. In front of them was an octagonal altar. Wu Meng Academy students already all finished assembling, transporting from this altar into the mystic realm. When Wen Yang saw that everyone was here, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Those present are all my Wu Meng capital city's young generation's distinguished talents. The 100 Cities Smelting trial concerns my Wu Meng capital city's prestige. After you all enter the mystic realm, you have to make a united effort and strive for the best. But most importantly, it's still returning safely. The Academy Advocates Compet. One Tian. Among you all, there are more or less some grudges. I don't wish to hear some news of internecine fighting when everyone returns. Otherwise, the Academy will punish the people involved with due severity. Finished talking when Yang's gaze swept over everyone's faces. The students all felt fearful in their hearts. When Yang's words were actually said for the Qin family's people to hear, Yi Yuan's talent was clearly a notch above Qin Tian's. He did not wish for Yi Yuan to have any mishap. It was just that this time the Qin family exerted pressure through the Elders A.S. Association, making the Qin family's Qin Yuanlong lead the team, adding many variables. When Yang had no choice and could only give a warning or two verbally, the rest will have to depend on Yi Yuan himself. Academy head rest A.S. assured. Yuanlong definitely won't fail the mission this time. Qin Yuanlong immediately expressed his attitude. When Yang nodded his head but did not say much, he just said coolly, "All right, set off." The group stood on the altar, but when Yi Yuan turned back, little Fatty's figure was already gone, and he involuntarily started searching in the crowd. Yi Yuan discovered that he already ran to a very delicate and pretty-looking girl's side since goodness knows when. The normally casual little Fatty actually became bashful at this time, rather like a lady. "Ex-shower," Xie Jingyi said shyly. Yi Yuan came to a realization. It turned out that this senior apprentice sister was the shower in Xie Jingyi's mouth, Lin Xiao. This kid really hid deep enough to actually not even mention it to him until now. Yi Yuan thought all along that Lin Xiao should still be in Brilliant Peace City. Did not expect that she was actually an inner court, heaven camp disciple. Seeing Xie Jingyi said H-E-L. Lo, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed, and she said, "Call me your senior apprentice sister." Xie Jingyi's expression changed, and he said stammeringly, "As senior apprentice sister." Lin Xiao's brows spread out slightly. Her tone also eased up a little, and she said, "I didn't expect that you actually really said the entrance examination. Furthermore, you even obtained the qualifications to partic. 1. P. 8 in the 100 cities, smelting trial." Xie Jingyi had a look of joy and said, "That is, of course. I am a grown man. If I can't even do this, how can I be fit to be Shower's man?" Chapter 1394 Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Chapter 1394 Killing with a Borrowed Knife Bang. Little Fatty's round body flew straight out. "Ouch, my butt." Little Fatty wailed miserably. Toward this poser little Fatty, everyone all snickered endlessly. Ha! This reckless and blind thing. To actually dare be frivolous toward senior apprentice sister Lin Xiao. His brain is spoiled, right? Senior apprentice sister Lin Xiao is the inner court disciple's top talent. This little Fatty actually had improper thoughts toward her. It's really a toad ting after swan meat. Yeah, senior apprentice sister Lin Xiao is a flower in our inner court, turning her nose up at how many young, outstanding talents. How could she take fancy on this ball-like little Fatty? When Jia Chong saw this scene, he sneered coldly in his heart to no end. On his deathbed, and he's still in the mood to pick up chicks here. This fool wouldn't really think that, for him, to be able to partic. 1. P. 8 in the 100 cities smelting trial. It's because his talent Serpa. SES others, right? Jia Chong, as this season's number 2, was naturally selected for the 100 cities smelting trial 2. Little Fatty rolled and crawled to his feet, running to Lin Xiao's side again with a waddle, thickened his skin, and said, "A gentleman reasons things out and doesn't resort to violence. Xiao, senior apprentice sister, what are you doing here? Dare to talk nonsense again. See if I tear your mouth." Lin Xiao said coldly, Not saying any more." Little Fatty mumbled, Right at this time, light shone brightly on the altar, spiritual energy surging wildly. Read more chapter on read novelful following that. Everyone disappeared. Pa-S. Sing through a spatial pa-S. Sageway. There was a blur before the group of people's eyes, arriving at a foreign S. PAC. What entered the eyes were actually 100 altars. You, isn't this Wu Meng's teacher Thundercry? You guys coming this time. Which place from the last are you preparing to get? The moment they landed, there was an origin deity powerhouse by the side who made sarcastic remarks. This trip, apart from Qin Yuanlong, there was another teacher leading the team. It was precisely the Thundercry who gave Yi Yuan and the rest the entrance examination back then. Hearing these words, Thundercry's brows furrowed, but unexpectedly did not refute. He just snorted coldly and ignored the other party. All of Wu Meng's students, especially the inner court disciples, were all filled with righteous indignation. Wisconsin H.I. plussing to rush over and directly clash together with the other party. Senior apprentice sister? Who are they? Socky. Little Fatty moved close to Lin Xiu's side and asked curiously. Lin Xiu's expression was very ugly as well as she said coldly, "They are Zhuoxian capital cities people. Their overall strength is sufficient to rank in the top 10 among these 100 capital cities. Most importantly, the Zhuoxian capital city and our Wu Meng capital city are sworn enemies. Every time, they would deliberately target us and taking resources from our disciples. It's precisely because of them that our ranking is very low each time, virtually counting from the back." The moment little Fatty heard, he said furiously, "So arrogant? This time, Lord Fatty, I must and all of the resources on them." Lin Xiu rolled her eyes at him and said huffily, "Just your bit of strength. It's not even enough to fill the crevices between their teeth, still and their resources." Little Fatty chuckled and said, "Senior apprentice sister, I know that you're strong, but Fatty, I already can't be compared to the past now. This time, I must let you see that your foresight is correct." This guy spoke rubbish. Lin Xiu glared fiercely, but in front of other capital cities' disciples, she could not flare up and could only endure it. When Zhuoxian capital city's origin deity powerhouse saw Thundercry say nothing, he was even more pleased with himself. He suddenly swept his gaze, landing on Yi Yuan, and said with a smile, "'Tis KK Wu Meng capital city's young disciples are really getting more abysmal with each generation. A late-stage grotto profound can actually take part in the 100 cities smelting trial too. Do you all really can't find people?" "Ha ha ha!" Thundercry's gaze looked at him like looking at a fool. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was indeed too confusing, but his strength could absolutely rank in the top 3 among this batch of outer court disciples. If Zhuoxian capital city turned the spearhead at Yi Yuan, they were bound to suffer a huge loss. But Thundercry naturally would not explain anything. Let this idiot invite ridicule upon himself. "Zhang Sheng, don't look down on people. Yi Yuan is the strongest one among our batch of outer court disciples. Even this season's top dog was defeated under his hands. Let your outer court disciples be more careful. Otherwise, if they lose their lives, don't blame me for not warning you." Just as Thundercry was secretly pleased with himself, Qin Yuanlong suddenly came forward and condemned Zhang Sheng with righteous indignation. The expressions of Wu Meng capital city students all changed. Qin Yuanlong's intention of killing with a borrowed knife was seriously too obvious. It looked like Qin Yuanlong was defending Wu Meng capital city's reputation. But in reality, he was warning Zhang Sheng to target Yi Yuan. "Qin Yuanlong, what's the meaning of this?" Thundercry said furiously. "Thundercry, Zhuoxian capital city is bullying people too far. Could it be that you can keep enduring?" Qin Yuanlong said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, but by the side, Zhang Sheng looked at Yi Yuan half dubiously and did not discover any unusual areas. A late-stage grotto profound could defeat the top dog? Was it this kid who was too strong, or Wu-Meng capital city's this season's top dog who was too weak? Right at this time, a virtual image descended from the sky, appearing in the center of the plaza. Those Origin Deity Realm powerhouses all bowed down and said, "We pay respects to Lord Xianling." Seeing this Xianling, Yi Yuan's heart stirred. The feeling that this virtual image gave him was the same as Wu-Meng City Lord back then. They were actually both divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Xianling nodded slightly and slowly said, "In a blink, it's been another 200 years. Each of you seems to have quite a few additional new faces again. I won't say much about the trial's rules. I presume everyone is already very clear. This old man only looks at the results, not the process. Regardless of what means you all use, whoever obtains the most number of natural treasures in the end will be the winner. The capital city that obtains first place this time shall obtain 1 4-star divine pill. The inner court's number 1 shall obtain a heavenly divine artifact, spirit gathering plate. The outer court's first place shall obtain 10 weeping spirit fruits. Everyone work hard." The moment Xianling's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. The rewards this time is actually the spirit gathering plate. With this, cultivation speed can be 10 times faster. Weeping spirit fruit. It's actually the weeping spirit fruit. 10 weeping spirit fruits is enough for me to break through to Heaven Glimpse Realm. I didn't expect that the rewards this time are actually so generous. It looks like I have to work hard. Hearing these rewards, the several thousand people were all incomparably excited. Clearly, the things rewarded were all extremely rare items. Yi Yuan was also secretly startled when he heard it. That 4-star divine pill was clearly awarded to the capital city's city lord. It was just that the one able to obtain it was just one city lord. No wonder each capital city paid so much attention to this 100 cities smelting trial. Xianling waved a hand. Several thousand green lights appeared in front of everyone. Yi Yuan's focused his eyes and looked over. It was a jade pendant. "You all keep the jade pendant well. Right away. I'll be sending you all to your respective areas immediately. Once you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant. You all will be immediately transported back to the altar. Of course, the storage rings on you guys will also be left on the site." While talking, Xianling kneaded seals with both hands. Yi Yuan only felt his eyes blur, his body vanish. Plussing from where he was once again. Chapter 1395 Raising. Chapter 1395 Raising Pa S. Sing through a dense forest, over a dozen stalks of spirit medicines entered Yi Yuan's eyes. Didn't expect that my luck was so good. The moment I came out, I ran into a dozen overstalks of heavenly fragrance, lotus lush GRA. SS. Yi Yuan had just been transported over no long and smelled the scent of spirit medicines and searched all the way over. He did not expect that the harvests were considerable. Yi Yuan was just about to gather these heavenly fragrance, lotus lush GRA. S when there was another series of activities in the dense forest. Didn't expect to run into over a dozen stalks of heavenly fragrance, lotus lush GRA. SS all at once. Luck is really not bad. A young man walked out from the other side of the dense forest. The words he said were exactly the same as what Yi Yuan said. However, he directly ignored Yi Yuan. This late-stage grotto profound rookie, he did not take him seriously at all. "Kid, these spirit medicines, I'm collecting them. My Grandpa Chow's mood today is pretty good, so I won't kill you. Get lost." The young man waved his hand and said very magnanimously. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled and said with a laugh, "These spirit medicines were discovered by me first. It's not very appropriate for you to do so, right?" Jill laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Boy, you probably don't know your Grandpa Chow, right? In a while, go and inquire about it. The name of Heavenly Feather Capital City's outer courts, Chow, Jia. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't know, not interested in knowing either. Now, scram as far away as you can for me." Done talking, Yi Yuan walked straight for those spirit medicines. Qiao Jie's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Reckless and blind fool. Refusing face when given." Qiao Jie directly drew his sword and stabbed towards Yi Yuan. He was actually really going to kill. Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to raise his eyelid. Waving his hand, a sword slashed out. Qiao Jie's aura was originally imposing. But the moment Yi Yuan's sword emerged, his face revealed a look of great horror, hurriedly changing the straight stab to a block. He never dreamed that a late-stage grotto profound could use such a heaven-shocking sword. This casual slash of Yi Yuan's shocked his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls out. Clank! Qiao Jie's sword was directly cut into 2 parts. He repeatedly fell back several steps, the shock on his face lingering on for a long time. If that sword went a little deeper just now, he would be directly cleaved into 2 halves currently. Qiao Jie could not figure out how a late-stage grotto profound would have such powerful strength. How are you so strong? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, putting those heavenly fragrance, lotus, lush, S into his storage ring. Still not scramming. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice. Qiao Jie was startled and turned tail and ran. It was only to see him making 3 steps, as if it was 2 steps, disappearing in Yi Yuan's line of sight in a twinkle. Yi Yuan slowly put away the storage ring and slowly moved forward. The storage rings on each person's hand were all newly issued by the person leading the team after entering the mystic realm. Prior to this, all of them were requested to not bring their own storage rings in. This way, it could prevent people from cheating. Furthermore, this storage ring was specially made. Once a person shattered the jade pendant, it would automatically separate from the body and become other people's spoils of war. Why didn't you kill him? At this time, Dustless suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We just came in, no hurry. Leave his small life. Later, I'll directly take it from them." Dustless was stunned when he heard it and immediately burst into laughter and said, "You, punk, are too sinister. No wonder you had me plan a mark on every one of them. Turns out that it's actually this plan." Yi Yuan's meaning was, raise these people first. Let them search for natural treasures everywhere. At the end, Yi Yuan would directly S-N-A-T-C-H the storage rings off the others. When at the altar, Yi Yuan had Dustless plan a mark on each of Zhuo Xiang capital city students. Dustless was an Empyrean spirit treasures artifact spirit, leaving behind a trace of a mark on a bunch of heaven glimpse realms and grotto profound realms was all too simple. Of course, there were also Qin Tian and Qin Yuanlong Neal. As long as these people entered a certain range of Yi Yuan's proximity, Dustless would be able to detect them. Weren't they here to kill him? Play hide and seek with them, then. These outer court disciples and, body is my match at all. Those inner court disciples, I can't beat them either. This trial doesn't have much meaning at all. Therefore, better to not waste time on this. We'd best go find little Fatty first. If they can't find me, I'm afraid that someone will have ideas about him. If Qin family inner court disciples find him, that would be bad, Yi Yuan said. These few years, Yi Yuan directly consumed the medicinal pills that he newly researched. His realm was already no far from grand completion grotto profound. Coupled with sundering stars already gradually approaching grand completion, Yi Yuan's current strength was no idea how much stronger compared to when fighting with Qin Shao. Ordinary grand completion grotto profound realms, even half-step heaven glimpse, very few were Yi Yuan's match as well. Hence, these outer court disciples could not arouse his interest at all. Take that Qiao Jie, just now, for example. If Yi Yuan really had killing intent aroused, the other party would not even get to crush the jade pendant and would be instantly killed by him. Through 3 years of tempering, Yi Yuan became more and more accustomed to utilizing sundering stars. If not unleash, plussing with all his might, he could even achieve instant casting sundering stars, just like earlier. This jade pendant was in order to protect these disciples to the greatest degree. But in past trials, there was no lack of those who were killed before even Cruz. Plussing the jade pendants in time. Firstly, those people did not wish to give up on the natural treasures they found until the end. On the other hand, even though the transported area was separated for outer court and inner court, these two areas were connected. Once there were inner court disciples who infiltrated into the outer court disciples region, suddenly sneak attacking, how could a grotto profound realm rookie react in time? Therefore, in this trial, everyone had to maintain a high-level mental tension. Any instant of relaxation might very likely be fatal. After several days in the inner court region, 3 figures gathered together. Big brother Qin Tian. Qin Pei and Qin Zheng saluted to Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded his head slightly and said, "Amen. Father expended considerable thoughts and effort for the same of the 100 cities smelting trial this time. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die this time." "That is, of course. Yours enmity. I couldn't wait long ago," Qin Pei said indignantly. "This punk swept away our Qin family's face in front of the whole city. Not killing him. It's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." Qin Zheng also said. Clearly, they had great resentment toward Yi Yuan. Qin Tian suddenly flipped his palm over. A flesh-colored little bug was faintly discernible on his palm. Uncle Yuan Long already planted the child-mother heart linking bug onto Yi Yuan with a secret art. I can already sense his position, currently. We'll sneak over quietly so as to not let him discover us. This kid is very astute. We only have one chance. We must be doubly cautious. Before we make a move, we must have full assurance. If we let him crush the jade pendant, we won't have the chance anymore. Qin Tian said in a solemn voice. Qin Pei said, "Big brother, rest assured. With the 3 of our strength, plus the heart-refining turtle breathing formula, even if he walks by us, it's impossible to discover it too." Qin Tian nodded and said, "Okay, let's set off." Chapter 1396 Dawn. Be too harsh when doing things. Chapter 1396 Dawn. Be too harsh when doing things on an open field. Over a dozen figures were currently chasing each other. Right at the front was a ball-shaped little fatty. Who could it be if not Xiejingyi? But behind him were over a dozen people in hot pursuit. Little fatty was fat, looking incomparably clumsy, yet his movements were extremely swift and nimble. Those dozen over people could not catch up to him and could only eat dust behind him. These few years, Yi Yuan had been providing him divine-grade cultivation medicinal pills all along. Such a long time had passed, said, and Xiejingyi already broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound. Coupled with the fact that he trained to the 6th level in the Rockwind Cave, and furthermore, cultivated one of the 6 supreme academy skills, the bewildering step, his movement technique virtually reached the pinnacle in Grotto Profound Realm. For these people to want to catch up to him, it was easier said than done. Fatty, quickly hand over the crimson firmament fruit, and we'll spare you from death. Fatty, don't run if you have the capability. Halt, you'd Fatty, to actually dare take advantage of the situation and steal our spoils of war. When your father catches you, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. This group of people could not catch up to Xiejingyi no matter what. Each and every one of them started cursing in exasperation. I say, you guys already chased Lord Fatty for 3 days and night. Are you tired or not? Isn't it just a crimson firmament fruit? Is there a need to be like this? Jingyi shouted loudly as he sprinted madly. 3 days ago, a group of people was currently in a fierce battle with 3 incredibly strong giant centipedes for this crimson firmament fruit. Little Fatty just happened to pass by there, seeing the group of people in the midst of fierce fighting. His thoughts stirred, making use of his movement technique's advantage, swiping the crimson firmament fruit. With this, Little Fatty incurred public wrath. Those people at the back forced the 3 giant centipedes away and chased after him desperately. This pursuit lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The crimson firmament fruit was a very rare spirit fruit, a favorite spirit medicine of body-refining martial artists. Little Fatty knew that Yi Yuan was a body-refining martial artist too. Furthermore, his strength was quite strong. That was why he had the idea. Isn't it just a crimson firmament fruit? Said it lightly. D.A.M. And you Fatty, stop. How are you running faster and faster? Lu Jin was currently cursing when he saw a figure appear in front of Little Fatty, and could not help being overjoyed. The friend in front, help us stop that D.A.M. and Fatty. Later, each of us will share with you 3 stocks of spirit medicines. Just have to stop him for a moment will do. Lu Jin shouted. Lu Jin and company were not considered far from Jingyi. As long as he delayed him for a moment, they would be able to catch up. At that time, Little Fatty would be hard-pressed to escape even with wings. As for giving the 3 promised stocks of spirit medicines or not, it would depend on the mood. Little Fatty naturally saw the arrival too, but he was not alarmed and was overjoyed instead, his feet accelerating even more, sprinting over towards that person. Swizz! H! Plus Little Fatty's figure flashed and hid behind that person nimbly, and actually did not run anymore. When Lu Jin and the rest saw this, they could not help being overjoyed. It turned out that these 2 people were together. This Little Fatty's brain wouldn't be spoiled, right? To actually hide behind a late-stage grotto, profound rookie? Ha! I knew that you would come and find. Lord Fatty indeed didn't judge wrongly. Those trash will be left to you. Lord Fatty was chased by them for 3 days and nights, and I'm exhausted. I'll go and rest first. Yi Yuan had his hands behind his back as he said with a faint smile, Relax, leave it to me. At this time, Lu Jin and the rest arrived. Looking at Yi Yuan with a cold smile, they said, Kid, your bit of strength also wishes to stand up for people. Yi Yuan said coolly, whether I have the strength or not. Wouldn't you know if you come and size it up? Lu Jin laughed loudly and said, Did everybody hear that? This late-stage grotto, profound, guy wants to size us up. Ha ha ha. Everyone roared loudly with laughter. Attack together. Dice up this punk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then go capture that D.A.M. and Fatty. Lu Jin shouted, wielding his sword and advancing, facing a bunch of grand completion grotto, profound powerhouses. Yi Yuan was firm as a rock. When this group of people came close, the evil extermination sword suddenly attacked, a sword directly sweeping across. A swift and fierce sword energy made the faces of Lu Jin and the rest suddenly change. Ouch! Lu Jin reacted fast too, directly doing a roll, narrowly avoiding this horizontal sundering stars. The few people in the middle clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. Caught unprepared, it was already too late to dodge. Helpless, they could only crush the jade pendant. Their figures directly vanish. Plussing from sight. Several storage rings dropped down from their bodies. Lu Jin did a roll and hurriedly crawled to his feet. Looking at Yi Yuan, he had an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. This kid is so strong. We'll do a 4-sided pincer and don't give him a chance to attack. Lu Jin shouted. He raised his sword and was just about to rush forward, but he discovered that no one behind him moved. There were even a few who took a few steps back, turning tail and directly slipping away. Got to be joking. That sword just now was too swift and fierce. Wasn't fighting with this guy seeking death? Can't beat, it was naturally running. You bunch of timid fellows. Traitors! Lu Jin said furiously. Lu Jin raised his sword and already rushed to not far away from Yi Yuan, but his figure abruptly stopped. He suddenly changed to a smiling face and said to Yi Yuan with a flattering smile, "Haha, just now was just joking with Lord Fatty. Just joking around." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Are you doing it yourself? Or let me do it?" Lu Jin's expression changed, and he said in Bara, "Es Sedley, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. That if I hand over the storage ring, can I not crush the jade pendant?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's fine." The moment Lu Jin heard, it was like he was granted amnesty, hurriedly taking out his storage ring and putting it on the ground, then running away. Little Fatty was absolutely tickled watching by the side and said with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha! This bunch of turtle grandsons won." Just now, they were still flaunting their might. Why did they shrivel up now? To dare bully your Lord Fatty, you know my prowess now, right? Yi Yuan, finish off all of them. But Yi Yuan ignored Little Fatty and said with a faint smile, "You guys too, put down the storage rings and get lost." How could the others still dare to stay? Each of them left behind their storage ring, fleeing like a puff of smoke. Regarding Yi Yuan letting them go, Little Fatty was very displeased and muttered, "This Lord Fatty, I was chased by them for 3 days and nights. You actually let them go just like this?" Yi Yuan reached out his hand and beckoned, collecting all of those storage rings, and said with a smile, "Don't be too harsh when doing things. We'll always meet again. Don't you say so?" Little Fatty's eyes swiveled around, and he immediately said joyfully, "How you this fellow are simply rotten to the bones. But, Lord Fatty, I like it. Ha ha ha." Little Fatty retrieved the crimson firmament fruit from inside his storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, "This thing is for you. Just a crimson firmament fruit. This bunch of bastards actually chased me for 3 days and nights. In the end, they even lost their own storage rings. Was it worth it or not? Ha ha." Yi Yuan received the crimson firmament fruit, his eyes lighting up. Dustless had once given Yi Yuan a body refinement pill formula before. These few years, Yi Yuan already gathered the other spirit medicines. He only lacked this crimson firmament fruit. He did not expect that he got it without any effort. 1. It also means B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Chapter 1397 Scapegoa. Chapter 1397 Scapegoa. Ha! Thanks a lot, brother. I was just in need of this. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Still saying this with me? These few years I've eaten D knows how many of your medicinal pills. Want to really thank, I can't even thank enough for 10 years. Better talk about what we have to do next. Little Fatty said without a care. Yi Yuan said, there's a guy who just happens to be nearby. Just nice to deal with it together." Little Fatty was stupefied, not understanding what Yi Yuan was saying. Yi Yuan brought Xie Jingyi along and flew all the way, quietly walking into a dense forest. Suddenly, Yi Yuan made a shush hand gesture. The two people slowed down and quietly approached ahead. Not far away, a sound of about a fierce fighting came over. Little Fatty focused his eyes and looked over, immediately recognizing who was that person currently in a fierce battle with someone. That was a Qin family's outer court disciples called Qin Yu. He was a season ahead of Qin Shao, but his talent was clearly inferior to Qin Shao's, still remaining in the outer court. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan, quietly doing a throat-swiping motion. Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, the divine essence within his body silently revolving. Before long, a flesh-colored little bug appeared on Yi Yuan's palm. Little Fatty was startled, immediately recognizing that this was a bug. It was just that the functions of bugs were infinite in variety. He also did not know what it was used for, but he saw Yi Yuan mutter away under his breath. That bug actually flew off Yi Yuan's palm and flew over towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu was currently in the midst of fierce fighting with someone else. How would he notice that a bug already silently attached onto him? Done with these, Yi Yuan made a gesture at little Fatty and ran far away. Although Qin Yu's talent could not compare to those true geniuses, his strength was not common either. After a bout of bitter fighting, he finally forced the other party to crush his jade pendant. He picked up the storage ring dropped by the other party. Investigating it a bit, his face revealed a satisfied smile. What did you do just now? What use does that bug have? Little Fatty asked with a curious look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just giving them a dose of their own medicine. That Qin Yuan Long planted a child mother heart linking bug on me, and still thought that I didn't know. What expression do you think Qin Tian they all will have when they expended a tremendous amount of effort, but found their own family's people? The child mother heart linking bug was naturally not discovered by Yi Yuan, but discovered by Dustless. Dustless had existed for millions of years, so what had he not seen before? Qin Yuan Long thought that it was seamless, but under Dustless's surveillance, nothing could be hidden at all. Read more chapter on Read Novel Full. Not only Dustless knew that he planted the child mother heart linking bug on Yi Yuan, he also knew the method to resolve this and to transfer it onto other people. Little Fatty's eyes lit up, and he said with a sinister smile, Yi Yuan, I discovered that you're really D-A-M and bad. When you scheme, it simply makes people impossible to guard against. I can already imagine the expression on Qin Tian's face right now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, one must not have malicious intentions, but also must not be without caution against others. I don't harm people, but I can't be harmed by others either, don't you agree? Little Fatty deeply felt that way too, as he nodded. Back then, when he got into big trouble, Yi Yuan directly came forward to shoulder the blame. This code of brotherhood was not what anybody could do. Oh, right, that Xiaoer of yours, what's going on? I didn't know that she's actually our Wu Meng Academy's number 2 person, an existence second only to Qin Tian. Such a proud daughter of heaven, she can take a liking to you? Yi Yuan scoffed. The moment little Fatty heard, he was indignant and said unhappily, Tisich, no matter how proud the daughter of heaven, she can't escape Lord Fatty's fiendish palms either. Kaka. Yi Yuan was very curious. Although that Lin Xiao was very cold and proud, she clearly treated little Fatty differently from the others. Even if she did not care about little Fatty a lot, she did not push him 1,000 miles away like the rest either. In between, this seemed to have some inside story. Hearing little Fatty say so, Yi Yuan felt even more that there was something fishy. Lin Xiao had already entered Wu Meng Academy for several hundred years. She was clearly not a figure in the same generation as little Fatty. But in the martial artist world, this bit of age did not count as a gap either. Especially to deity realm powerhouses, they all belonged to young people. At the very most, Lin Xiao could only be counted as little Fatty's big sister. Just what the H-E-L is going on, let's hear it. Yi Yuan had his curiosity stirred up too. Little Fatty said with a boastful look, Sierra and I were engaged before we were born. It's just that she was born several hundred years earlier than me. Now, I chased after her footsteps and entered the Wu Meng Academy. How can she still run? Of course. All of this was thanks to you. When Xiao'er and I become a done deal, I'll definitely thank you properly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. No wonder Lin Xiao was icy cold to little Fatty, but she also looked very surprised. Clearly, she looked down on little Fatty in the past, but she did not expect that not only did little Fatty pass the entrance examination, he even took part in the 100 cities smelting trial. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also saw through that Lin Xiao did not seem to be overly averse towards little Fatty. This point was a very good start. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus several figures appeared in the dense forest. It was precisely Qin Tian Trio. This place's terrain is good. It's suitable for an ambush. Plus, he's currently approaching in this direction. There's still an hour's journey. We'll set up an ambush here. Wait for him to walk into the trap. Qin Tian said. Yes, big brother Qin Tian. Qin Pei and the other person responded. This brat is sly and cunning. You all mustn't reveal a hint of aura. When he enters my certain kill range, I'll personally take action. The two of you support through coordinated action, understood? Qin Tian arranged the specifics of the ambush in an orderly manner, scrupulous in every detail. He had never wanted to kill a person so intensely before. Starting from when Yi Yuan killed his younger sister, he already entered his must-kill name list. And the humiliation that Yi Yuan brought to him when he entered the Hall of Fame was even buried in his heart constantly these few years, unable to shake off for a long time. Therefore, this time, he must kill Yi Yuan personally. Regarding this, he did not permit any slip-ups. Arranging the ambush positions, the three people each concealed themselves, just like becoming one with the surrounding environment. Looking from outside, it was really indistinguishable. Sensing the child-mother heart, linking bug getting closer and closer. Qin Tian's emotions actually became excited unconsciously. Must be calm. Must not reveal any flaws. Qin Tian continuously warned himself in his heart, letting his mood calm down. With his strength, killing Yi Yuan was but a matter of waving a hand. But this matter was hard in that Yi Yuan had the jade pendant in his hands. Yi Yuan just had to crush the jade pendant and he could instantly teleport to the altar. Hence, he had to make Yi Yuan not react, killing in one blow. If he was slow by a bit, the Qin family's few years of effort would be completely wasted. Closing in, even closer, just a bit more, and I would have sufficient assurance in killing him. Right at the instant Yi Yuan's figure stepped into the range, Qin Tian moved. He unleashed this sword with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Uft! How powerful was Qin Tian's sword! This sword said through Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness without any resistance. Qin Tian was overjoyed in his heart. Finally finished off this D.A.M.N. fellow. Chapter 1398 9 Transformations, Golden Body. First Transformation. Chapter 1398 9 Transformations, Golden Body. First Transformation. Qin Tian's brow furrowed, suddenly feeling that it was somewhat amiss. He abruptly turned around, suddenly feeling that the clothes worn by that person were rather familiar, recalling the scene of him killing just now again. That person seemed to be Qin Yu? Big brother Qin Tian killed the wrong person. It's little Yu. Qin Pei and Qin Zheng's actions were one beat slower than Qin Tian's, but saw a little more clearly. Qin Tian's sword just now infused all of his strength. It was incomparably fast, not planning on giving Yi Yuan any chance to catch his breath at all. Under such swift speed, even he himself also did not see clearly what the other party looked like. However, Qin Pei Duo did not have time to yell yet, and Qin Yu was already dead. Qin Pei Duo's quivering voices abruptly startled Qin Tian awake. Impossible! How could it be little Yu? How could it possibly be little Yu? Uncle Yuanlong clearly planted the child-mother heart linking bug onto Yi Yuan. Why? Why is it little Yu? Everything was arranged seamlessly. But why was the one who came to deliver himself to death was Qin Yu? Qin Tian racked his brains and could not think of a reason to. Until now, he was not willing to admit killing the wrong person, this fact. But he knew in his heart that he really killed the wrong person. Qin Pei and Qin Zheng, the two people, exchanged a glance, both with dazed looks. They also did not know why such a blunder would happen. This Qin Yu was different from Qin Xiao. He was also a Qin family's lineal descendant, his bloodline relation very close to Qin Tian. Furthermore, this Qin Yu relations Plus P with him was normally pretty good as well, calling him Big Brother Qin Tian front and back. Completely different from Qin Shao's coldness and pride. Now, he actually personally killed his own younger brother. This outcome, Qin Tian could not accept it no matter what. Big Brother Qin Tian. Could it be that Yi Yuan detected Uncle Yuanlong's child mother heart linking bug, then deliberately grafted it onto little Yu? At this time, Qin Pei suddenly said out loud. Clearly, this was the most likely situation to occur. Impossible. Uncle Yuanlong's expertise in bug, Dao, has reached the acme of perfection. Even teacher Thundercry didn't notice it when he planted the bug. So how could Yi Yuan possibly know? Moreover, even if he really knew, how could he possibly transfer Uncle's child-mother heart linking bug onto little Yu? Qin Tian said furiously. It was precisely because he was very confident in Qin Yuanlong's bug arts that Qin Tian would deal out the killing blow so assuredly. Furthermore, when Qin Yuanlong planted the bug, even Thundercry, this origin deity, realm mighty expert, did not detect it. How could Yi Yuan, a grotto profound realm rookie, possibly discover it? Boom! Under Qin Tian's fury, he smacked a palm out, directly sweeping out a piece of open SPAC in the dense forest. Although he was unwilling to believe, he also knew that this was the most likely situation. Except, how in the world Yi Yuan did it made him very puzzled. D-A-M-N it. D-A-M-N it. D-A-M-N it. Yi Yuan, I must tear your corpse limb from limb. The current Qin Tian changed and became incomparably irritable from his former proud and aloof character. He was unable to accept that a grotto profound realm rookie toyed with him in the palm of his hands. The Hall of Fame that time was like this. This time it was still the same. That stifling feeling, ACCU, mulating in his chest made him virtually about to explode. He could clearly kill Yi Yuan with a wave of a hand, but the carefully planned killing trap actually became him killing his younger brother. This outcome practically drove him nuts. Read more chapter on Read novel full Qin Pei and Qin Zheng. The two of them were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to say much either. They knew that Qin Tian already reached the brink of eruption. They did not dare to go and set off this catalyst. No idea how long had said either. Qin Tian finally calmed down. It was just that Qin Pei and Qin Zheng felt that Qin Tian seemed to be even more somber than before. Bury little Yu. I'll go and contact Uncle Yuanlong. Tell him that the assassination failed. We'll go do the mission first. I don't believe that this guy can keep on not show up. Qin Tian's tone was icy cold, not containing a trace of emotion. In a certain corner of the mystic realm, Qin Yuanlong suddenly trembled. His gaze revealed a look of astonishment. Just earlier, he received the news Qin Tian transmitted. The assassination failed. Yi Yuan saw through his child-mother heart linking bug and even transferred it onto Qin Yu. How is this possible? Yuanlong, what's wrong with you? Thundercry's voice sounded out at an inappropriate time, interrupting Qin Yuanlong's shock. And nothing. Qin Yuanlong's expression was not quite natural. They also had the mission of harvesting spirit medicines when they entered the mystic realm. These places were very dangerous. Ordinary disciples could not come over. It was just that along the way, Thundercry was just like a dogskin plaster, eyeing him at all times, leaving him no chance to leave at all. Previously, Qin Yuanlong was still secretly sneering at Thundercry. He already planted the child-mother heart linking bug, but the other party did not know. But now, all of the mocking became astonishment. Yi Yuan did not die. It was his nephew, Qin Yu, who died. Since it's fine, the spiritual energy of that area ahead is very rich. There might be spirit medicines. Let's go over, Thundercry said. Amen, let's go. Qin Yuanlong feigned an appearance, as if nothing was wrong, and followed Thundercry away. It was just that he was already cudgeling his brain for a plan to leave. Time passed, said day by day, various places inside the mystic realm played out the fighting and killings among the various cities' disciples. But Yi Yuan hid in a concealed cave to refine a one-transformation, profound gold pill. One transformation, profound gold pill was the body-refining pill formula that Dustless gave to Yi Yuan. With his current strength, Tier 1 divine pills were basically nothing difficult. He spent half a year's effort to research the one transformation, profound gold pills array formation thoroughly, finally refining this medicinal pill a few days ago. Inside the dark cave, golden light radiated, illuminating the entire cave akin to daytime. After another month of refining, Yi Yuan's 9 transformations, golden bodies, first transformation was finally achieved. At this time, Yi Yuan's entire body was molded like a golden body. The entire body as, summing a golden color, looking very strange. No idea how long had passed, said either the light faded. Yi Yuan's skin finally recovered to its normal appearance, but his current fleshy body was filled with strength. Yi Yuan had a feeling that right now, by just relying on the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he could have a battle with Qin Shao. Unfortunately, my fleshy body hasn't broken through to the second transformation yet. Otherwise, my atavism dragon soul should be able to awaken for the second time, right? Yi Yuan pondered rather regretfully. Yi Yuan's atavism dragon soul's first awakening was ahead of schedule, but this second awakening kept failing to arrive. But after reaching the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan also discovered that even one of the dragon race's paramount martial techniques, the voice of the dragon God, was also not considered a top-notch cultivation method in this place. This move could not possibly be like it used to be in the Immortal Grove world, being ever victorious. At least the sundering stars that he currently comprehended was more than a magnitude stronger than the voice of the dragon God. However, the voice of the dragon God was still a very incisive martial technique in the end. Furthermore, once he awakened for the second time, he could directly comprehend the power of laws to the limits of the second level. Helping him to leap realms to battle was also nothing difficult. It's almost time. I should also go out and settle scores. Yi Yuan slowly got up and walked towards the cave entrance. Chapter 1399, Limitless Challenge. Chapter 1399, Limitless Challenge. The few of you are from Wumeng capital city, right? What a coincidence. Hand over the storage rings obediently, and then commit suicide. Qiao Jia brought along 5 Heavenly Feather capital city students and surrounded 3 students from Wumeng capital city with a look of swagger. Through a few months' time of wandering around, the majority of the capital cities were all able to gather a group of their own students. One person fighting alone could not compare to numbers after all. Apart from this, the relations HI plus PS between some capital cities were pretty good. They would even cooperate with each other to deal with other capital cities. Of course, some solitary people would also gather together, forming one small group after another. All in all, what this 100 cities smelting trial trained was not just the students' strength. It was more on their survivability. Under the circumstances of ensuring that they were not finished off and finest, HI plussing off others. Qiao Jia later inquired from many parties and finally knew that the late-stage Grotto Profound who broke his sword originated from Wumeng capital city. Now, when he saw Wumeng capital city's people, he vented his anger on these people. Our Wumeng capital city and the Heavenly Feather capital city each stay in our own lanes. We'll just hand over the storage rings. Why is there a need to pressure people? Said a student from Wumeng capital city. Qiao Jia had a smug look as he said, "Want to blame that fellow called Yi Yuan, who asked him to provoke Lord Xiaomi? Turns out it's Yi Yuan. This guy is really a troublemaker. Yeah, this guy went around to stir up trouble at the Wumeng Academy. I didn't think that partic. 1P, aiding in the 100 cities smelting trial. He still provoked enemies everywhere. Why doesn't that guy go and die? The moment the three people heard that it was Yi Yuan who attracted the enemy, their temper flared up out of nowhere. In the 100 Cities smelting trial, the biggest taboo was making enemies everywhere. But Yi Yuan provoked enemies everywhere. But now they were made to shoulder the blame. This naturally made them very depressed. Originally thought that everyone is from the same academy, but you guys are talking bad about me behind my back. What should I do? At this time, a leisurely voice sounded out, making everyone get a shock. Xiao Jie's expression changed. This voice, he was too familiar with it. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Sure enough, Yi Yuan brought along a little fatty and appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiao Jie instinctively wanted to run, but he instantly saw quite a few fellow disciples around him, and immediately became much braver in his heart. Hey, punk, you finally showed up. The score last time, we should settle it properly. Xiao Jie said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. We should settle it properly. The few of you hand over your storage rings. Xiao Jie sneered coldly and said, You're really arrogant. There are 6 of us today. Could it be that you plan on fighting 1 on 6? Yi Yuan said coolly, So what if 1 on 6? Looks like you want me to take action. Done talking, Yi Yuan directly unleashed Sundering Stars over. Xiao Jie's expression changed drastically. This sword move was no idea how much stronger than that move used to deal with him back then. Only at this time did he know that Yi Yuan did not use much strength at all back then. This move of Yi Yuan's was incomparably fast. Xiao Jie simply could not avoid it. With strong unwillingness, he crushed the jade pendant. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the remaining people and said nonchalantly, You guys want me to take action too? Your strength is even worse than his. If I unleash my sword again, you guys might not have time to crush the jade pendant. The remaining 5 people were all white as a sheet. How could they still dare to resist? They crushed their jade pendants in succession, transporting away. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. 20 overstorage rings came to his hand. Looks like letting that guy off back then was right. This half a year, that guy collected quite a number of storage rings. It saved me quite a bit of trouble, Yi Yuan said with a satisfied look. When the Wu Meng Academy's 3 people saw Yi Yuan eradicate Xiao Jie, 6 people with a wave of a hand. Each and every one of their faces were very ugly. Yi Yuan never made a move in these 6 to 7 years. They completely did not know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was currently. At that time, Yi Yuan defeated Qin Shao, but he was not powerful to this kind of degree. This was just 6 to 7 years' time, and Yi Yuan's strength was already no longer what it was before. What was laughable was that they were still talking about him behind his back just now, and yet it was heard by Yi Yuan. With this, it was awkward. You fools, not taking the side of your own people in this 100 Cities smelting trial. But you actually blamed Yi Yuan. Really stupid. This 100 Cities smelting trial, if you don't provoke others, will others not come and kill you? Have you all stayed too long in the academy, your brains all gone soft? Little Fatty came forward and reprimanded those few people. We know we were wrong. Those few people's expressions were extremely ugly, but also did not know how they should refute, and could only admit their mistakes. The current Yi Yuan was already not on the same level as them long ago. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said coolly, looking on the account of being fellow disciples, You guys leave, but help me do something. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the 3 of them were akin to being granted amnesty, and hurriedly said, Junior apprentice brother Yi, feel free to instruct. Yi Yuan said indifferently, A month later, I'll accept the challenge of all outer court disciples at Howless Ridge. No restriction on numbers, no restrictions on methods. You guys help me to spread this news. The 3 people's expression changed, drawing a cold breath, using dumbfounded gazes to look at Yi Yuan. This was too crazy. Yi Yuan was going to challenge 100 cities' geniuses with his power alone. Junior apprentice brother Yi, this is too risky, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, taking the risk or not. Don't need you to worry about it. You just say that I have several hundred storage rings in my hands. As long as they are confident in themselves, they can come and challenge me. The three people exchanged glances, all being dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's arrogant words. This 100 cities smelting trial had been held for no idea how many seasons. No one had even been arrogant to the degree to challenge all of the 100 cities' elite disciples. But Yi Yuan did just that. One had to know that although this smelting trial was called 100 Cities Smelting Trial, the capital cities taking part were far from just 100 capital cities. In reality, the cities taking part were close to 200. Each city had 30 people taking part, which was also close to 6,000 people. According to the 1-to-2 ratio of inner court disciples and outer court disciples, outer court disciples were close to 4,000 people. These 4,000 people were all elites among elites of each capital city. Every single one was a very formidable expert. But now, Yi Yuan wanted to challenge these 3,000 over geniuses with his power alone. They did not know whether such an action should be called courageous or seeking death. When the three people came to their senses, Yi Yuan was already long gone. Are we really going to say that? This guy is also a little too crazy, right? But his strength is really powerful. I've heard of that Xiao Jia just now before. He's a heavenly feather capital city's peerless genius. His strength was probably not beneath Qin Xiao's. Even he couldn't last past one move under Yi Yuan's hands. But Yi Yuan said no restrictions on methods, no restriction on numbers. One person challenging close to 4,000 people. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Since he said so, we'll comply with it. Either way, if something happens, it has nothing to do with us either. Chapter 1400, Who was toyed? Chapter 1400, Who was toyed? Did you hear? There's a fool who actually wants to challenge all of the 100 cities' geniuses at Howless Ridge. How is it possible to not hear of it? This wouldn't be news deliberately released by someone wanting to ambush us halfway, right? Ha! I heard that this fool called Yi Yuan came from Wumeng Capital City and is just late-stage Grotto Profound. Late-stage Grotto Profound? Why is it more and more nonsensical? For a late-stage Grotto Profound to be able to survive until now is already a miracle. He still has the strength to challenge so many geniuses. No matter what, Howless Ridge must be very lively now already. We'd best go and take a look. This 1 month's time, the news of Yi Yuan putting out the challenge for all outer court disciples at Howless Ridge spread like wildfire. Some people dismissed this with a laugh, but some people were still moved by the storage rings in Yi Yuan's hands. More and more outer court disciples were currently plussing to Howless Ridge. Not long after this group of people left, two silhouettes walked out of the dense forest. But these two people were Qin Yuanlong and Qin Tian. Qin Yuanlong tangled with Thundercry for several months, and finally found a chance to shake him off. The two of them rendezvous in this outer court region. They did not expect that they would hear news about Yi Yuan. Humph! This brat is really rampant. He really thinks himself to be invincible under the heavens. He probably doesn't know that those from powerful capital cities, many disciples, all intentionally suppress their realms to comprehend the power of laws. Regarding Yi Yuan's arrogant actions, Qin Tian responded with a cold sneer. This punk is indeed arrogant without limit. But this kind of courting death action, we can make use of it, Qin Yuanlong said with a smile. With Uncle around, since we know the whereabouts of that kid, he's naturally certain to die. Qin Tian said. The current Howless Ridge had long gathered a large group of students already. Yi Yuan stood on the mountain, standing with his hands behind his back with an attitude of standing proudly under the heavens. By his side, Over a dozen figures already surrounded him. Sure enough, the first to find Yuan was the Zhuxiang capital city's people. Use your B, U, T to think, and you'll also know. Zhuxiang capital city and Wu Meng capital city are implacable enemies. Each trial, they will eye Wu Meng's students to kill. This time, there naturally won't be any exception either. I heard that He Ning is Zhuxiang's outer court's #1 person, an existence with hopes of breaking through to divine Lord Realm. Him alone is already very hard to deal with, let alone 15 to 16 people. Yi Yuan, this fellow, is too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He Ning isn't the strongest. Yongdang capital city's Jinyu, Changjia capital city's Qiushuisheng. They're the most terrifying existences. He Ning was Zhuxiang capital city's outer court's #1 person. His Sword Dao laws already reached the 3rd level of Sword Dao, 2nd layered heaven. His strength extremely formidable. But Zhuxiang capital city's might did not lie on He Ning alone. Those students by his side, each and every one of them, their strengths were not ordinary too. When he heard that Yi Yuan was Wu Meng capital city's disciple, he brought all of Zhuxiang capital city's disciples and rushed over straight away. Towards Wu Meng capital city's disciples, they had never been soft-hearted. Furthermore, they never paid attention to fighting one-on-one. Wanna fight, it was all together. Kid, I say, are you brave, or is your brain not working well? Looks like your Wu Meng capital city's this season's top dog is really unbelievably weak. To actually lose at the hands of you this fool. Ha, He Ning said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, so much CRAP. If you're not making a move, I'm coming. Seeing Yi Yuan's plussing figure, He Ning said disdainfully, just this bit of strength? To dare be so arrogant. I even thought that you can let me enjoy to my heart's content. Facing Yi Yuan's attack, He Ning did not retreat, but advanced instead, his figure disappearing bizarrely. At the same time, Zhuxiang capital city's other people also moved. The reason why Zhuxiang capital city was powerful was not just because their student strength was powerful, their cooperation was also incredibly close. The moment these dozen over people made a move, it was akin to one person fighting. Incomparably harmonious. Clank. He Ning exchanged a sword move with Yi Yuan in a blink, but he was shocked until his arm went numb, his long sword nearly slipping out of his hand. His expression changed, greatly astonished in his heart. How could a late-stage grotto profound's casual sword move have such terrifying strength? Clank, clank, clank. Yi Yuan's sword emerged like the wind. Under the encirclement of over a dozen people, it came and went freely, without the slightest hint of falling into a disadvantage. In one exchange, all of Zhuxiang capital city's people fell into immense shock. He Ning's expression turned fearful, and he said in a solemn voice, "All don't hide it any more. 9 firmament, sword energy, kill." Zhuxiang capital city's group of students cooperated seamlessly. Under He Ning's command, the within the group battle immediately crisscrossed with sword energy. Rays of terrifying sword energy slashed over toward Yi Yuan. Strength isn't bad. A little interesting. Facing the besieging of over a dozen experts, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel taxed. Instead, he appeared to have plenty more to spare. Zhuxiang capital city's 9 firmament sword energy was indeed very strong, displaying the move with over a dozen people joining hands. Its might was even more unimaginable. Only such a battle could make Yi Yuan enjoy it. Though sword after sword of Yi Yuan's parried seemingly in a careless manner. Actually, each sword contained the sword intent of Sundering Stars inside. His utilization of Sundering Stars currently was long already not limited to that heaven-shocking chop, with every movement releasing and withdrawing as he pleased. In such a small-scale battle, Yi Yuan practically utilized the sword intent of sundering stars to the limits. It was just that this battle was totally not the case in the view of outsiders. He Ning, stop playing. Is it fun to toy with the young man? Haha, you guys have to bring out a bit of strength at any rate. Otherwise, when other people see it, they'll even think that you guys aren't a match for a late-stage grotto profound. When can your Zwe, Xi'an capital city, get rid of this bad habit and stop playing cat-and-mouse games? Among Zwe, Xi'an capital city students, they could sense the other party's positions through the 9 firmament sword energy. Hence, each trial, they could virtually find their companions the fastest. They would then regroup into a powerful team to crush the opponent. It was precisely because of so that their overall strength ranked among the best of these 100 cities. They also frequently surrounded their opponents and not kill, forcing the other party to crush their own jade pendant. This was a humiliation toward the opponent and also made many weaker capital cities gnash their teeth in hatred. This point, Wumeng capital city's disciples felt it the most. But no matter how furious they were, no one could do anything to Zhuo, Xi'an capital city either. Powerful strength was so capricious. It was just that this time it was totally not the case. He Ning knew his own pain. This Yi Yuan was really powerful to the extreme. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. This Brett cultivated no idea what kind of heretic martial technique. A casual sword move contained tremendous power, capable of easily breaking their 9 firmament sword energy. This point, outsiders could not tell at all. Only by feeling it personally could one experience it. It was precisely because of so that it let everyone mistakenly thought that Zhuxian capital city, these guys' old habit flared up again, deliberately playing with Yi Yuan. In reality, it was them who were toyed by Yi Yuan. Clank. Suddenly, a clear sound transmitted out. The long sword in Azwa, Xi'an capital city's disciples' hands was directly shook to fly out. And Yi Yuan's next sword move already slashed over like lightning. Chapter 14:01 Shaved Bald. Chapter 14:01 Shaved bald. Over a dozen swords stabbed over towards Yi Yuan at the same time. They wanted to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao Wen. However, it was like Yi Yuan did not see it. The evil extermination sword suddenly accelerated, chopping down with immense speed. The expression of that Zhui, Xi'an capital city's student changed drastically and knew that there was no more chance of a fluke cruise. Plussing the jade pendant and transporting back. Right at this time, over a dozen long swords arrived. Go to HELL. Currently, Yi Yuan's move was already ending, and he was unable to save himself at all. He Ning could not help being overjoyed when he saw the situation. But right at this moment, a layer of golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. The long sword struck back at a strange angle. Clank, clank, clank. Yi Yuan's long sword swept, sweeping away all of the dozen over swords. Quick as thought. The entire process was also nothing more than a flash. Fast until everyone did not react to it. 9 transformations, golden body. First transformation, grand completion. He Ning said in disbelief. The surrounding students were all incomparably shocked, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. What the HELL? They messed up, played their own people to death. Just now that was 9 transformations, golden body. Isn't it said that the 9 transformations, golden body's cultivation speed is very slow? Even exceedingly talented people could only have some attainments in 1,000 years. This Yi Yuan strength is uncommon. He actually still had time to go cultivate the fleshy body. This Yi Yuan is so bizarre. Not only is he completely unscathed under the besieging of over a dozen people, he actually even counter-killed a person instead. The cultivation of the fleshy body was an extremely slow process. Even with the assistance of medicinal pills, it was also very hard to have some achievements within a short time. But once they had some achievements, It was rare to have opponents in the same rank. If one's strength was not powerful to a certain degree, one could not breach their defenses at all. Furthermore, the 9 transformations golden body could do what ordinary people could not. One's control over their bodies could reach an inconceivable degree. Just now, Yi Yuan's sundering stars had an imposing momentum. If it were others, it would be tremendously difficult to pull back. But he relied on the toughness of the fleshy body and performed the inconceivable action. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Quite interesting, continue." Done talking, his long sword swung. Another sword slashed over towards He Ning. He Ning's pupils constricted, hurriedly dodging aside. The group of people fell into a group battle once more. This time, body mocked Yi Yuan anymore. They discovered that the battle situation was completely different from what they imagined. Even though Yi Yuan looked to be in perilous danger under over a dozen sword lights, the Xian capital city, these people always seemed to be lacking a little. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's occasionally slashed-out sword was accurate and fierce, always throwing one of them into confusion. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a chance and decisively attacked again. That Zhuoxiang student's gaze revealed a look of despair, shattering the jade pendant. More and more other capital cities, students, gathered around. But the vast Howless Ridge became quieter and quieter. Time slowly trickled by. Zhuoxiang capital cities, people became lesser and lesser. No idea how long had said either. The people discovered to their shock that Xian capital city was actually only left with 3 people at goodness knows when. What happened? Why do I clearly feel that Yi Yuan isn't very formidable, but he can finish off Zhuoxiang capital city's people? Asked an outer court disciple to the person next to him somewhat woodenly. His sword art seems to be average. Actually, he suppressed the power of laws to a very small range. Only by coming into contact with his sword can one sense the might of his sword arts. Although his realm isn't high, even though the power of laws of Sword Dao First Layered Heaven hasn't reached grand completion yet, his utilization of the power of laws already reached the acme of perfection. At this time, someone beside him suddenly explained, "Then how did you tell?" But this time, that person no longer answered him. He turned his head around rather curiously, his gaze suddenly turning intent. Jin Yu. 100 Cities #1 person, Jin Yu. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually called down this great Ji. Oh, D2. Jin Yu's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body for an instant. A surge of powerful fighting intent rose from his body. Looks like this time, Zhuoxiang capital city has utterly stumbled. Jin Yu, you're moved. Another voice was heard. The gaze of that person previously turned intent again as he cried out in shock, "Qiu Shuisheng." These 2 people were both the pinnacle-most existences among the 100 cities. It was said that their power of laws were already comprehended to the grand completion realm of second layered heaven. In Grotto Profound Realm, they did not have opponents at all. Jin, you did not turn back and just said coolly, "Didn't you come too?" I really didn't plan on coming. Originally, I thought that it was just a clown seeking popularity by saying something sensational. In the end, I still couldn't resist my curiosity. It's just that, didn't expect that this visit was an eye-opener. Qiu Shuisheng said with a light laugh, "Are you going? Or me?" Jin Yu said coolly, "Do you have assurance?" Qiu Shuisheng answered with a question. Jin Yu slowly shook his head and said, "We'll only know after fighting." Qiu Shuisheng smiled and said, "Since you came, you go then. If you can't even beat, then I'm pretty sure I can't win." Jin Yu said nonchalantly, "All right." These 2 people chipped in a word each, already directly casting that student who asked questions previously to one side. His heart was gasping with astonishment listening by the side. Jin Yu is known as the 100 Cities #1 person. Even he actually did not have assurance in dealing with Yi Yuan. He finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence in setting up the arena lay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. H. Plus Yi Yuan released 3 sword moves consecutively as fast as lightning, sealing off all of He Ning's escape routes. He Ning's countenance was greatly shocked, carrying intense unwillingness and cruce. H.I. Plussing the jade pendant. At this point, the Zhuoxiang capital city was completely wiped out. Yi Yuan fought the Zhuoxiang capital city's 15 people with his power alone and slew all of them. If not for the jade pendant's transportation, none of these 15 people could be spared. The previous period's top 10, the Zhuoxiang capital city, was actually shaved bald this time. This result shocked everyone until their jaws dropped. Yi Yuan casually beckoned. 100 storage rings landed on his hand. He examined these storage rings, a ray of light flash. H.I. Plussing in his eyes. The Zhuoxiang capital city was indeed well deserving of being a major force, ranked in the top 10. The harvest was plentiful. Yi Yuan put these storage rings away. Surveying the surroundings, he said coolly, "Who else? You guys can also attack together." One sentence immediately ignited everyone's fury. These words were too arrogant, not taking them seriously at all. It was just that now, all of them knew that Yi Yuan had the strength and confidence. He was arrogant because he had the capital to be arrogant. He's just alone. Right now, we have several hundred people here. Everybody attack. I don't believe that he can deal with it. Finish him off. Everyone can divide the storage rings with individual ability. At this time, someone suddenly shouted loudly, immediately making everyone's heart stir. But right at this time, Jin Yu moved. His figure shook, already arriving opposite of Yi Yuan, saying indifferently, "I'm first. If I'm defeated, it's not late for you guys to go again." Yi Yuan looked at Jin Yu rather surprisedly and said with a smile, "Looks like you're very powerful. What's your name?" One idiom that references romance of the 3 kingdoms. Relieve the besieged by besieging the besiegers. Chapter 1402 Battling 100 Cities. Number 1 person. Chapter 1402 Battling 100 Cities. Number 1 person. He actually doesn't know Jin Yu. Did this guy pop out of a rock? These 100 over cities people. There's actually still someone who doesn't know Jin Yu. If say who has the greatest hopes of reaching the divine Lord Realm in these 100 cities, it's none other than Jin Yu. There's actually someone who doesn't know him. Yi Yuan's question made everyone burst into an uproar. They were unable to imagine that there was actually still someone taking part in this 100 cities smelting trial who did not know Jin Yu. Qiu Shuixing was first stunned, then immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "Perhaps this is precisely why he's powerful." Jin Yu was also stupefied and blurted out, "You don't know me?" Yi Yuan also saw through from other people's reactions. This Jin Yu did not seem to be simple. He could not help chuckling and said, "Apologies, this one entered the sect for a short time and really never heard of your esteemed self's great name before." Jin Yu's actions were worthy to be called above board and forthright, not willing to take advantage of him. Towards such an opponent, Yi Yuan was still respectful. Especially under this situation, storage rings affected the owners. H.I. plus P of the final reward. But the other party clearly regarded a good opponent more highly. Jin Yu nodded his head, considered to have acknowledged Yi Yuan's argument, and said, "This one is Yongdang capital city, Jin Yu." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "So it's brother Jin. Make your move then." Jin Yu said, "You just went through a big fight. Better take a break first and recover some divine essence." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need. Those few guys were too weak." Jin Yu's heart went cold and actually could not figure out the truth and falsehood of Yi Yuan's words for a moment. Was this guy posturing, or he really did not expend much energy? This battle just now, if it were him, he could naturally accomplish with ease too. But he absolutely would not say this kind of words. After all, He Ning, this level of expert, his strength was still very strong. Moreover, there were still 14 others with Xiong capital city's experts. It was just that Yi Yuan's words, in other people's view, were undeniably him posturing. I admit that this guy is very strong, but saying this kind of words in front of the 100 cities, number one person, Jinyu, I seriously can't listen any further. This guy wants to keep up appearance to cover up his predicament, right? MN, at least if he loses, he can also say that he went through a big fight earlier. Hoo-hoo. He completely doesn't know who Jinyu is, and he also doesn't know how powerful Jinyu's strength is. He Ning isn't worth mentioning at all in front of Jinyu. This guy is too condescending. How could they know that while that battle earlier looked fierce, Yi Yuan's expenditure was actually really not that much? Although Yi Yuan was unrestrained, wanting to challenge the 100 cities' geniuses with his strength alone, he still attached great importance to tactics and did not underestimate the 100 cities' geniuses. To him, the final result was secondary. What he valued the most was the interaction with these 100 cities' geniuses. Hence, that battle earlier, he actually fought very conservatively. Each fraction of divine essence was carefully calculated, coupled with that his divine essence was incomparably refined in the first place. This degree of battle was nothing to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm eyes, Jinyu nodded and said, "Since that's the case, make your move then." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture, the evil extermination sword suddenly attacking. Sundering stars. Although it was sundering stars back and forth, this move had countless variations played by Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan did a lifting action, going from bottom to top, cleaving Jinyu. Attacks from this angle were very hard to defend. Jinyu's expression turned solemn, instantly sensing that this sword's intensity was no idea how much stronger compared to dealing with He Ning just now. He did not dare to slight it. A beautiful tumble to the side, his long sword already attacked. However, this sword of Jinyu's was a straight stab, pointing at the flat of Yi Yuan's blade from the flank with a bizarre angle. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, instantly knowing that he ran into an expert. Jinyu's comprehension toward battle was no idea how many times stronger than He Ning. Martial artist battles, even when reaching deity realm this level, it was not simply relative superiority or inferiority in power of laws and realm. It was just that powerful strength often made people neglect some subtle things. A battle constantly changed. Oftentimes, a minor detail could determine the outcome of a battle. Yi Yuan had experienced D knows how many big and small battles, and had long already turned fighting into an instinct. Hence, he could grasp every detail to win. The battles that these Academy's geniuses had experienced were not few either. It was just that their battles were a completely different concept from the battles that Yi Yuan experienced. What Yi Yuan experienced were all life and death struggles, not allowing the slightest hint of soft-heartedness. The opponent would not give you the slightest chance as well, but the Academy's geniuses at most just spar with each other. There were very few people who experienced those kinds of life or death struggles. Only by waiting for them to promote to the inner court and go out to carry out missions would they experience that kind of life and death struggle. But even then, the battle experience of inner court disciples also could not possibly be as rich as Yi Yuan's. Very clearly, Jinyu was not a guy who only knew how to cultivate. This aspect just now displayed his skill fully. Regardless of whether it was evasion or resolving his move with a tap, it all demonstrated his precise grasp of battles, without the slightest sloppiness. More importantly, his realm and law comprehensions were all much higher than Yi Yuan's. This sword had not touched the flat of Yi Yuan's sword, yet when a golden light surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. In midair, Yi Yuan forcefully changed his move. The essence of sundering stars, this move, lay in the word chop. Jinyu's move was in order to break Yi Yuan's chop. Hence, Yi Yuan's move change was to pull back this chop word. Yi Yuan's move changed, chopping toward Jinyu's sword body. Jin, you did not have Yi Yuan's powerful, fleshy body. He was currently in midair, unable to borrow strength, and could only toughen his scalp and exchange a blow with Yi Yuan. Clank! Two swords intersected. The two people were seemingly struck by a tremendous force, each falling back several dozens of steps. For the first time, someone drove Yi Yuan back. Fine sword. Jin Yu praised. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, You're not bad as well. Again. Okay, again. Jin Yu was also valiant. The two people's figures moved swiftly, battling together once more. Qiu Shuixing's gaze revealed an incomparably stunned expression. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan could fight to a draw with Jin Yu. It was that he knew that Jin Yu actually lost by half a move just now. Qiu Shuixing understood Jin Yu very well, and knew that this guy was a born warrior, his comprehension towards battle very high. In realm and law's comprehension, he was about on par with Jin Yu. But each time they fought, Jin Yu was always able to win him. What he relied on was his instinct towards battles. But just now, Jin Yu relied on this powerful disparity of law's comprehension and realm before fighting to a draw with Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan and Jin Yu's strength were similar, no, as long as Yi Yuan broke through to Grand Completion Grotto Profound. This exchange earlier, Jin Yu would definitely lose. I didn't expect that Jin Yu will also have a day where he overwhelms people with power. He really met his opponent today. Qiu Shuixing muttered to himself. Opponent? Might not be so. Yi Yuan hasn't used all his strength yet. At this time, there was suddenly one more person by Qiu Shuixing's side, voicing out. Chapter 14. Oh, 3 The Brave Wins, when meeting on a narrow path. Chapter 14. Oh, 3 The Brave Wins, when meeting on a narrow path. Qiu Shuixing's brows furrowed, looking at the arrival. You're a fellow disciple of Yi Yuan? Qiu Shuixing asked. Qin Shao nodded his head and said, his vanquished foe. Qiu Shuixing did not reveal a surprised look. To be able to be evenly matched with Jin Yu, this one in front of him could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match, no matter what. In front of Jin Yu, body can hold back. Furthermore, Jin Yu didn't exert his full strength as well. Qiu Shuixing said indifferently. Qin Shao gave him a glance and said, Your experience doesn't work on Yi Yuan. He is a person born to create miracles. Qiu Shuixing could not help laughing and said, You have some jitters from imaginary fear after being defeated under Yi Yuan's hands, right? Martial artists mustn't lose their own heart of martial Tao. Qin Shao said nonchalantly, You'll know when you keep watching. Hearing the news of Yi Yuan battling heroes alone, Qin Shao was inexplicably amazed at first too, but very soon he felt at ease. He knew what Yi Yuan was thinking. No occasion was more suitable to temper oneself than this place. It was just that Yi Yuan's method to temper himself was too capricious. Even Jin Yu did not dare to do so either. This guy was really crazy. Qin Shao was also considered to know Yi Yuan very well. Back then, him agreeing to a life-and-death battle seemed very reckless. Actually, he had absolute confidence in himself. Hence, he knew that this time was no exception too. Yi Yuan and Jin Yu, the two people, deconstructed moves upon seeing them, being tangled up in a fierce struggle, making everyone dumbfounded. This Yi Yuan is actually so strong to be able to fight to a draw with Jin Yu. When did such a formidable figure emerge from Wu Meng capital city? We actually don't even know. Vaulting into prominence in one battle, this battle, regardless of whether win or lose, Yi Yuan's name shall spread throughout the 100 cities. In these 100 cities area, Jin Yu was a benchmark. It was completely impossible for anyone to beat him. Qiu Shuixing could not either. But today, Yi Yuan was actually able to be locked in battle with him. It was just that they did not know the current Jin Yu was the same as He Ning, actually depressed to the extreme. It looked like the two of them were about on par, either able to do anything to the other. In reality, when he exchanged moves with Yi Yuan, it was completely relying on all-round Serpa.'s Sing in realm and laws that he could barely manage to fight to a draw. The more Jin Yu fought, the more alarmed he got. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan's sword art was only that one move back and forth. No matter how he made his move, it was all a chop word. The sword was the king of 100 weapons, with a myriad of variations. People who used the sword would also mostly pursue the limits of variation, using it to subdue the enemy and win. But Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way, forcefully changing the sword into a chopper. Only new chop, chop, chop. But Jin Yu had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan already utilized a chop, word to a transcendent realm. Furthermore, no idea why, Jin Yu kept feeling that the divine essence Gus H.I. plussing out from Yi Yuan's move was grand and boundless, with a feeling of unable to overcome with force. His divine essence was seemingly a small rowboat in the ocean in front of Yi Yuan. He might capsize at any time. Hence, similarly one move, he had to use much more divine essence than Yi Yuan before he could barely manage to suppress Yi Yuan. This kind of feeling, he had never encountered it before. All in all, clearly his strength was much greater than Yi Yuan's. Yet, he could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. This sort of feeling made him depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. In a twinkle, the two people fought for 1,000 moves. You deconstruct my move. I deconstruct your move, shaving off a large chunk of the entire hilltop. Can't carry on like this anymore. Yi Yuan's divine essence is endless, as if a boundless sea, unable to see the slightest hint of drying up. No wonder he said that no need to rest earlier. Carry on expending like this. The first to fall will definitely be me. Jin Yu was considering this in his mind as he fought. If outsiders knew his thoughts, they would definitely get a huge shock. A half-step heaven glimpse, realm powerhouse, actually lost to a late-stage grotto profound in divine essence. This was simply too inconceivable. Clank! Jin Yu deliberately opened up a flaw and was slashed by Yi Yuan's sword, his body flying out backward. Jin Yu's body hung in midair, without anywhere to borrow strength. How could Yi Yuan let go of such a chance? He followed up with sundering stars, once more. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile flickered across the corners of Qiu Shuisheng's mouth, and he said to Qiu Shuisheng, "Yi Yuan is losing." Qin Xiao was stupefied, not quite certain what it meant. Qiu Shuisheng smiled and said, "Yi Yuan is indeed very strong. But this move, roaming qi returning to bowels, I'm unable to crack it no matter what. Under this sort of circuum stance, it's even more impossible for Yi Yuan to resolve it." Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of pursuit when suddenly his expression changed. An incredibly dangerous aura hit him head-on. Jin Yu's body drew a perfect arc in midair, his long sword sweeping off the ground, his body flying up once more. This series of actions was done in one breath. Jin Yu's entire person seemingly transformed into a sharp sword, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan's expression changed, discovering that Jin Yu really achieved unison of man and sword. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, had an indomitable, imposing momentum, not stopping without seeing blood. Under this sword, everything was eclipsed. This was the true strength of the 100 cities, number one person. It's roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan will definitely lose without a doubt. This move, roaming qi returning to bowels, to be able to force Jin Yu to use roaming qi returning to bowels, Yi Yuan can be sufficiently proud. Under the situation where everyone thought that it was impossible, Jin Yu used his ace in the hole, roaming qi returning to bowels. Yi Yuan already did not have room to maneuver. The only path of survival was to crush the jade pendant. But right then, everyone's faces changed once more. What's he trying to do? Out of everyone's expectations, under the situation where the initiative was already lost. Yi Yuan did not retreat, but he advanced instead. Every fraction he advanced, Yi Yuan's aura would be a fraction stronger. Sundering stars! The evil extermination sword in Yi Yuan's hand was not sluggish in the slightest, still chopping down with an indomitable will. The two swords had yet to intersect when two surges of overwhelming auras collided together, stirring up the surrounding divine essence into an upheaval. One pressed forward with an indomitable will. One had an overwhelming, imposing momentum. It was truly a meeting on a narrow path. Boom! Two surges of refined to the extreme power of laws collided together violently. The air billows stirred up shook until everyone could not open their eyes. Two figures each flew out backward like kites with broken strings. Slam! Slam! The two people each fell onto the ground, SMAs. H.I. Plussing a deep pit in the ground. Everyone all held their breaths, not knowing just who won and who lost in this fight. Qiu Shuixing sucked in a cold breath. He did not expect that under that kind of stance, Yi Yuan could still release that kind of domineering counterattack. Not only was Yi Yuan's strength overpowering, but his battle will was also unyielding and dauntless. Hoo! Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly crawled out from inside the deep hole, bleeding all over his body, his aura chaotic, looking very miserable. Qin Shao gave Qiu Shuixing a glance and said, "I wonder if after today you still have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan or not." Chapter 14, O for Minds. Chapter 14, O for Minds. Qiu Shuixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he discovered that he really could not say anything. Jin Yu was still defeated by Yi Yuan under the situation where he had the initiative. He could not even resolve Jin Yu's roaming qi returning to bowels, let alone talk about dealing with Yi Yuan. Qiu Shuixing was a proud son of heaven. Apart from Jin Yu, he did not attach importance to anyone in the land of 100 cities. But now he really did not have the courage to fight with Yi Yuan anymore. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Under that kind of situation, just now, anyone would probably consider how to protect themselves at the first moment. At least, there would be that tiny hint of hesitation. But Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all, chopping over with a sword just like that. At this time, Qiu Shuixing unwittingly recalled Qin Shao's words previously. He was a person born to create miracles. He was previously still very disdainful towards Qin Shao's words. But now, he discovered that Qin Shao did not exaggerate in the slightest. Take the chance while he's ill and take his life. Kill this guy. The storage rings on him will all be ours. In the crowd, no idea who suddenly shouted out, startling everyone awake all at once. 2 consecutive great battles. 1,000 people already gathered around in the vicinity. With this roar, immediately there were quite a few people who had the intention of fists. H.I. plussing in troubled waters. For some time, a large group of people surrounded over toward Yi Yuan. Not just him. There were even quite a few people who rushed over toward Jin Yu. A bunch of shameless things. You guys are also fit to make a move against Jin Yu? Qiu Shuixing gave a cold snort, his figure DOS. H.I. plussing out like lightning. Qin Shao's face fell as well, speeding over in Yi Yuan's direction, facing the tidewater like students Russ. H.I. plussing over. Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. His wrist shook, evil extermination sword attacked, once more. Although his current state was not very good, that was also just relative to Jin Yu, this kind of expert. The fleshy body technique that Yi Yuan cultivated was the Black Tortoise clan's Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. Even though this cultivation method did not count as some peerless divine skill in the heavenspan world, the power of its defensive strength was absolutely not what average cultivation methods could compare to. The Black Tortoise clan's talent was that their defensive strength was a stonies. H.I. plussing. The cultivation method that they cultivated was naturally not too poor as well. Although that blow just now was heavy, it was not to the extent of making Yi Yuan lose his combat power yet. Dealing with these trash, he still had the strength to spare. Swiss. H. Plus Yi Yuan waved his hand and chopped. The powerful force made the faces of those few meeting it head-on greatly astonished. They completely did not expect it. Yi Yuan was already injured until like this. He could actually still release such a swift and fierce attack. Caught off guard, that person right at the front did not even get to crush the jade pendant and was eradicated by Yi Yuan. The few people at the back had no time to run at all and only had time to crush the jade pendant, transporting back to the altar. No need to be afraid, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight, deliberately using this sword to scare people. Kill him. In the crowd, no idea who shouted loudly again. The flood of people who originally paused slightly because of this sword pounced toward Yi Yuan once again. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth sneered coldly, not taking this seriously at all. One comes, he would kill one. Read more chapter at Read Novelful 2 come, he would kill a pair. These people were all harboring hopes of getting lucky, thinking that Yi Yuan was already at the end of his rope. How could they know the terror of Yi Yuan's cultivation method? This bit of consumption was nothing to him at all. Even if his divine essence already did not have much left, the time it lasts would still exceed all of their expectations. Yi Yuan waved his sword continuously, reaping these outer court disciples' lives without restraint. But in the crowd, a viper-like gaze was watching Yi Yuan close. His realm strength was no different from the others. It appeared very ordinary in the crowd. Body would pay attention to him at all. But at this time, he came to Yi Yuan's back along with the crowd. Following that, he brazenly attacked. Qin Shao's heart suddenly stirred, seeing a familiar figure, his gaze revealing a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan, be careful at the back. Qin Shao shouted, but right at this time a powerful aura arrived with a howl. Qin Yuanlong, you dare? This figure was none other than precisely the Thunder Cry, who came from afar. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan challenging all heroes, he knew that Qin Yuanlong definitely came here. But he never thought that he would see the scene of Qin Yuanlong sneaking into the crowd and ambush. Plussing Yi Yuan when he just arrived. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan was Wu Meng Academy's student with the greatest potential. It even Serpa said Qin Tian's already. Before departing, when Yi Yang specially ordered to definitely keep a lookout for Qin Yuanlong and not let him deal with Yi Yuan, he did not expect that this guy still escaped. An origin deity powerhouse ambush. Plussing the grotto profound realm Yi Yuan. This already did not have any suspense. Qin Yuanlong mingled in the crowd and was too close to Yi Yuan. He did not give Yi Yuan a chance to crush the jade pendant at all. A hint of a hideous smile flashed across the corners of Qin Yuanlong's mouth. Finally could kill Yi Yuan. This punk who made the Qin family utterly lose face could finally go and die. It was just too bad that Yi Yuan had his back to him at this time. He could not see the mocking smile on Yi Yuan's face. Boom! Qin Yuanlong only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. His palm directly hit thin air, landed on those students opposite of Yi Yuan. How powerful was the palm of an origin deity powerhouse! Those students directly had a large swarm exterminated by Qin Yuanlong being caught unawares. Everyone was stunned. Where did Yi Yuan go? Qin Yuanlong's scalp exploded. He discovered that he seemed to have overlooked an extremely important thing. Not just him, everyone overlooked it. Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight. Teacher Qin, are you very disappointed? You all are also too careless to actually forget that I know sword maneuvering flight. In midair, Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yuanlong and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Yuanlong's face was livid. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of killing intent. Such an important intel was actually overlooked by them. No, it was actually that Yi Yuan deliberately guided them to overlook it. Ever since after the battle with Qin Shao, Yi Yuan never displayed the ability of sword maneuvering flight in front of people anymore. In a flash, 6 to 7 years went by. Yi Yuan had always been fighting with people on the ground and had never exhibited this ability. Due to this, everyone all overlooked this fact. After all, being unable to fly while being below the divine Lord Realm was the heaven-span world's common sense. This kind of mindset was deeply ingrained in people's thinking, very hard to eradicate. 7 years ago, Yi Yuan's Astonies, H.I. plussing flight, had indeed stunned everyone. But later, Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars was even more eye-catching than sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight. Yi Yuan actually knows sword maneuvering flight. My G. Oh, D, just how monstrous is this guy? This fellow concealed too deeply. With this move, he's already established in an undefeatable position. I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. The land of 100 cities, #1 genius, actually changed owners just like this. Yi Yuan's breathtaking fly aroused everyone's shock once more. Forget about the land of 100 cities. Even the land of 1,000 cities, land of 10,000 cities, might not produce a genius capable of comprehending sword maneuvering flight either. But Yi Yuan did it. Qin Yuanlong, you disregarded your status and attempted to Senate and Academy's disciple. This matter, I'll definitely inform City Lord His Excellency. You, be prepared for a reckoning. Thunder cries, angry, roar sounded at this time. Chapter 1405 Harvesting. Chapter 1405 Harvesting. Qin Yuanlong's expression changed several times. He naturally knew the consequences of this matter. But Qin Nantian had long already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. This trip, the price expended in order to kill Yi Yuan was not small. Returning empty-handed, he had no way of giving an account to Qin Nantian. Humph! This Qin had long found this punk displeasing to the eye, so what if kill him? From this day forth, I, Qin Yuanlong, renounce Wumeng capital city and turn my back on the Qin family. Farewell. Done talking. Qin Yuanlong turned right around and left. Thundercry's expression changed, not expecting that Qin Yuanlong was actually so decisive. Humph. Wanna leave? How can it be that easy? Since you've turned your back on the Qin family, Ambus, H.I. plussing my Wu Meng Academy's disciple and disrupting the 100 cities smelting trial, you deserve the death penalty. Thundercry gave a cold snort, his figure moving swiftly, charging over towards Qin Yuanlong. Qin Yuanlong did not think that Thundercry was actually so unrelenting, speeding away into the distance with a scurry. The two people, one chased, one fled, disappeared in everyone's line of sight very quickly. This series of unforeseen changes were seriously too fast, catching everyone off guard. Read more chapter at Read Novel Full in a hidden corner. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred as he watched this scene, his expression ugly to the extreme. Failed again. Could it be that this guy was unkillable? Why did the Qin family scheme meticulously and even send out an origin deity, realm expert, and still unable to kill him? Clearly just a grotto profound realm rookie, so why could he not be killed? Not only could he not be killed, the Qin family even lost a direct lineage disciple and an origin deity, realm academy teacher. This price was too heavy. Big brother Qin Tian, what should we do? Qin Zheng asked. Let's go. Qin Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, he knew that in the 100 cities smelting trial, they had no chances at all already. This match was ultimately still a complete miss. Yi Yuan maneuvered the sword and slowly landed, saying with a light smile, you guys, each and every one of you, can forget about running. Whose? H. Plus Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly sweeping a sword out, felling a large group. How could those students who had designs on him previously still dare to stay? Each and every one scattered like birds and wild animals. Yi Yuan hacked and killed, directly eradicating several dozen people. The remainder all ran. Hence, Yi Yuan started cleaning up the battlefield, collecting the storage rings left behind. This battle, the harvests were abundant. The storage rings in his hands were more than 500 in total already. What was even more liberating for him was that Qin Yuanlong, this fellow, withdrew from the Qin family himself. It was also considered to have made the Qin family lose a general. This Qin Yuanlong thought that he hid very well. Actually, his every movement and action was all under dustless surveillance. When he ambushed, Yi Yuan had long made the preparations for sword maneuvering flight. Sword maneuvering flight's speed was very fast, evading Qin Yuanlong's sneak attack under the circumstances where he was prepared was nothing. While at this time, Jin Yu hobbled in front of Yi Yuan with the help of Qiu Shuisheng. He took out his own storage ring, set it to Yi Yuan and said, "I lost. This is yours." Yi Yuan smiled and received the storage ring. This was his spoils of war. He had no reason to refuse it. "I really didn't expect that the Wumeng capital city actually produced a genius like you." I was defeated utterly, convincedly. Jin Yu sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're very strong too. But although your laws are strong, it's still a little weak in terms of utilization. Given time, you're bound to be a region's absolute ruler." If it were before, Yi Yuan saying these words in front of Jin Yu would definitely be thought of as crazy by people. But now body would feel brusque. Even Qiu Shuisheng did not feel so too. Yi Yuan had the qualifications to lecture Jin Yu like this. Yi Yuan's sword Dao, first layered heaven, had yet to reach grand completion, but he could defeat the strong with the weak. It was because his application of sword Dao laws had reached a transcendent realm. In this aspect, Jin Yu was not just a tiny bit worse than him. Yi Yuan comprehending the sword in the sword tomb. What he comprehended was not just sword Dao laws, he was even comprehending the stories behind the laws. Inside the sword tomb, each sword had its story. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could create Sundering Stars, such a powerful martial technique. Sundering Stars was a martial technique that Yi Yuan comprehended that maximized the power of sword Dao laws. Its degree of power could only be imagined. Jin Yu clasped his hands and said, "Got it." Today's battle, this Jin broadened his horizons and gleaned considerable gains. Especially the last sword move. It will probably have a tremendous impact on my life. Yi Yuan's final sword was absolutely a sword that set the world on fire. This sword, what it displayed was not just a martial technique, but the all-round strength manifestation of Yi Yuan's martial Dao, will, laws, utilization, divine essence thickness, and so on. Rather than saying Yi Yuan won with Sundering Stars, it was better to say that Yi Yuan won with his determination to absolutely win. If it were others, even if their strength was identical to Yi Yuan's, they completely could not achieve that step too. Jin Yu's words did not have any intention of flattering. Yi Yuan's final sword virtually subverted his understanding toward martial Dao. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Those guys have already ran away, so I have to go hunt them down. There are quite a few storage rings in their hands. I got to go and collect them. Farewell." Jin Yu and Qiu Shuisheng, the two people, clasped their hands and said, "Farewell." Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan casually threw out 100 storage rings and flew straight to Qin Shao. "Thanks, brother." Qin Shao's actions landed in his sights. Even though this guy was born in the Qin family, he was completely different from the Qin family's people's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He was defeated at his hands. That kind of situation just now, he still voiced out to warn, it was truly not easy. These storage rings, just take it as a bit of thanks then. Yi Yuan did not give Qin Shao a chance to speak, directly maneuvering the sword and flying away. Watching Yi Yuan's profile disappear into the horizons, Qiu Shuisheng said with a sigh, "This guy isn't to be trifled with. Once provoked, one will probably have nightmares every day." Jin Yu nodded his head and said, "Avenging grievances when there are grievances, avenging enmity when there is enmity, repaying kindness when there is kindness, acting according to his nature, not violating his consciousness. This is the Tao of might. This Yi Yuan, a measly Wu-Meng capital city, probably can't trap him. Qiu Shuaixing came in front of Qin Shao and said with clasped hands, "Brother, apologies. Previously, my words have offended. Please don't take offense." Qin Shao said coolly, "No harm. This guy's strength is too baffling. Not truly exchanging blows with him. You forever won't know how strong he is." Qiu Shuaixing secretly nodded, deeply acknowledging Qin Shao's words too. The 100 Cities smelting trial was set as a year. The remaining time, all of the outer court disciples sunk into a nightmare. A devil who rode the wind and rode a sword might appear beside them at any time, reaping their lives. They all knew Yi Yuan's prowess. At the start, they all found a place and hide, not daring to come out. But later, they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they hid, Yi Yuan could always accurately find their locations. Hence Ma's Saker unfolded in the outer court region. Later, those people seriously could not live on in the outer court region and could only escape to the inner court region one after another. However, Yi Yuan rode the sword to flow. Even when inner court disciples saw him, they could not do anything to him at all. Of course, there were those with good luck too, finding their senior brothers and sisters before barely managing to preserve their lives. In a blink, a year's time was up. The 100 Cities smelting trial was already drawing near its end. Chapter 1406 Owners.H.I. Plus P of the 4-star Divine Pill. Chapter 1406 Owners. H.I. plus P of the 4-star Divine Pill on the altar plaza. One figure after another was being transported back. During previous trials, the later it was, the fewer people sent back. But this time, there were still people being transported nonstop. You still ran into that malefic star in the end. Isn't that so? No idea what method that guy used either. I clearly already hid very covertly, but was still found by him. Me too. This malefic star is too vengeful. I was very far away from him at that time. There was no chance to make a move at all, and he still didn't let me go. You don't know it. Later on, as long as everybody sees him, they directly crush the jade pendant. This malefic star kills on sight, completely unreasonable. An outer court disciple was just transported back, so he started chatting with his fellow disciples who were finished off by Yi Yuan previously. Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, each and every one of their faces all revealed an extremely depressed look. In the entire plaza, several thousand students taking part in the trial were virtually all talking about Yi Yuan. The 100 Cities smelting trial this time. Yi Yuan alone shone in the limelight. Virtually everyone lived in his shadow. At this time, a virtual image descended from the sky. It was precisely Xianling. Xianling's gaze swept slightly and said nonchalantly, "The hour has arrived." Everyone return. Finished talking. He flicked his sleeves grandly. All of the altars flickered with light, summoning all of the remaining people back. Yi Yuan just felt a blur before his eyes and returned back on the altar once again. "How is it, Yi Yuan? You wouldn't really have finished off everybody, right?" Little Fatty asked curiously. When Yi Yuan challenged everyone, he settled Little Fatty down in a concealed place. He knew that the Qin family would definitely target him. If he brought Little Fatty by his side, it would definitely be very dangerous. Now the trial ended. Little Fatty came back together with Yi Yuan and did not know what happened in the outside world. Junior apprentice Brother Xia, your relations. H.I. plus P is the closest with junior apprentice Brother Yi. You actually don't know his earth-shaking record? A Wu Meng's inner court student poked fun at him. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, "Why, we really did it." That inner court student laughed and said, "More than just did it. Yi Yuan challenged the entire Zhuoxiang capital city's outer court 15 people with his sword alone, completely annihilating the other party. Then, under the circuit, stances where he did not rest. He defeated the 100 cities, number 1 person, Jinyu, following which, under the Circu, stances where he was seriously injured, he killed until everybody threw away their helmets and armor, running wildly all over the place. When he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice. Next to them were Zhuxiang capital city students. Hearing these words, each and every one of them was depressed until they wanted to vomit blood. When Wumeng capital city students heard this, they all guffawed with laughter. This time they really walked with their heads held high. The 100 cities smelting trial took place once every 300 years. Every time Wumeng capital city was targeted by Zhuxiang capital city, losing very tragically. But this time, Yi Yuan alone won back some ground, directly shaving them bald. How could this not make them feel great? But at this time, little Fatty jumped up all at once, pointed at Yi Yuan and said angrily, "You are really too treacherous. I said that I wanted to go together with you, but you just refused." Such a spectacular sight, Lord Fatty. I actually missed it. Sniff, sniff. Little Fatty had an aggrieved look. Clearly, he was regretting missing such a grand occasion immensely. If you went, you might already be a corpse. Lin Xiu's voice suddenly sounded out behind little Fatty, making him jump in fright. "Xiu, senior apprentice sister, where did this come from?" Little Fatty said puzzledly. Lin Xiu let out a sigh and briefly recounted the incident of Qin Yuanlong's sneak attacking Yuan. Pooh, the Qin family's people are indeed all still so shameless. To actually do such a shameless thing, doing this sort of thing in the 100 cities smelting trial, they have utterly lost their face. Everyone says not to wash your dirty linen in public, but they are good, directly making it known throughout 100 capital cities. After little Fatty finished listening, he spat indignantly. Yi Yuan did not turn back, and he was able to feel that there were several murderous gazes at the back. Little Fatty clearly saw it too. Eyes glaring, he said disdainfully, "What? Did this kind of thing that will leave a stink for 1,000 years, and still don't let people say? If you have the capability, come and bite me." Qin Tian's gaze sharpened, and he said in a cold voice, "D.A.M. And Fatty, I've remembered you." "You threatening Lord Fatty? Did Lord Fatty grow up being frightened?" Xie Jingyi said without showing weakness in the slightest. By the side, Lin Xiu's brows furrowed, but did not say anything. "Qin Tian, you shut your mouth for me. This matter won't end because of Qin Yuanlong's death. Your Qin family must give the academy an account." By the side, Thundercry said in a solemn voice. After that day, Thundercry pursued Qin Yuanlong for 2 months, finally executing him under his palm. Although Qin Yuanlong shouldered all of the blame that day, even an idiot knew that this matter could not get away from the Qin family. Qin Tian's face fell, and he controlled his temper and said, "Teacher, Thundercry, since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family, what he did has nothing to do with my Qin family. Isn't it rather biased for you to do so?" Thundercry smiled coldly and said, "Ha! How this matter will be ruled. That's City Lord His Excellency's business. But the events here, I'll report them truthfully." Qin Tian could not help choking up when he heard that and could only stop speaking. Clearly, Qin Yuanlong's actions already thoroughly infuriated this teacher. At this time, Xianling's voice sounded out once more, saying slowly, "All right, the 100 cities smelting trial this time ends here. Now, I'll examine your storage rings and distribute the rewards for this trial." While talking, Xianling's gaze actually looked over at Yi Yuan's side. No one knew if it was consciously or unconsciously. Not seeing him take any action either, all of the storage rings broke free of the student's body on their own, flying in front of Xianling. With just a glance, Xianling finished checking all of the storage rings and called out, "Inner Court Disciples first place, Yongdang capital cities by Tianzhou, obtained a total of 621 stocks of Tier 2 spirit medicines. It's indeed by Tianzhou. Yongdang capital city is too strong. The inner court has Bai Tianzhou, outer court has Jin Yu. These two people are simply Unsurpa. Sable existences. That's in the past. Didn't Yi Yuan emerge this time? Jin Yu has already lost to him. No idea how many Tier 1 spirit medicines Yi Yuan obtained in the end. 5 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines can offset 1 stock of Tier 2 spirit medicines. Wonder who the 4-star divine pill this time will end up with. Should be Yongdang capital city still, right? No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, it's also just one person. Yongdang capital city has more people than just Bai Tianzhou. Even though Jin Yu is defeated, the inner court disciples' total amount of Tier 2 spirit medicines is also quite a lot. After Xianling announced Bai Tianzhou's results, it immediately aroused a wave of speculation. Actually, the inner court's first place and outer court's first place did not have any suspense. The only suspense was the owners. HI plus P of this 4-star divine pill. In terms of value, 5 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines naturally could not compare to 1 stock of Tier 2 spirit medicine. But in this smelting trial, the difficulty in obtaining Tier 1 spirit medicines was not too different from Tier 2 spirit medicines. 5 to 1, this ratio was what everyone could still accept. At this time, Xianling continued, saying, Yongdang capital city obtained 2,126 stocks of Tier 2 spirit medicines in the end. 1,000 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. Chapter 14:07 The City, Lords, ATT, I. Chapter 14:07 The City, Lords, ATTI. Tude, it's indeed still Yongdang capital city's foundation that is deep. Their might is not just because of Bai Tianzhou alone, but it is their overall strength being powerful. For Wumeng capital city to want a Serpa, them, the difficulty is likely quite high. No idea how many people Yi Yuan killed either, and just how many spirit medicines he has in his hands. Everyone was very curious about just how many spirit medicines Yi Yuan had on hand. According to the ratio of 5 to 1, Yi Yuan needed to reach at least 10,000 stocks of spirit medicines and above to have a possibility of winning. This figure was unimaginable in the past 100 cities' smelting trials. After Yi Yuan obtained the storage rings, he would transfer the other people's spirit medicines all into his own storage ring. Hence Body knew just how many spirit medicines he acquired either. Right then, Xianling slowly opened his mouth. Outer Court's first place, Wumeng capital city's Yi Yuan, obtained a total of 21,300 stocks of Tier 1 spirit medicines. The moment Xianling's voice faded, the entire plaza burst into an uproar all at once. According to the ratio of 5 to 1, the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan alone obtained, Serpa, said Yongdang capital cities by 1-fold. Just how many people did this guy kill? Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Wumeng capital city actually produced such a freak. So strong at late-stage grotto, profound already. When he breaks through to the heaven glimpse realm, what would it be like? Before the 100 cities smelting trial this time, probably Body would have thought that Wumeng capital city could obtain first place, right? They all did not know that Yi Yuan killed a total of 2,000 people in these last 3 months. Even if each person only had 10 stocks of spirit medicines in their hands, adding it up also had 20,000 in number. With Yi Yuan's sword maneuvering flight, plus the extensiveness of Dustless's divine sense, he was simply ever victorious under this kind of situation. Even if you hid any more covertly, as long as you entered Dustless's detection range, it could not escape a death word. Xianling waved a hand. 3 streaks of light flew out. 2 of them flew toward Yi Yuan. The other flew toward Bai Tianzhou. These are your rewards. Xianling said coolly. In front of Yi Yuan were 2 jade boxes. One of them was a little smaller, the other slightly narrower. Clearly, the smaller one was that 4-star divine pill, while the narrower one was naturally the weeping spirit fruit. About the function of this weeping spirit fruit, Yuan had heard Dusla say before too. It was indeed good stuff. This weeping spirit fruit was a heaven and earth spiritual item containing Ma''s spiritual energy inside. It was even much stronger than ordinary medicinal pills. Consuming a weeping spirit fruit was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. 10 weeping spirit fruits could let Yi Yuan break through to grand completion grotto, profound, no matter what. Yi Yuan put away the 2 items and said to Xianling with clasped hands, "Thank you, Lord Xianling." Xianling gave Yi Yuan a deeply profound glance and said with a smile, "That's what you all deserve. Yi Yuan, you're very good. When you leave the capital city in the future, you can come to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to find me." Xianling's words made everyone's expression turn austere. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. That was the administrator of Wu Meng Capital City. Its might was simply what they all could not imagine. To these students, their lifelong wish was to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In their mind, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a Holy Land-like existence. These 100 cities, smelting trial had been held for no idea how many times. But Lord Xianling had never said such words before. But this time he made an exception and opened his mouth. This showed that he really had the appreciation of a talent stirred. At this time, all the students used extremely envious gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Even Bai Tianzhou's gaze also had an additional trace of weird look. All right, the 100 cities, smelting trial this time ends here. You all go back then. Xianling finished talking, kneading seals with both hands. The hundreds of altars activated at the same time. Everyone's figures disappeared from the mystic realm. After the 100 cities smelting trial, the news of Wu Meng Capital City seizing first place spread throughout the entire Wu Meng Capital City very quickly like the wind. Wu Meng Capital City's strength had always been unremarkable among these 100 cities. Not considered very weak, but also absolutely not considered strong. 100 cities, first place, this sort of thing, had never been related to Wu Meng Capital City. But this time, Wu Meng Capital City actually overpowered Yongdang Capital City, becoming the 100 cities, first place. This news was too exciting. Yi Yuan is really too awesome. He sent Wu Meng Capital City up to the throne of first place with his power alone. Still remember when he just entered the academy back then. Everybody still thought that his strength was weak. Didn't expect that just 10 years or so past said he already soared to the sky with one bound. He even defeated Jin Yu. In Grotto Profound Deity Realm, he no longer has any opponents, right? Within the academy, there were people praising Yi Yuan everywhere. Back then, even though Yi Yuan defeating Qin Shao was a Stonies, plussing, that was just Wu Meng Academy's internal affairs. But now it was different. Yi Yuan obtained first place in the 100 cities smelting trial, completely with a sweeping attitude. In the city Lord Manor, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat in the hall. In front of him was the academy head, Wen Yang and Thundercry. Thundercry bowed his body, recounting the incident of Qin Yuanlong sinating Yi Yuan, saying indignantly, "City Lord, the Qin family is simply too much, no matter what grievances they have with Yi Yuan. Using this sort of method to deal with a Grotto Profound realm student seriously makes people despise." Actually, the enmity between the Qin family and Yi Yuan, everyone was aware of right and wrong. The Qin family was used to being overbearing. They could not stomach the smallest bit of offense. Wu Meng City Lord said coolly, "Wen Yang, what do you think?" Wen Yang clasped his hands and said, "City Lord, Yi Yuan is a genius hard to come by in 100,000 years. His significance to our Wu Meng capital city is self-evident. The Qin family was indeed a little too much this time." Wen Yang, as the academy head, for such a genius to be able to be produced under him, he naturally cherished Yi Yuan immensely. The Qin family's actions had already touched his bottom line. Wu Meng City, Lord fell into a long silence. When Yi Yang and Thundercry did not dare to say any more, the two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the puzzlement in the other party's eyes. This matter was too obvious. It did not seem to need additional considerations, right? If a lesson was not taught to the Qin family with even this incident, they would be even more reckless and unscrupulous in the future. Only after a long time did Wu Meng City, Lord slowly say, "The Qin family's action was not appropriate, but since Qin Yuanlong has already turned his back on the Qin family and was killed by Thundercry, this matter is already settled. The city Lord Manor has no excuse to find trouble with the Qin family again as well. The Qin family is Wu Meng Capital City's senior family clan and has performed outstanding contributions for Wu Meng Capital City before. We mustn't easily jump the gun. This matter ends here. This seat will warn the Qin family and let them pay attention to it." This time, Yi Yuan performed notable merits for the capital city, and even won for this seat the 4-star Awakening Divine Pill. "You guys give Yi Yuan a good reward." When Yang was shocked inwardly, not expecting that City Lord, His Excellency, brushed his matter over so casually. City Lord's meaning was to reduce a big trouble into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Although the Qin family was deeply entrenched in Wu Meng Capital City, City Lord did not need to be so fearful either, right? Handling it like this was naturally nothing to Wen Yang. But he was worried that Yi Yuan would have some opinions because of this. Chapter 1408 Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. Chapter 1408 Myriad Longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. A warm current flowed in Yi Yuan's abdomen. His divine sea was currently in the midst of slowly expanding. This was the 5th weeping spirit fruit that he swallowed. He finally found the opportunity to break through. At this time, he was currently breaking through the bottleneck, further expanding the divine sea. Yi Yuan's divine sea exuded an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life. It was as if it came from ancient times. The weeping spirit fruit strength was being continuously refined by the Chaos Heavenspan Canon, pouring into his divine sea. Finally, the divine sea started expanding outwards, forcefully expanding the S.P.A.C. of Yi Yuan's Dantian area by great deal. With this expansion, the divine sea became empty all at once. Then, Yi Yuan started to frantically absorb the outside world's spiritual energy, pouring it into the divine sea. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. Everything quietened down. This Chaos Heavenspan Canon truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. The divine essence inside your divine sea is getting thicker and thicker, almost becoming a starchy paste already. The thickness of this divine essence may be rated as invincible within the same realm. Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Other people's divine sea was akin to a vast ocean, but the divine essence inside Yi Yuan's divine sea was extremely thick, already almost turning into a lump of paste. This was also to say that when the realm was the same, the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was what others were unable to match. Yi Yuan said, in a blink, already cultivated to grand completion 1st level. It looks like the mission for the period of time next is to create the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 2nd level. It's just that so many years have passed, said. I still don't have any leads at all. These few years, Yi Yuan had always been trying to create the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 2nd level, but had ended without any fruits. Yi Yuan knew that the higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of creating this cultivation method. In particular, the Chaos Heavenspan Canon, this cultivation method, had once triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon. The difficulty was even more conceivable. The more profound the comprehensive, the clearer one needed to be about heavenly Tao and overall understanding. This absolutely took time and effort. Yi Yuan's grotto profound realm was not yet perfected. His understanding of heavenly Tao was still stagnated at the comprehension of the lesser heavenspan mountain and was naturally unable to create the second level. Now, Yi Yuan already cultivated to grotto profound to the grand completion. The biggest goal of the next step was to create the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's second level, 1. You should go out to experience and temper. Shutting yourself in the room to make a cart. This second level cultivation method probably isn't so easy to create. Dustless suggested him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, indeed. After coming to the 100 cities, smelting trial, too much time was on close seclusion, cultivation. It's precisely because of that I would go and take part in the 100 cities, smelting trial this time. The battle with Jinyu, I still gained quite a lot. Dustless nodded and said, Amen, it's good that you have this idea, but there's something that you still have to take heed of. Yi Yuan said curiously, Senior, please say. Dustless said, the soul-suppressing pearl can protect Mu Lingxue, that La S's spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Plussing. But it doesn't mean that it can let her spiritual consciousness forever not extinguish. Plus my state, you're also aware. I could only recover some power by borrowing those evil spirit strengths. But I'm still too far away from my peak state. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said with a frown, Senior, why didn't you tell me this in the past? Dustless smiled and said, What can you do if I tell you? To you, the biggest task is to cultivate. Some things I'll naturally tell you when the time comes. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said solemnly, Then what should I do now? Dustless said, Go find myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones. The impurities of evil spirits are too many, unable to support my maintaining this La S's spiritual consciousness for a long time. Myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are a good tool to nourish the divine soul and can help me restore my strength further. As long as my divine soul recovers to 2-star, I can preserve this girl's divine soul from extinguish. Plussing for 10,000 years. Yi Yuan's heart sunk, and he said, Only 10,000 years. Yi Yuan knew that the cultivation in the future will probably easily require several hundred or thousands of years. 10,000 years' time was really not considered very long. Dustless nodded and said, Once a person dies, the spiritual consciousness dissipating is nature's maxim. Maintaining her spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Plussing goes against the heavens to begin with. Unless one can reach Tao ancestor, that kind of height, otherwise an body can ensure that her spiritual consciousness won't dissipate at all. Your current strength can barely enter the martial arts world to experience and temper, and search for myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones in the martial arts world. Your state in the past, telling you this kind of thing won't have any use apart from interfering with your cultivation. Yi Yuan admitted that if Dustless told him this news earlier, it would indeed have affected his cultivation. More haste, less talk. Yi Yuan knew that Mu Lingxue's spiritual consciousness could not be imperishable and would be bound to be overly eager for success. The impact on his future would probably be very great. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior, I'll go to the academy to accept missions right now and enter the martial arts world. Yi Yuan knew that the academy's inner court students could accept missions and go out to train. Some were like W.A. and Jisong, appointed as a region's city lord. However, W.A. and Jisong, they all did not have confidence in themselves or had no courage to enter the martial arts world. Powerhouses who truly had strength would enter the martial arts world to train, completing the missions provided by the academy. And the Immortal Grove world was one of the martial arts worlds. The Heavenspan world had existed for D knows how many billions of years. The powerhouses ACCU, Mulat or goodness knows how many. One had to know that being able to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm, one could hew open an inner world, going a step further to derive a small world. That was the martial arts world. Hence, the heaven-span world had many spatial rifts that were all connected to martial arts worlds. Those ownerless martial arts worlds were the perfect places for heaven-span world powerhouses to explore and seek treasures, because each martial arts world had its own unique aspect. It might give birth to natural treasures unavailable in the heaven-span world, some far-back era martial arts worlds. It might be left behind by a heavenly emperor, even a transcendent heavenly emperor. Inside might contain the cultivation methods and supreme treasures left behind by these major powers, once obtained by people with heaven-defying destiny that could even leap over the Dragon Gate. Apart from this, martial arts worlds still had something that everyone coveted: the Tao fruit. Powerhouses above divine Lord Realm would condense a Tao fruit belonging to them. They would normally hide the Tao fruit in their own small world to nurture. Once an explorer obtained the Tao fruit that was truly soaring to the skies in one move, just like Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. He ascended to Heavenly Emperor one step ahead of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove because he obtained a Heavenly Emperor Tao fruit. Of course, martial arts worlds also contained enormous dangers. A single mishap and one would perish, their Tao disappearing. Firstly, deity realm powerhouses also existed in martial arts worlds. Some were even very powerful. Secondly, there were also some danger zones in martial arts worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world's Sval mountain range. Quite a number of martial artists never came out again after venturing in. Dustless said, "No rush. I know that you're worried about that, Lass, but I have a score in my heart. There's probably still some time before you break through to heaven, glimpse deity realm. But before going to a martial arts world, cultivate sword Tao laws to grand completion, first layered heaven first, thoroughly completing this sundering star's move." I also don't understand why the previous paragraph says not perfected, but this paragraph says already reach grand completion. Think author made a mistake somewhere. Chapter 1409 Grudge. Chapter 1409 Grudge at Yi Yuan's residence. Thundercry's face was rather awkward. When in the mystic realm, he still flared up and solemnly vowed to Qin Tian to have the Qin family give an account. Who knew that now it was all talk and no action, no more follow-up. Yi Yuan, you made great contributions to Wu Meng Academy and the capital city. These are the rewards that city Lord gave you. Thundercry said, the Academy's rewards were not ungenerous. 150,000 points, plus 50 tier, 2 low-grade divine pills, plus a profound divine artifact battle armor. The 100,000 points awarded to Yi Yuan previously were already pretty much depleted by him. These 150,000 points, to Yi Yuan it was as if delivering charcoal in the snow. And a profound divine artifact battle armor could even have the effect of defending against the attack of heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Except Yi Yuan was not so easy to fool, and said with a faint smile, I didn't expect that the Qin family's ability is actually so great. Doing this sort of thing, and actually still made teacher Thundercry run into a wall. Thundercry did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so smart, actually seeing through the whole thing so quickly. He was originally still planning on fighting a quick battle to end things fast and slip away after giving Yi Yuan these rewards. Looking at it now, he could not avoid it. Since Yi Yuan exposed it, Thundercry had nothing to hide either, heaving a sigh. He said, the Qin family is one of Wu Meng capital city's oldest families. A Wu Meng capital city lord had even once emerged from that family before. The Qin family's forces span every corner of the entire Wu Meng capital city. Even if City Lord, His Excellency, wants to touch them, he would also have to wait over. Yi Yuan smiled and said, so that's how it is. Thank you, Teacher Thundercry, for making a trip. Thundercry froze. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would rebuke him in a fit of rage, saying that he failed to act. He did not think that Yi Yuan just casually brushed it off. This Yi Yuan was really different from the rest. Thundercry let out a long sigh. If Yi Yuan kept on pressing, he would not know how to answer instead. Hoo-hoo, too courteous. Hope that you don't have any thoughts, and just cultivate well. After all, this Wu Meng capital city, it's still City Lord, His Excellency, who calls the shots. Thundercry said with an embara. Said smile. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile, and said, Yi Yuan understands. After some time, I plan on going out to train, and won't disappoint teacher, Thundercry. Thundercry's expression could not help changing when he heard that, and said, Going out to train? You just broke through to Grand Completion Grotto, profound, not long. It's not too late to go out and train after breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse Deity realm. Going out to train right now is too dangerous. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Teacher, Thundercry, rest assured. Yi Yuan has a score in his heart. When Thundercry saw that Yi Yuan's mind was made up and also recalling his outstanding strength, he could only nod and said, All right, you be careful yourself then. These are 3 Heavenly Thunder swift talismans that I refined. It's a great deal faster than your sword maneuvering flight speed. Perhaps it will be of aid to you. Thundercry took out 3 yellow talismans and said them to Yi Yuan. A powerful lightning attribute, law, aura hit him head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still accepted the Heavenly Thunder swift talismans and said with clasped hands, Then I'll have to thank teacher, Thundercry. After Thundercry left, Yi Yuan's face turned sullen. He felt that this matter was probably not so simple. The Qin family's forces in Wu Meng capital city were deeply entrenched. This point, Yi Yuan acknowledged it. But was this kind of deep-rootedness capable of making a divine, Lord, realm powerhouse compromise? Yi Yuan felt that Wu Meng City Lord was probably not coming to terms with the Qin family, but was not willing to punish them. It looked like there was quite a bit of connection between Wu Meng City Lord and the Qin family. For him to send these over, looks like he wants to pacify you, make you live together in harmony with the Qin family. It looks like he doesn't want to offend both sides, Dustless said. Yi Yuan said, The Qin family isn't to be offended, but what's not to be offended about me? I helped him obtain the 4-star divine pill, and he didn't even show his face. Looks like in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant student. Sending these seems fair. Actually, he's siding with the Qin family there. Dustless could not help being stifled and said, What you said is right. If this Wu Meng City Lord targets you, you'll be in danger. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, This Wu Meng City Lord really disappoints me. Now, I really love and hate this Wu Meng capital city. After all, Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars was comprehended in Wu Meng Academy. It was also considered receiving Wu Meng Academy's grace. But Wu Meng City Lord's way of doing things made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Yi Yuan comprehended Sundering Stars and contributed Sundering Stars to the Wu Meng Academy without holding back in the slightest, and also radiated splendor in the 100 Cities smelting trial. One could say that his repayment to the Wu Meng Academy was already far more than what should be demanded. Just a 4-star divine pill was worth several cities, but in the end, what it exchanged for was such an outcome. Dustless said, You'd best be a little more careful in the future. Don't get into a conflict with the Qin family anymore. Otherwise, what kind of ATTI? Tude Wu Meng City Lord has his hard to say. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, It's naturally well if they don't come and provoke me. If they really provoke me, I, Yi Yuan, have never feared anyone before. Yi Yuan stayed for 5 years in the Sword Tomb's 5th level. 5 years later, Sundering Stars was finally completed. Close to 20 years' time from start to finish, Yi Yuan finally completed the Chaos Heaven Opening Sword Arts, 1st level sword move. Presently, when Yi Yuan deployed Sundering Stars, this move, with the Chaos Heaven Span Cannon at full power, he had the confidence to have a showdown with newly advanced Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. Although there was a tremendous gulf between Heaven Glimpse powerhouses and Grotto Profound martial artists, when Yi Yuan was at late-stage Grotto Profound, his strength already swept across those in the same rank. Now his realm and martial technique both had an all-round improvement. It was sufficient to make up for this enormous chasm. At least he had the power to fight. Coming out of the sword tomb, Yi Yuan went straight to the Merit Hall. This was the place where Wu Meng Academy students received missions. It was also Yi Yuan's first time coming over. That inner court disciple in charge of missions clearly knew Yi Yuan and said with a laugh, "Yo, what wind blew our 100 cities #1 person here? Junior apprentice brother, he hasn't entered the inner court yet. Could it be that you're already planning on receiving missions?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, I plan on going out to train for a bit. Is there a list of missions for me to take a look first?" That student's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Junior apprentice brother, you plans on going out to train? The danger of that kind of mission is very high. Even if inner court students go, the rate of death is also extremely high. I know that junior apprentice brother's strength is quite strong. But shouldn't you go out to train after being promoted to the inner court first?" Yi Yuan saw that the other party's concern did not seem to be false, and he could not help feeling touched. Yi Yuan's prestige in the inner court was also extremely high, not just in the outer court. After all, he helped Wu Meng capital city seize the champions, HI plus P with his power alone, and even shaved their mortal foe, Zhuoxiang capital city, bald, making everyone hold their heads up high. Before long, Yi Yuan would even release splendor in the inner court. Such a promising junior apprentice brother. Everyone was naturally willing to get closer. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern. But cultivating for a long time in the academy, I feel like I've already reached a bottleneck period. When training, I'll be more careful." Chapter 1410 Sky, Foothill World. Chapter 1410 Sky, Foothill World. All right then. There are 5 jade pillars over there, representing the difficulty of the missions from low to high. You can go and check it out yourself. After examining them, come to me to register will do. That inner court student saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was firm and could only agree. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother." On one side of the Merit Hall's great hall, 5 jade pillars were placed from low to high. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the jade pillars and poured divine essence into the first jade pillar. The jade pillar immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. A whole bunch of information entered Yi Yuan's mind. Breath, rain world. Divine Lord rank small world. Highest level powerhouse. Grotto profound deity realm. Dangerous places. Western Fame Valley, Heavenly Melody Mountain. Basic missions. Black Yun Metal, Splendid Flora Fruit. Difficulty 1 star. Completing a mission, one could obtain 800 points. Advanced missions. Divine Lord Profound Treasure left behind by Breath, Rain Divine Lord. Difficulty 2 stars. Completing a mission, one could obtain 1,500 points. On it was a detailed description of the Breath Rain world, including the local customs, topography, and so on, very detailed. Information after information filtered through in Yi Yuan's mind very quickly. Yi Yuan discovered that the information on the 1-star jade pillar was actually not that hard. With his current strength, he could at least protect himself. The strongest powerhouses in these worlds were mostly just Grotto, Profound Realm. Yi Yuan's strength could virtually sweep across. Of course, only he, this Grotto, Profound martial artists, dared to say sweep across, this kind of words. The myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone was a very rarely seen natural treasure. It would not appear in every small world. But if someone discovered myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones in a small world, it would definitely be listed as one of the missions. It was just too bad that the 1-star jade pillar did not have news about myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones. Hence, Yi Yuan came to the 2-star jade pillar to check. The worlds recorded on the 2-star jade pillar was clearly much more dangerous than on the one-star jade pillar. Quite a number of world's highest-level powerhouses were all heaven glimpse deity realm. Of course, the danger level was not just according to the highest-level powerhouse. Each small world situation was different, the situation very complicated. Some people training suck. You bed inside without even figuring out the situation. Yi Yuan skimmed over the 2-star jade pillar and still did not find news about the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. His heart could not help sinking. He was not afraid of danger. What he feared was not being able to find the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. As long as there was news about myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, even if it was a dragon's lair or tiger's den, he would also brave it. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and started investigating the information on the 3-star jade pillar. He secretly praised, on this 3-star jade pillar, there must be information about the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Information entered his eyes. Sky foothill world. Celestial deity, rank small world. Highest level powerhouse, origin deity realm. Dangerous places, unclear. Basic missions, myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. 9 melody psychic immortal fruit. Purple sand gold, difficulty, 3 stars. Completing a mission, one could obtain 100,000 points. Advanced missions, celestial deity Dao fruit, difficulty, 4 stars. Completing a mission, one could obtain 300,000 points. That was it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan found that inner court student. Senior apprentice brother, I want to choose the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar. Yi Yuan said. That student was stupefied, somewhat doubting if his ears heard wrongly or not. Junior apprentice brother Yi, this is a 3-star mission. Are you mistaken? This 3-star mission, as long one of the missions was completed, one could get 100,000 points. The difficulty and level of danger could be seen. It was on a completely different level than the 1-star and 2-star missions previously. Yi Yuan was merely a grotto profound realm martial artist. Wanting to challenge such a high difficulty mission as soon as he came up, his astonishment could be imagined. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, That's right, this is it. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother to give me the coordinates of the sky foothill world. Junior apprentice brother Yi, it's your first time taking part in a training mission. You might not know the difficulty of 3-star missions. This number 8 mission, over 5,000 students have done it in the past. The majority of them were all middle stage, heaven glimpse, late stage, even grand completion powerhouses. But the ones who came back in the end were less than 10%. Among the 10%, those able to complete the mission were even fewer. That student was warm-hearted too, worried that Yi Yuan did not know the danger, and urged earnestly with good intentions. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks, senior apprentice brother, for cautioning. I'll be careful. That student opened his mouth, but did not say anything. This junior apprentice brother, he never seemed to do things according to the convention. Missions that other people avoided like the plague, he was eager to go. More importantly, Yi Yuan was too weak currently. Even if Yi Yuan's strength was superior, far Serpa Sing's same rank martial artist, his realm was too low after all. He did not even enter the inner court and want to challenge a 3-star mission. Wasn't this somewhat overestimating his own ability? All right, since junior apprentice brother Yi insists on going, then you'll have to be more careful. Entering a small world to train. The most important thing is to protect yourself. Missions and what not are second. That student reminded him again. Yi Yuan nodded and said, That is, of course. I don't wish to court death too. That student nodded and said, The number 8 missions information is already stored in your academy token. You can go back and study it well. But you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath right now to absolutely not reveal the mission's information for others to know. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, swearing a heavenly Tao oath on the spot. Each small world was a treasure trove and also a precious resource of Wumeng capital city. They naturally did not allow it to be leaked out. Watching Yi Yuan leave, that student's face revealed a puzzled look and muttered, "This junior apprentice brother, you really exceeds all expectations. It's just that this 3-star mission is a little too dangerous. He's my Wumeng Academy's future. Hope that he'll be fine." Right at this time, another figure walked in. That student's expression changed, and he hurriedly saluted and said, "I pay respects to Elder Qin." He was secretly alarmed. Elder Qin Tianning was one of the few existences whose status was second only to the academy head. Normally, he was in close seclusion and rarely appeared. Why did he suddenly show up today, and even came to the merit hall? He suddenly thought of the Yi Yuan who just left and could not help becoming fearful in his heart. Elder Qin wouldn't be here aiming for Yi Yuan, right? Qin Tianning snorted lightly, considered to have acknowledged it, and said coolly, "What mission did Yi Yuan draw just now?" That student's expression changed, and he said awkwardly, "Elder Qin, the missions that students draw are strictly confidential. This isn't complying with the rules." Qin Tianning's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "This old man is an Elder A Association's member. Is it confidential even from me? If you don't wish to stay in the academy, just say it straight. This old man will send you out tomorrow." That student's expression changed, and he said fearfully, "Elder Qin is mistaken. The mission that Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar. The coordinates are—" Qin Tianning nodded slightly and said, "Amen, that's more like it. You don't think too much. This matter was personally ordered by City Lord His Excellency. If you let a third person know the consequences, you know it." Chapter 14:11 Heavenly Tao Rejection. 14:11 Heavenly Tao Rejection. Qin Tian, have you thought it over? This mission that Yi Yuan chose isn't simple. It's said that the strongest person in that Sky Foothill world, Sky Foothill Divine Palace, is a grand completion origin deity powerhouse. Once you're outsider Aiden, 1. Tai is exposed, you'll suffer endless pursuit. Inside a Wumeng Academy's secret room, Qin Tianning and Qin Tian sat opposite each other. Qin Tianning warned Qin Tian with a solemn look. When Qin Tianning learned that what Yi Yuan was carrying out was the Sky Foothill World's mission, he got a shock too. The difficulty of the Sky Foothill World's mission, he was aware. The mortality rate was very high. Yi Yuan, a newcomer, actually challenged such a dangerous world. It was seriously out of his expectations. Along with it, he also became somewhat worried about Qin Tian's safety. Qin Tian was the Qin family's number 1 genius, the only candidate for the next family head. If some accident happened to him, the Qin family could not bear it. However, Qin Tian had a decisive appearance, as he said calmly, "Yi Yuan already became my mental demon. Not killing him, I may never be able to step into the divine Lord realm in this life." Qin Tianning was deeply aware of the terror of mental demons and said with a nod, "It's too bad that origin deity realms can't enter the Sky Foothill world. Otherwise, they're Aiden. 1. Ties will be revealed very quickly and suffer the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's pursuit. Entering the Sky Foothill world, everything can only be up to you." Qin Tian nodded and said, "I have a score in my heart. Yi Yuan's greatest reliance is that late-stage 2-star evil spirit and sword maneuvering flight. After entering the Sky Foothill world, there isn't the Heaven-span world's spatial suppression, and I can fly too. At that time, all the things he relies on don't exist at all in front of me. However I want to kill him, I'll kill him." Although Qin Tian hated Yi Yuan but was not a reckless person, if there isn't absolute certainty, he would not take this risk. After all, in Qin Tian's view, his life was much more valuable than Yi Yuan's. He, Qin Tian, was an existence who would step into divine Lord Realm in the future, while Yi Yuan was destined to be a wisp of a deceased soul under his sword. At Sky Foothill World's borders, Above the void, a majestic world-locking gate slowly manifested itself. A tiny figure shuttled out of the world-locking gate, stopping above the vast sea. I really didn't expect that the heaven-span world still has stable wind needle, this kind of divine artifact capable of moving freely in a spatial storm. Back then, if I were to have such a magic treasure, why would I be injured so miserably? The one who came through the world-locking gate was precisely Yi Yuan. Before he came, he got 2 divine artifacts called Stable Wind Needle from a teacher in the Academy's Artifact Refining Hall. Using this stable wind needle to shuttle back and forth in a spatial storm, one could actually S.H.I. plus ELD against those violent spatial turbulent flows, letting him arrive at the opposite short, safe, and sound. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan recall the scene of escaping by a hair's breadth in the spatial storm back then. If he had this stable wind needle in his hands back then, it would not be to the extent of being so miserable either. The heaven-span world's artifact refining methods are what the small world's people cannot imagine. But stable wind needle, this thing, is strictly controlled in the hands of capital cities, this level of forces. Once discovered in the outside world, they will immediately be sentenced to capital punishment. The stable wind needle is just a one-time consumable. You'll only be given 2 when you're carrying out the mission to avoid it falling into outsiders' hands, Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I need to get more of those divine artifacts. Otherwise, it will really be quite troublesome to want to search for the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone in the future." While talking, a series of air bubbles suddenly emerged in the ocean. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus several hundred fish-shaped monsters came out of the water, pouncing crazily towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His aura surged, rippling out. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Those fish-shaped monsters' bodies directly exploded into clouds of blood mist under this terrifying undulation. Mere Tier 9 demonic beasts also dare to attack me. Really overestimating your own ability, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. But right at this time, another 3 fish-shaped monsters came out of the water. These 3 auras were clearly much stronger compared to those previously. It was shockingly a rank 1 divine beast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. H. Plus 3 streaks of sword light burst forth without any signs, akin to a squall, shredding those 3 monsters into pieces without the slightest sluggishness. "Senior, what's going on? I didn't provoke them," Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan was just standing there quietly and did not provoke anyone, but these fierce beasts unleashed attacks at him without heed for their lives. This made Yi Yuan very perplexed. Back then, when those fiend race powerhouses entered the Immortal Grove world, they suffered Immortal Grove, Heavenly Tao's repulsion. Now, you're the outsider to the Sky Foothill world. Those fierce beasts' intelligence has yet to be unlocked. Their actions are entirely based on instincts and are the most sensitive to external forces, Dustless said. Yi Yuan felt his head swell, and he said, "Doesn't that mean that I'll be exposed very easily?" Dustless nodded and said, "That's right. The aura on your body is incongruous with Sky Foothill World's Heavenly Tao. Deity realm powerhouses can identify it very easily. Furthermore, the stronger the attacks you exhibit, the stronger the Heavenly Tao's suppression. If not because of this mission's death rate naturally wouldn't be so high either." Yi Yuan fell silent. He had really never considered this problem before, but now it became a very troublesome matter. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, this kind of precious natural treasure, would probably be monopolized by the Sky Foothill Divine Palace. No matter how careful he was, it was also impossible to avoid their investigation. Those trial takers who entered in the past were all late-stage, heaven glimpse powerhouses. There were even powerhouses at Qin Tian's level, but their auras were too obvious. Once they clashed with the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's powerhouses, it was basically no return. Hence, that was why this mission was designated as a 3-star difficulty mission. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Senior, could it be that there's no way?" Dustless shook his head and said, "Forget about you. Even heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove enters a small world. He be rejected by heavenly Tao too, unless you can obtain this sky foothill world's Tao fruit. Or you can be like with the Immortal Grove world, obtaining the sky foothill world's heavenly Tao's recognition." Yi Yuan could not help losing all hope when he heard that. This way, wanting to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone was really bleak. Yi Yuan fell silent, falling into hard thinking. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, giving rise to enlightenment in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly vanished, plussing above the sea. When he appeared again, he already arrived in an enormous forest. Yi Yuan searched for an open SPAC, sat down cross-legged, and started revolving the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon, communicating with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. No idea how long had said either. Yi Yuan's body suddenly emitted a sacred aura. The world-suppressing steel flew straight out of Yi Yuan's body, suspending above his head. A pale white light halo poured down, enveloping Yi Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, Dustless's entire body involuntarily shuddered, his gaze revealing astonishment. This kid is really too talented. To be able to achieve this step, there's probably only him alone since time immemorial, right? Said Dustless, who was shocked to the core. Chapter 1412 by Chen. 1412 by Chen. After a long time, the milky white light halo dissipated. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing a look of excitement. It really worked. The current Yi Yuan already completely could not feel the sky foothill, heavenly Tao's rejection, any longer. How did you think of it? To actually think of using the lesser Heavenspan Mountain to imitate the sky foothill, heavenly Tao's aura! Dustless exclaimed. Small worlds are created by martial artists. Their heavenly Tao is naturally born from the Heavenspan world's heavenly Tao too. Since that's the case, the parent body imitating the child body's aura shouldn't be hard. Therefore, I tried communicating with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Didn't expect that it really worked, Yi Yuan said with an excited look. Dustless was speechless. This boy would frequently have some whimsical ideas. Even he was endlessly amazed. This time, it clearly succeeded again until it shocked him, with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain protecting him. However vast the sky foothill world, it was free for him to roam. Even if origin deity realm powerhouses stood in front of him, they could not recognize him either. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. The deity realm powerhouse aura on his body gradually faded away. Very soon, the martial Tao aura on Yi Yuan's body completely disappeared, looking just like an ordinary person. Yi Yuan was confident that unless he encountered origin deity realm powerhouses, otherwise, an body could see through him. Want to integrate into this world, it was better to be more low profile. Actually, the Sky Foothill world information grasped by Wumeng Academy was not much. What Yi Yuan understood was very limited too. Hence, he must first understand this world before he could know how to obtain the myriad longevity heavenly soulstone. Finus, plussing with this. Yi Yuan took a step and directly disappeared from where he stood. In the forest, Yi Yuan seemed to be strolling idly in a courtyard. In reality, his speed was swift to the extreme. Taking a step out, it was 1,000 miles away. Amen. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping, arriving at the Sky Foothill world. His divine sense recovered to an extremely terrifying range again and already detected several figures ahead. At the same time, Yi Yuan even detected that a deity realm fierce beast was currently coming in his direction. The fierce beast is in that direction. Teacher Mo Yin, this time, I can definitely personally capture that fierce beast and tame it. Don't intervene today. A young voice sounded out. Hoo-hoo! Mo Yun naturally believes in young Lord Bai Chen's strength. You just feel free to act. Not reaching the final juncture, I won't intervene, Mo Yin said with a light laugh. He knew that this young Lord Bai Chen enjoyed success at a young age and was very proud. Suffering major losses under the hands of this fierce beast repeatedly, he was very pent up. However, young Lord Bai Chen's talent was indeed Astoni's. I plussing. In less than a year's time, young Lord Bai Chen already became much stronger under this fierce beast stimulation. Although he was still not that fierce beast's match, yet currently, defeating it alone was already something sooner or later. Teacher Mo Yin, this time, you absolutely mustn't be like last time, repelling it when I only suffered a bit of injury. Otherwise, I'll really fall out. Bai Chen said unhappily. Haha, young Lord Rest A.S. Sure, I definitely won't this time. Unless it concerns life and death, I absolutely won't take action. Mo Yin laughed and said, Come on, young lord. You can definitely defeat that fierce beast this time. Young lord is mighty. Young lord is mighty. Several accompanying martial artists were all cheering Bai Chen on. Bai Chen smiled proudly and rushed over in the fierce beast's direction. Roar! When Bai Chen rushed over, the fierce beast was currently roaring madly in Yi Yuan's direction, the commotion extremely terrifying. Originally, the dense woods blocked the view. Only when Bai Chen came near did he discover that there was a young man standing there, and the fierce beast was currently baring its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws. Summing a posture about to pounce at Yi Yuan. Don't move. Leave this guy to me. Bai Chen shouted loudly, his figure DOS. Plussing towards that fierce best like lightning. That was a lion-type fierce beast. Yi Yuan did not recognize it. Although this species of fierce beast was extremely strong, it was not civilized and did not belong to the category of the demon race. Bai Chen had an imposing momentum, brandished a divine artifact heavy spear, and clashed together with the fierce beast. The moment he got started, Bai Chen thoroughly suppressed the fierce beast. With this, he pressed on relentlessly, one spear following another, fighting until the fierce beast fell back repeatedly. When Bai Chen saw this, he had an even more excited look, growing in bravery as he fought. While at this time, Mo Yun and the rest also said through the dense forest and arrived here. When they discovered Yi Yuan, they all could not help being stunned. Before this, they all sensed two powerful auras. They were precisely from Bai Chen and the fierce beast. Apart from these two, they completely did not sense other people's auras. Did not expect that there was actually still a person here, an ordinary person. Mo Yun's gaze sized up Yi Yuan, but no matter how he sized up, Yi Yuan was an ordinary person. Boom! Right at this time, a heavy spear of Bai Chen's knocked the fierce beast over. When those followers saw this scene, they immediately applauded. Good. Young Lord Bai Chen, beautifully done. Continue, young lord. Kill it. When these people saw that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary person, they directly ignored him. Reckoned that this guy was long frightened silly by the fierce beast, right? Only Mo Yun's brows furrowed, slightly seemingly pondering about something. By Chen's attack succeeding, he gave even less of a chance for the fierce beast to catch its breath. One spear followed another, very quickly beating the fierce beast until it did not have the strength to retaliate. Boom! Bai Chen gasped heavily for air, pounding the heavy spear on the ground. A golden collar appeared in his hands at no idea when. Summon! Bai Chen muttered words under his breath, then threw the collar. The collar slipped onto the fierce beast's neck. The fierce beast already did not have the strength to resist and could only helplessly watch Bai Chen's action, with its eyes revealing a look of despair. Leave it to you guys! Bai Chen roared loudly to the entourage, but he then turned to Yi Yuan, patted his shoulders, and said with a smile, Kids scared silly, right? Just now, if this young master, I, came a bit later, you'd have become a meal in this guy's belly." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Many thanks for young Lord Bai Chen's life-saving grace." It was just that he had a calm and collected appearance. How was it at all like being scared silly? But Yi Yuan did not say much, going along with things. Bai Chen did not put on much air, waved his hands, and said, "No need, no need. Just a simple matter not worth mentioning. But your guts are really plucky. This wilderness forest is full of danger. Even deity realm powerhouses don't dare to easily set foot inside. You actually dared to come here by yourself." Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute further. Bai Chen put away the fierce beast and was in a great mood, saying to Yi Yuan again, "Forget this young lord's mood today is pretty good. I'll bring you out together." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to thank young Lord Bai Chen very much." "Haha, you kid are really lucky, running into young Lord Bai Chen coming out to train today. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have bones left. When you exit the wilderness forest, you have to thank young Lord Bai Chen properly. It's also young Lord Bai Chen who is kind-hearted. If it were others, they wouldn't even be bothered with you." Those followers all came in front of Yi Yuan to poke fun, all feeling that Yi Yuan survived by a fluke. Chapter 1413 Pa S. Serbi A. 1413 Pascals. S. Serbi A. Bai Chen rode the lion mirage beast, looking awe-inspiring and very pleased. Yi Yuan already got to know from Bai Chen that this lion-shaped fierce beast's name was called Lion Mirage Beast. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was very curious too. That collar seemed to have considerable magical powers. Latching onto that Lion Mirage beast's neck, that guy submitted. "Young Lord Bai Chen, I wonder what kind of wondrous object this collar is?" Yi Yuan asked. Bai Chen smiled and said, "This is an imperial spirit circle. It's also normal for you mortals to not have heard of it before. This is a high-grade, spirit, divine artifact. As long as I drip blood for it to acknowledge as master, then put it onto the neck of a fierce beast, it can suppress rank 1 deity realm fierce beasts and let it submit to me. Of course, the prerequisite is that I must beat it until it doesn't have the strength to retaliate." Yi Yuan secretly marveled. He did not expect that this sky foothill world actually had such impressive artifact refining means. Seeing Yi Yuan's curious appearance, Bai Chen smiled and said, "Want to come up and experience it?" Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "This thing is too formidable, I'd better not ride." "Haha, you, this kid, look like a pale-faced scholar. Your guts are also too small. This Lion Mirage beast is already subdued and won't attack people." A follower mocked him. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain. Not that he did not want to sit, but he did not dare to sit. If he were to sit on it, how could this Lion Mirage beast still move? The reason why Bai Chen was able to easily bring down the Lion Mirage beast was all because of Yi Yuan's intimidation. Currently, Yi Yuan's body simulated the aura of sky foothills, heavenly Tao. Those fierce beasts would not be averse to him like before. Hence, they could also sense the terror on Yi Yuan's body. The demon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body was incomparably Blee. Furthermore, the power was extremely formidable. That Lion Mirage beast bearing its fangs and brandis, plussing its claws at that time was not scaring Yi Yuan but being afraid of Yi Yuan. It was just that when Bai Chen saw it, he thought that the Lion Mirage beast wanted to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan took Bai Chen's strength into his sights. Although he recently entered the grotto, profound deity realm, and his spear art was not bad as well, wanting to deal with this Lion Mirage beast, it was still a little lacking. But by the side, Mo Yin was constantly on heightened vigilance, constantly. The rest did not have any suspicions about Yi Yuan, but he kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was problematic. It was just that where was the problem? He could not pinpoint it either. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus was H. Plus suddenly, over a dozen figures dashed out of the dense forest, surrounding Bai Chen and company. Ha ha ha! Bai Chen, I've waited for this chance for a very long time. Today is your death date. A young figure divided everyone and said this with a wild laugh. Bai Chen's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, Bai Chong, what's the meaning of this? Bai Chong smiled hideously and said, What's the meaning? My strength is more powerful than you. Age is older than yours. Why is it that you're the young lord, while I have to become a dog under you? I'm unwilling. I want to become the young lord and rule the White Knight Sacred Palace in the future. Mo Yun reproached furiously, Bai Chong, are you crazy? For this, you recruited the Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's people? You have to know that they are our White Knight Sacred Palace's mortal enemy. Bai Chong sneered coldly and said, So what? As long as I can get the position of the young lord, what does it matter what means I use? Behind Bai Chong, a middle-aged man looked at Mo Yin and said with a laugh, Mo Yin, didn't expect it, right? Ha ha! Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kill Bai Chen, then join our Autumn Rain Sacred Palace. With your strength, you'll be put in an important position. Mo Yun ignored him, but glared at Yi Yuan and said, Your Autumn Rain Sacred Palace's spy. Otherwise, such a vast wilderness forest. How did you guys find us? Bai Chen's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. You actually repaid kindness with ingrat. One tood. Bai Chen pointed at Yi Yuan and said with bitter resentment, Humph, I've observed him for very long already. He isn't some ordinary person at all, but a hidden expert. On his body, there's probably an aura-concealing divine artifact. Mo Yin said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not expect Mo Yin to suddenly point the spearhead at him. He said with a guileless look, I'm really not a spy. You all should be able to testify for me, right? Who Yi Yuan asked was Bai Chong. He instantly felt that he was being wronged. Currently, this sort of situation, Bai Chen's side, was a certain death situation. Mo Yin was merely half-step Heaven Glimpse realm. The others were mostly initial stage, grotto, profound strength. While opposite, that man's strength was more or less the same as Mo Yun's. Apart from him, the other over dozen people were all grotto, profound, realm powerhouse. Quite a few among them were even middle stage, even late stage existences. The overall strength was significantly stronger than this side. But Bai Chong smiled coldly and said, Mo Yin, you're right. He was sent by us to investigate your whereabouts. When Bai Chong saw Bai Chen's side having internal strife, he was naturally happy to see them fight in the nest. He did not mind sowing discord. Sure enough, when Bai Chen and Mo Yin heard this, their faces changed, glaring at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you. If I had long known it would be like this, I'd have let the lion mirage beast eat you. Bai Chen said angrily. Mo Yin said in a cold voice, Young lord, no need to talk rubbish with him any more. Kill him. Done talking, Mo Yin lifted his hand, and it was a palm with boundless might. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man opposite and Bai Chong both revealed delighted faint smiles. Boom! The outrageously shocking palm struck right onto Yi Yuan's chest. However, Yi Yuan stood there without moving an inch, forcefully receiving this palm. Everyone's ALLS popped out, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan was completely fine. How is this possible? The middle-aged man muttered. Mo Yun's strength, he was still aware. This palm, even he did not dare to forcefully receive it. This young man actually forcefully withstood this palm. Yi Yuan was wearing Wu Meng Academy's profound divine artifact battle armor. This degree of attack naturally could not threaten him. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, Actually, I'm just pious, Sir B.A., and really didn't have the intention of getting involved in your struggle for the position of young lord. All right, in order to express my innocence, I won't take part in your fight. This will do, right? Finish talking. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and really retreated to one side. With this, it was Bai Chang's side's turn to lose composure. This young man was a little too unfathomable, right? The expression of the middle-aged man opposite turned stern. Suddenly recalling something, he whispered in Bai Chang's ear. They are definitely putting on an act, wanting to scare us away. No need to care about him. The most important thing is to kill Bai Qin. Bai Chang's expression turned austere, nodded his head, and said in a solemn voice, "Attack! Whoever kills Bai Chen will be heavily rewarded. Kill!" Those doze-over people shouted loudly to us. I, plussing over towards Bai Chen in a swarm. Mo Yen's expression changed and was just about to take action when the middle-aged man's figure already arrived. "Your opponent is me. Bai Chen is dead for sure today. Stop putting up a last-ditch fight," the middle-aged man said with a hideous grin. Bai Chen's few followers protected Bai Chen in the center tightly and faced the besieging of over a dozen grotto profound powerhouses. Very soon they were running low in strength. When Mo Yin saw this, he could not help becoming greatly anxious. Yi Yuan stood tall and upright at one side. Suddenly he let out a sigh and said, "Sure enough, I still can't look on.